Hirasawa Kazuki, a regular Japanese student, was unable to believe everything that happened to him because it was so unbelievable. He didn't have any special powers, after all, but now he was trapped in the body of a video game character who would die in a few years. The boy, utterly baffled by how this could have happened, kept standing by the mirror, studying his new look. The only thing that broke his gloomy thoughts was the sound of a broken vase. A furious male voice called for an explanation of who would be held accountable for this right away, and the impolite man then went up to the maid. The girl pleaded for forgiveness, her voice trembling with fear. However, the cruel master, who called the maid a stupid creature and demanded her immediate silence, was unsatisfied by any apology. The girl persisted in crying and pleading for forgiveness in spite of the directive. All of this was witnessed by the mother and her young son. Kazuki was taken aback because he had witnessed similar incidents in the Bravehearts game previously. Reiner, the main character, had to heroically save the entire world in this standard fantasy game. The heroes used their specializations, magic, and other skills to accomplish a great deal of action, despite the battle graphics being too basic for contemporary games. No one paid attention to the visual quality because the combat system in the game was so captivating. The game had subplots and hidden dungeons, despite having a fairly linear plot. It also had some amazing, captivating dialogue and a romantic plot for the main character. Kazuki immersed himself fully in this fascinating world of adventure as he played this captivating game many times. He was able to practically learn every dialogue line for each game event as a result. He now had to locate himself in this game and encounter Lord Hayden, the head of the Stokes family. Lady Jessica, his wife, and Clara, the agitated maid, were also in this scene. Kazuki genuinely couldn't comprehend why the game's characters were now moving as though everything were real, and he couldn't comprehend how he could have missed such a drastic update to the game. However, it was terrible to begin the game with such a sad and unsettling scene, where a young girl feels insulted and oppressed. Kazuki recalled that earlier, this was only a sliver of the past. The script stated that Harold, the Stokes family's heir, had executed Clara, the main character's mother, and that his anxious mother had given him a hug during this scene. Lady Jessica called Harold and told him not to worry after Harold became distracted from his thoughts, and noticed that he was the one involved in this plot scene by looking at his hands. Fearful to death, Clara pleaded that she would not be punished at that moment, but Lord Hayden had already raised his blade and desired to rid the land of a useless woman like Clara. Harold eased the situation by asking his father to stop as the doomed maid recalled her daughter, Colette, in her last moments. In accordance with the game's plot, Harold chose to kill Clara himself. Kazuki obviously objected, but his body moved on its own. Harold explained that he intended to use this woman as a training dummy for his new magical spells, which surprised Lord Hayden. With a sly smile, Harold described this type of execution as the best use for a useless woman because it would be too easy and giving to just spill her blood all over the floor. After being impressed and deeming his son's proposal very interesting, Lord Hayden gave his servant the order to cast the maid into the dungeon and keep a close eye on her. Clara is a vile half-breed, according to Lord Hayden, because, although they sympathize with her and let her work, she is unable to perform any of the duties correctly and consistently brings misery into their lives. The girl would later be a prime candidate for Harold's magical experiments, but Lady Jessica described her as a lowly creature from whom nothing more could be expected. Following the plan, Harold thanked his parents and assured them that he would enjoy spending time with Clara. Despite being much younger than in the original game, Kazuki pointed out that there were still a lot of similarities. The most hated character in Bravehearts was Harold Stokes, a haughty and conceited man. In the end, this Lord Hayden heir was destined to perish at the hands of Justice, the last boss. Kazuki questioned whether he was simply having a realistic dream and couldn't figure out why he had changed into this specific character. He was merely a typical Japanese student, after all. A knock on the door shattered his solitude, and the boy opened the door. Kazuki didn't realize he had let Norman in too soon until he saw his butler standing in front of him. This indicated that Harold's character's desire, not consciousness, was manifested in this way. Being the most sensible of all the characters, Norman was dubbed the conscience of the Stokes family. Instead of receiving too many hate points, the butler in the Stokes family's scheme attained saint rank. All of this might have happened because Norman wasn't a Stokes, but just a butler. He calmly explained that he had taken the liberty of bothering Harold because he wanted to consult him on a matter. After giving the young man a close examination, the butler concluded that he was not feeling well. He then advised Harold to take some time to relax and discuss whether the time was right to speak. In response, Kazuka said she was alright and didn't need any attention. Harold wanted to reply much more sourly, but even his alternate personality couldn't talk like that. This caused Norman to hesitate, and Kazuka answered once more in a way that was unusual for Harold. Kazuka was now upset because he was unable to control his speech. Norman was beginning to suspect something because he wasn't speaking in a proper manner. Thus, he had to adjust to Harold's speech pattern. Norman honestly didn't know why the family heir was speaking in a different way or what was going on with him. Ultimately, the astute butler only requested a reduction in the punishment meted out to maid Clara and pledged to promptly convey his request. Kazura was taken aback because he had been put in a challenging situation by this request. He realized that Harold was in charge of a young, defenseless woman's life at that moment, and that his choice would determine whether Clara lived or died. However, it was unclear what to do in this case. It was just standard game script text, and Kazura remembered the time he had offered to have the woman put to death himself. In actuality, though, he has no desire to carry out Harold's wishes or adhere to that script. Kazura needed to act quickly to save Clara because he couldn't accept that he had become a horrible and disgusting person. However, this was all too challenging and totally out of character. The protagonist of this engrossing tale was Colette, Clara's daughter. Colette, an orphan, is expelled from the Stokes estate after Harold's magic kills Clara. After overcoming immense adversity, this girl ends up with Reiner's family, the main character. However, the main characters will never meet if Clara is saved now, and the plot will develop entirely differently. The main characters will nevertheless find one another despite the challenges if we adhere to the principle of inevitability. But in this instance, Harold's destiny will become wholly uncertain. This implies that Harold is less of a nasty person because you can lead him through every event in the game yourself. However, one must keep in mind that there is always laughter in this virtual world. Additionally, he will lose his ability to read the future and die from a random event that didn't happen in the original game if his good deeds diverge greatly from the plot. However, we might be able to survive in this harsh fantasy world if we carefully steer the situation in the right direction rather than drastically altering it. Feeling the butler's sharp eyes, Kazura kept thinking and waited for a response. Naturally, Kazura wanted to save the innocent woman, but he had to be extremely cautious. As a result, he started to act unconcerned about the maid's fate by mimicking Harold's communication style. However, such weak attempts to alter the situation failed, and a tangible response was obviously required because the character's hatred points would only increase. In the end, Kazura managed to get out of the situation by suggesting that the butler think about it himself before making a suggestion to save Clara. Norman was taken aback by this response and wanted to explain, but Kazura told the butler to go to hell while imitating his game character. Norman thanked the young master and left the room right away. The average student's emotional reserves were depleted by this training discussion, and now he had to make decisions for others. After realizing how foolish he had been all along, the boy just fell onto his bed. A species with Harold's personality will still view him as the most heinous villain, so it's unlikely that he'll be able to make any changes. Maybe he should just explore the original plot. Maybe he could go back to his home world after he died, Kazura said. Another solution had to be found because this theory was too dangerous, and it was possible that he would die in the real world after dying in the game world. Kazura decided to look around the room after taking a short break and found a number of items. Eventually, he discovered a red marble and an emptied bottle of life potion. These objects had the exact same appearance as those in the game. He would be able to examine different entries though, because the books were written in Japanese. Kazura concluded that until he figured out a way out of this predicament, he would have to stick to the script. But he also wanted to avoid Harold's horrible actions as much as possible. However, it was also possible that this entire world was not the Bravehearts game world at all, but rather a different world that was only somewhat reminiscent of the original game. Kazura made the decision to do everything in his power to avoid dying and to be positive that this world was the original game before acting. Only then, after all, could he make all the positive changes and keep evil from coming into the world. Eventually, Kazura made the decision to go to the dungeon where Clara, the maid, was being held. He asked the guard, still in Harold style, how many people were in prison now, and the guard replied that there was only one girl. The prison guard almost suffered a heart attack when Kazura commanded him to stay outside and stormed into the dungeon. The young lord's appearance startled the guard, who could only say hello. Using Harold's ruthless style, Kazura told the guard to stay out of the prison because he wanted to question the inmate directly. Naturally, the guard, who was having difficulty standing, had no plans to go anywhere. There was only a single, tiny ray of light in the damp, cold prison dungeon. Kazura continued on and soon saw the maid. Kazura questioned the girl about whether she was actually Clara Everell, but the maid was so terrified by the sight of the repulsive Harold that she was unable to respond due to her body's trembling, and concluded it was time to pass away. Of course, he could kill Clara now, Kazura said, but in truth, he had a different reason for coming here. Clara must thus be as honest as she can when responding to his inquiries. When Kazura first asked about Clara's daughter, she discovered that her name was, in fact, Colette. Clara also disclosed that she had no communication with her parents because she and her husband had fled the house. Regretfully, her husband passed away from a severe illness 3 years ago. Kazura finally realized why Colette, the main character, had only her mother as a relative because her father had passed away a long time ago and the other relatives were unaware of her existence. A few more detailed questions about his daughter later, Kazura was able to confirm that the discussion had been fruitful, since the details aligned with the original plot of the game, and it was now possible to even elucidate some of the unanswered questions. The young Stokes heir made the decision to leave this damp, gloomy place after the conversation was over. Clara was bid farewell by the young man, who assured her that they would meet again. However, the agitated and terrified maid only talked about her daughter, who would be doomed if she were left alone because she would find it hard to survive in this harsh world. To look after Colette, Clara prayed to the young lord. Since Colette had done nothing wrong and did not deserve to suffer, Clara did not suppress her feelings and pleaded with the young lord to be kind and helpful. In keeping with his persona, Kazura referred to it all as a disgusting and foolish embarrassment of Clara. After all, she was only attempting to control her fear and tears. The heir to the Stokes family left this awful place after the maid was horrified by the cruelty. Naturally, Kazura felt sorry for this doomed woman, who had fallen prey to the foolish brutality of the aristocrats. But because he was stuck with the image of Harold's cruelty, he was unable to show his sympathy. The butler greeted Kazura as soon as he arrived at my room and wanted to take a short break. When the young lord saw the papers in Norman's hands, he inquired as to what they were. It transpired that Norman was in possession of an intricate map that depicted every village in the Stokes family's territory. Despite his admiration for the map, Kazura continued to be intrigued by Norman's plan to save Clara. The elderly butler's anxiety was evident, but he eventually composed himself and proposed that Clara leaving the Stokes estate would be the best course of action. Since Norman was speaking to a future feudal lord, Kazura undoubtedly recognized how challenging it was for him to say such a thing. Harold was also expected to make sure that his people did not disperse and punish each other severely for transgressions. However, an exception might be made for the benefit of a single servant. Since he didn't want to see Clara again and didn't want to hear from her, Kazura said angrily that she was useless and that she should go in any direction. When the young man asked where Norman specifically wanted her to relocate, he revealed that the butler had selected the tiny village of Blush. The fact that the protagonist of the game's family lived there made this a true coincidence. Kazura was happy with the outcome because he could now be certain that the main characters would undoubtedly cross paths again after such an incident, indicating that the main plot would not significantly alter. There were still some questions though, because the main characters would then live with different families, which might have an impact on how close they are. Gazing angrily at the map, Kazura questioned the butler about the freedom to cross feudal lines in this place. Norman clarified that, unless they are bargaining or noblemen, there aren't really any special regulations for commoners. However, Clara needed assistance because she would struggle to survive if she traveled abroad without money. Since he had to first give her money and transportation, Kazura started to consider how to best plan the maid escape. However, it seemed silly to take a carriage with his family's crest on it, and he required authorization to do so. The boy was anxious because of all these issues. Norman was taken aback that the young lord had already discovered the maid's daughter on his own and anticipated assisting her. The butler was astonished because this young man was so unlike his parents that he was attempting to care about people's lives at such a young age. Norman started to examine the most recent developments surrounding the young lord and eventually came to believe that Harold had meticulously orchestrated everything to conceal Clara from his father. As a result, he was no longer opposed to resettling her and thereby saving her life. In order to avoid raising his parents' suspicions, he had demonstrated concern for the maid from the start. Norman couldn't let the young master down, so he made a self-promise to do everything correctly after coming to this realization. Harold was raised by aristocratic parents who upheld the idea of pure blood. These passionate individuals viewed commoners as insects and denigrated any nobles whose ancestry they questioned. It would be simpler to find employment in a nearby town during the harvest festival, so Norman recommended sending Clara there first. However, Kazura, posing as Harold, deemed this notion absurd because it was very costly to live in the nearby town. The festival would soon come to an end, and the regular Hunger Weekdays would start. Norman was shocked to learn that the young lord genuinely cared about his servant. If all of this is accurate, the young Stokes family heir may turn out to be a genuine ray of hope for everyone who lives in this area going forward. After all, everyone has endured years of suffering due to his parents' tyranny. When Kazura made the decision to try his hand at magic the following day, he summoned a flaming flame to appear in front of him and display its immense power. A magnificent pillar of fire materialized before the young lord after a few minutes of fully focusing his magical powers. Kazura was initially thrilled by this achievement because it was the first time in his life that he had been able to cast a magic spell by himself. However, after seeing a far more potent flame column in the game, he realized it was only a parody. However, even the average student who found himself in the body of a game character found the sensation of being able to use magical energy so effortlessly appealing. Even so, it was too early for him to be happy and content in this world. As he continued his magical training, Kazura continued to consider how he could best save Clara. In order to make everyone think the maid was dead, he had to burn the whole place. Since the phony Harold was obviously unable to show his parents the maid's charred corpse, he concluded that merely displaying the ashes as proof would suffice to claim that she was totally burned. Kazura realized that he needed to save this girl tonight because she was more than just a collection of pixels on a screen. He had to give it his all in order to avoid dying much sooner than the plot called for. The quest to save Clara's maid started that night in total darkness. Clara's daughter was soon taken to the appointed spot at the young lord's command, and she was ecstatic to see her mother still alive. Kazura found it difficult to keep up his portrayal of Harold, the game character, during the tearful scene of the mother and daughter meeting. Now that it had breached the originality of the game, he pondered how the plot would unfold. The young lord then gave the girls instructions to settle down and select one of two options he was ready to present. The first was that they could be together at that very moment and die there. They must leave these lands right away and never come back because the second option will allow them to survive. They have to cut off all connections and leave the Stokes territory permanently. Clara was taken aback by the generosity of a man who she believed to be the epitome of evil. Kazura wanted to destroy the girls immediately, so he tried to be impolite and unflappable by telling them to stop wasting his time and make their own decisions. After giving thanks to the young lord, Clara expressed her wish to live after realizing the danger she and her daughter were in. The woman's words pleased Kazura because he couldn't even begin to imagine what he would do if she didn't want to leave. All of this was a fantastic way to solve the issue, and the young lord gave Colette a special pendant before he left the girls. The young girl was scared to ask why she didn't understand what was going on. As a personal condition for letting her and her mother escape and save their lives, Kazura, speaking in Harold's rough voice, told the restless girl to wear this jewelry at all times and never take it off. Colette accepted these terms without question. Kazura instructed her to commit it to memory, and clarified that she needed to donate this item to someone who might require it later. This individual would be Colette's age and exhibit proficiency in every field. Colette would have to coerce this individual into promising to protect her and become a knight. Colette's mother repeated all of Master Harold's demands because she was so upset that she didn't think her daughter would remember everything. In the end, Colette pledged to comply with all requests, and Kazura, in the most impolite way imaginable, made them slowly disappear. Kazura gave the guards instructions to take the two women to the agreed-upon spot and load them onto the wagon. As he parted, he told the guards that they would soon die if they didn't succeed in his plan, so they should do everything in their power to keep strangers from noticing them. Despite their fear, the soldiers vowed to follow orders exactly. Harold was thanked by the girls for his kindness, and Norman suggested that the young man should go back home because it was already getting very cold outside. Kazura asked the butler to continue, explaining that he had a crucial task to complete. The butler continued without arguing with the young master and asked no pointless questions. Being by himself and enjoying the refreshing forest air, Kazura reflected on all he had done and was taken aback by how much he had altered how others viewed him. Harold was the root of their problems, after all, and it was this self-centered young man who ran into the maid watering the flowers and then collapsed in the dirt. Harold then killed the maid after blaming her, which caused him to be hated for the rest of his life. Now, however, everything was different, and he saved the lives of 2 innocent women, allowing them to live in peace for many more years. However, that was just the start. More work had to be done. In the meantime, Norman the butler was on his way home, questioning whether he should have left Harold alone and why he was so upset. Norman, however, chose not to get involved because Harold would probably soon revert to his previous behavior. However, the butler was startled to hear the young master's malevolent laughter and realized how repulsed he was by everyone. They ought to be reduced to ashes because, in the end, their values were complete folly. Kazura was a perfect fit for the role of the insane young lord, using a magical fire spell to pretend that people were being destroyed. The butler, Norman, was astonished and wanted to know what had happened. Kazura realized that he was now merely repeating a text from memory, as though he had previously conditioned his game character's behavior, which required that everything appear realistic. The loud chatter and mocking laughter with the absent Clara sounded like the actions of a true madman, so Kazura decided it was a good idea to send Norman ahead. However, Norman hadn't left the forest, so Kazura was shocked to see him again and questioned why the butler hadn't done what he had been told. Norman merely apologized since he was at a loss for words to justify his behavior. Kazura threatened to take it to the grave and keep it a secret unless his butlers forgot what he had witnessed that day. And Norman was only supposed to give him his consent. Naturally, the butler agreed, not even bothering to inquire as to what was happening because he was so afraid. The young master's desperate attempt to conceal his weakness and desire to assist others was beyond Norman's comprehension. The butler started to believe that the young master had just imitated his parents' bad behavior and was doing everything he could to stay out of trouble with them because he didn't currently have enough power. Harold probably mimicked his parents because he was aware of the possible repercussions. Consequently, he was limited to purposefully misleading everyone in his vicinity. Norman was taken aback by this because he couldn't fathom how hard life must have been for this young man who couldn't express his emotions to anyone. The butler could have approached the boy and offered assistance, so he was baffled as to why he hadn't noticed this earlier. Norman ultimately concluded that merely feeling sorry would not suffice, so he was forced to assist the young lord, which required him to use all of his strength and abilities. The butler made the decision to support Harold until the helpless boy's heart was freed from the evil that surrounded him, which was brought on by his awful, despotic parents. In the meantime, the girl's carriage kept moving away from the area where they had spent so many years. They got closer to their new life as they got closer to the Stokes estate's boundaries, and Clara kept thinking about everything that was going on. The young lord gave orders to the guards, who were told to keep quiet about everything that was going on. Harold appeared unhappy as they continued to describe how they had obeyed the order, and how they had made every effort to get the horses and carriage ready as soon as possible. A coachman and 2 guards were instructed to take the girls as covertly as possible to the village of Blush and drop them off there. Once this task was finished, the carriage was to be driven to Leeds. Harold had secured a special permit ahead of time, which permitted his men to travel freely across enemy territory. Harold added that he had acquired this permit in order to deliver a blade from a Leeds blacksmith. Clara would have to receive the money as payment from the guards. However, the guards didn't understand how they would purchase the blade and why they had to turn over the money meant for it. Harold, however, angrily referred to his people as idiots who were beginning to annoy him because they ought to purchase a cheap sword in order to resolve the issue rather than an expensive one. Clara was still amazed by the turns of events as she held the gold coins in her hands at that moment. The coachman told her that she could already see the village of Blush. Since they would probably arrive by dawn, the coachman advised the women to take a little more time to rest. After thanking him for his concern, Clara made the decision to observe the sunrise. Since this was Clara's first sunrise in her free life, the coachman concurred. The first rays of sunlight cautiously peeping out from behind the mountains were breathtakingly beautiful, and Clara relished the moment. An optimism for the future was sparked by the crisp, humid morning air. Harold's parents were overjoyed that their cherished son had set the disgusting maid on fire. Lady Jessica commended the boy for his exceptional magical skills, and Lord Hayden was truly proud of his son. Playing the part of the evil heir to perfection, Kazura told his parents everything about the murder and claimed it was a simple case. However, he found it incomprehensible that these fools could believe him and not even suspect him of being in danger. When Harold's parents commended their child for the murder, Kazura was genuinely appalled and came to the realization that he would never be able to comprehend such dreadful individuals. The fact that the parents accepted the lie, however, meant that Clara and Colette were now safe. Zen rushed into the room and asked Harold what he was doing. The young lord angrily declared that he was not concerned with his personal affairs and ordered the door to be closed. In an attempt to get rid of the bothersome man, Kazura pretended to be Harold and asked Zen why he had come to see him. However, after their pleasant conversation during their moonlit night ride, Zen asked him to stop being so aloof and impolite. Harold told him to keep quiet right away because he remembered what Zen had been doing and thought it was useless to bring it up. Unless, of course, he desired to be tossed like a corpse into the fishes. Zen thought about this rather disagreeable suggestion and kept acting as though no one was there. Zen was still relieved Harold wasn't evicting him, though. He now felt that Harold didn't always notice the huge difference between him and the young lord, even though Zen undoubtedly recognized it. He even remembered his name and spoke to him, after all. Kazura kept thinking in the meantime, forgetting for a while who he was in this imaginary world. Zen was content to be with his master and chose not to bother him. But Zen's curiosity overcame him, and he inquired as to why an aristocrat such as Harold was interested in agriculture and shipping. Harold's usual suggestion, however, was to cut open Zen's stomach and sow a potted plant inside. Naturally, Zen turned down the offer, but he was still in awe of the plants the young man cared for with such care. Harold clarified that he watered some of his plants, fertilized others, and left others unwatered. Harold showed off his life potion, which he used to fertilize the plants and found to be the most effective in promoting growth. Zen believed the fertilizers should be commonplace because he had never seen anything like it. Harold observed, however, that plants that were irrigated with the pure potion without diluting it with water soon dried out without bearing fruit. In order to obtain satisfactory results, the optimal water ratio had to be determined. Harold then threw some fruit at Zen and told him to eat it right away. If he died of dysentery, there was no one to blame because he had come here and put himself in danger. Zen eventually started consuming the dense fruits and was taken aback by how much sweeter and tastier they had become. Harold wasn't at all concerned about Zen and was happy with the tasting results. It was surprising that this farming technique worked at all because it all felt a little out of place in the game. It's time to capitalize on it now. Numerous natural disasters have struck the Stokes estate in recent years, and many farmers are dealing with low harvests and excessive taxes. Many are unable to provide for their children and are even going hungry. Had it not been for Norman, Kazura would have been unaware of these issues. Furthermore, even though it was clear that the Stokes family took full advantage of their subjects, this went beyond simple cruelty and greed. When the starving people rebelled, Kazura, of course, wasn't concerned about his character's parents. Since he was a vile heir, the most important thing was to prevent his own death in such a circumstance. Harold gave Zen instructions to stop eating and bring the produce to the chefs so they could assess the fruit's quality and contrast it with ordinary meals. They also needed to figure out how well it would sell. With a vow to do everything, Zen referred to the young lord as General. Harold also inquired as to Zen's response when questioned about how he was executing the directive. The young man pledged to keep everything under wraps and to not disclose the precise nature of his actions. Zen quickly left the room after that, and the young lord was still perplexed as to why this man was so enthusiastic, and if he was truly that dumb as to follow orders. Harold then made the decision to go outside and work on his swordsmanship, which was a crucial ability in this fantasy world where one had to engage in combat. Harold tried to train both hands as he actively swung the blade. After all, it would be far more difficult for him to protect his life and carry on the game's plot if he lacked strength and skill. The young lord's performance gradually improved, and since he was in Harold's body, it was intriguing to learn more about his precise traits. Even though this character was undoubtedly a disgusting jerk, he was still regarded as one of the most formidable combatants, and it was extremely challenging to defeat him. However, the young student realized that he still lacked the level of proficiency that his game character had, but that he still had time to work on his magic and swordsmanship. And his original story might become even more epic based on his efforts. In this world of might and magic, fighting is necessary for survival. Of course, Harold needs to fight a lot because he will have a hard time avoiding battle. He will face an enormous number of adversaries, including a whole cast of heroes. Nevertheless, Kazura, who felt as though he was in a different body, made the decision to do everything in his power to win this tale and eliminate all of his rivals in order to live. A terrifying magical miasma was slowly covering this world's terrain, threatening all living things as it spread and infected ever larger areas. After a lengthy period of meditation, a young girl in a totally different location managed to remain calm while discussing Harold, the son of the Stokes family. Erica talked to her dad, who said he was sorry to bother her. However, she realized that the goal of everything was to save their people. After all, as a Sumeragi family daughter, it was her responsibility to keep them safe. The spread of miasma, however, posed the biggest threat. A large section of the mountain had already been contaminated, as was now known. Additionally, there were frequent reports of fresh disease outbreaks among the populace. They will eventually lose their forestry operations and be unable to adequately support the people living on their territory if the infestation continues to spread. It was all very depressing, and the only option was to sacrifice his daughter in order to keep the economy going. Her father told his wife about his plan and expressed his sincere regret. Erica begged the young assistant of the Juno family to leave her alone when he attempted to comfort her. Erica realized that she had no control over this situation, so she didn't need to worry about herself. This was the only thing she could do for her people, after all, and you have to realize that when one flag goes down, another one stays up and a third one comes up. Harold naturally asked the young lord if he had prepared a copy of the income and expenditure statement that he had requested when the financial advisor agreed to meet with him. Even though it turned out that everything was in order, Harold asked the advisor if there were any significant mistakes in the application. The advisor said that everything was in order. He didn't want to upset the advisor or hurt him in any way, so the young lord told him not to worry. After all, he is only concerned with the financial status of his family's land, and he is already aware that things have been getting worse over the past few years. His parents' extravagant spending on jewelry and clothing was the main cause. His family attempts to raise taxes in order to cover the huge costs, but this is short-lived. The burden on citizens will only grow as a result. After some consideration, the advisor cautiously admitted that such a trend did exist when the young man asked if he agreed with his conclusions. The advisor went on to say that while the number of immigrants from the nomadic region is continuously increasing, there are currently people who have been forced to close their farms because of financial difficulties. All of these issues could eventually have disastrous repercussions, and if they continue, the Stokes family will eventually disintegrate and lose its financial security and influence. Harold decided that his family's dissolution would be wonderful news and merely laughed sarcastically, calling the advisor a scumbag. However, the advisor advised him against saying such things because the information might be harmful if someone overheard. Then, according to advisor Jake, if things kept going this way, the agricultural industry would be the most affected, which would result in a sharp decline in profits and bankruptcy. Harold clarified that this was the exact reason he had asked advisor Jake to speak with him in his office, as he was the agricultural sector inspector and was the most knowledgeable about these issues. Although he was receptive to the idea, Jake acknowledged that he didn't fully comprehend the reason for his visit. To Jake's surprise, Harold motioned for Zen to show him the results of his food production. The young man then requested to taste these fruits right away and savor the red grotto, which he had grown himself and thus required evaluation. Harold told his skeptical advisor Jake to consume the fruit right away or risk becoming fertilizer for their cultivation. Jake was shocked that the young, malevolent lord was growing food even though he knew he had no other option. The advisor was astonished by the fruit's exquisite flavor after tasting one, and Zen said there was no other possible explanation. Harold acted as though he had invented these goods because he was furious about Zen's actions. However, Gareth went on to say that he had grown this crop himself because of meticulous research and a unique fertilization method, proving that it was a successful strategy for raising yields. The young man stated that he needed advisor Jake's assistance in spreading this successful method of growing food. Jack didn't think Harold would ask for assistance, and he didn't believe these words right away. Harold clarified that he was aware of how costly this could be and that they would require specific equipment based on the circumstances. As a result, he concluded that a scoundrel like Jake, who was well versed in the family's wealth and property, would be perfect for the position. To begin work, it is now necessary to identify those factors, install specific equipment, and of course, figure out how much the entire process will cost. Although there were some reservations, advisor Jake agreed to look into the matter and do his best to improve the current state of affairs. Harold figured that Jake would want to hear the entire story. Harold also reminded them that Jake would be imprisoned in the worst scenario and that his father would already be incensed if he were in his place right now. It was obvious to all that Lord Hayden would react as he did. Harold suggested that Jake think about this offer and the possibility of getting his financial circumstances under control. After all, the outcomes would be worthwhile if they did everything correctly. Harold advised Zen to use his brain, but Zen also wanted to know the specifics. The young lord then called a key and showed him a bottle of fertilizer. Harold explained how he developed a new growing technique using the life potion, which calls for fertilizing plants with a unique solution that contains the potion. They can start by introducing a few farmers to this technique and having them test the fertilizers on their fields. However, improving their financial status is the main motivation for using this system. Additionally, small volumes will be used in the initial research phase. They won't lose much time or money if failure turns out to be fatal. Farmers who are unable to set aside additional land for cultivation could have access to this fertilizer. They will make every effort to prevent the spread of economic inequality among farmers, even if this approach is successful. Since the Stokes family's supply of life potions should ideally be enough for such a large number, they will then attempt to combine multiple farms. Their task is made easier, and the initial expenses of creating the potion are eliminated because most potions have expired and must be disposed of anyhow. Furthermore, this method's most important feature is improved plant growth, and as we all know, different plant species have different sizes and tastes. However, rapid plant growth is still evident today. Harvesting the final crop typically takes 2 months, but with the life potion method of cultivation, you can have ready-made fruits in as little as 1 week or even 5 days. Advisor Jake was taken aback because he had never even considered that food could be grown so rapidly. However, he clarified that they were unable to permit this technique to proliferate to other farms and regions because of its extremely high rate of growth. After all, farming outside of their borders would be destroyed if a vast amount of high-quality, inexpensive food were to become available. Naturally, Harold was aware that his personal safety would be in jeopardy if others in nearby territories learned about his novel invention, as they might suffer significant financial losses. The young lord also realized that they should start small and make sure to set limits on the harvest because his father, who loved money, would try to monopolize the process if he learned about it. Additionally, they will have the chance to experiment with growing different crops if they eventually become more financially flexible. Harold referred to them as scum after noticing that everyone was staring at him. Advisor Jake said he was sorry for staring and that he was a little taken aback by the information, but that the plan as a whole looked fantastic and would undoubtedly produce results. Harold obviously just came up with ideas and expected others to handle the rest, but he also said he didn't need any mistakes and that anyone should notify him or offer advice right away if they saw any issues. Jake was perplexed and unable to comprehend how Harold had developed a novel approach to food production at such a young age and was able to create a detailed plan. All of this might have been another example of his overconfidence and unquenchable ambition. Norman also considered how the young master pays no attention to fame or wealth because he is devoted to helping the common people, demonstrating his capacity for empathy. Harold was a great leader because of all of this. Nevertheless, the young lord made the decision to ask Jake if he was prepared to serve as his first-in-command and offer all the help required in this challenging situation. To exert every effort and do everything within his power to make this concept a reality. Harold clarified right away that he didn't require Jake's assistance. Since they were merely common weaklings who couldn't do anything, they had to work together to care for the population, which was fighting for its life. When Lord Hayden revealed that his son's marriage had already been arranged and that he had personally handled it, Harold nearly choked on his water during a joint dinner with his father. Lady Jessica was overjoyed. "Who exactly would be my bride?" asked the young heir. Her father informed her about Erica, the daughter of the Sumeragi family, and how this union would enhance their distinguished heritage. Additionally, a few days later, they visit the Sumeragi family's estate to personally go over all the specifics, get to know one another better, and discover a great deal about the future wife's family. Harold was prepared because, of course, he couldn't turn down his father's offer. Nevertheless, he continued to consider his future and started to think back on what he had already seen during this game. One of the most aristocratic families that contributed to the founding of this nation is the Sumeragi family, who still have close ties to the ruling class. The Stokes family will gain more prestige and a few more drops of blue blood by joining them, which will satiate their need to be superior to others. Harold was aware that this alliance did not sit well with the Sumeragi family. In actuality, they had to sacrifice their cherished daughter in order to strengthen the family's financial position. Harold realized that if his family found out the whole truth about Erica, it would be devastating. Harold was unhappy with all of these changes, but he was able to rest for a while because he knew that advisor Jake could manage all of his worries regarding the implementation of his food-growing method. For someone from contemporary Japan to be discussing the future at such a young age was quite odd. However, the plot probably unfolded exactly as it should have, so the miasma was already having an impact on the Sumeragi family's estate. The young Stokes family heir retired to his room and started reading the Encyclopedia of Medicinal Herbs, where he came across some intriguing plants. In an effort to avoid upsetting his master, Zen stayed close. Harold concluded that he couldn't behave in a way that would raise his parents' suspicions, even if he wanted to stay safe and avoid dying. Harold was also aware of the compassion and connections of Tsuku, the head of the Sumeragi family. Therefore, it will be much easier for us in the future if we can convince him to join us. In this manner, he can better assist Rainer, the main character, while staying as out of the spotlight as possible. In any case, it would be a great choice to acquire Tasek as an influential ally, but there is still a great deal of worry that events will sidestep the game's original plot. As a result, meeting his future wife is a great way to build trust and learn more about the Sumeragi family, which will lead to a lot of opportunities for future activities. Zen kept a close eye on his master, wondering what he was doing and whether he was creating new, enormous fruits. In that instance, Zen concluded that he might even be helpful. However, the young lord persisted in acting like a displeased Harold and asked why Zen was in his room rather than at work. However, the inquisitive boy proudly announced that today was a day off. However, this knowledge did not enable Zen to persist in interfering with the young lord, and he was expelled from the room. Harold continued to take care of his business and train for the trip in the days that followed. It turned out to be a long and exhausting journey. However, Harold was eventually roused and told that they needed to get ready for the meeting because they were getting close to the Sumeragi family estate. A courteous servant welcomed the guests inside the house but cautioned them to take off their shoes. The Sumeragi family had a custom of doing this as a sign of respect for their guests. Harold soon received an invitation to enter the room where his future bride was waiting for him. But it didn't surprise him that he didn't see any happiness on Erica's face. Harold only recalled that the plot of the game indicated that this girl would end up being a useful ally of the main character. Harold also realized that he needed to be very cautious when he spoke to this girl because, based on the game's plot, she had a very negative attitude toward him, which was not surprising given that he was viewed by others as a horrible person. Even the monsters she killed were insulted by Erica's sensitive and trusting nature, and she was constantly trying to console people. And the only person she detested was Harold. She felt compelled to support the Stokes family financially, but she remained faithful to her husband until the end and kept playing the role of her family's savior. But what would happen if Erica, in addition to her incredible kindness, developed common sense and prudence, and then consented to an engagement with Harold, who no longer chooses the evil path? It wouldn't be the worst-case scenario if this occurred. But things could only get worse if this keeps Erica from joining Rainer, the main character. Erica should develop into a vital healer for the group of heroes in the future. They will be in dire need of her, their battles will become much more difficult, and they might fail to accomplish the primary objective. And realize that even if he could escape every scenario that put him in danger of dying, the heroes' team would fail to defeat the last boss, and the world would be destroyed, something that could not be permitted. He chose to give the worst possible impression of himself because of this, and even though he was plagued by regret afterwards, he had to say hurtful things to this girl for the sake of everyone. The head of the Sumeragi family gently introduced himself, his wife, Koyomi, and of course, his cherished daughter, Erika, at the start of the conversation. The women were more subdued than the family head. Additionally, Harold introduced himself and thanked them for the invitation. At one point, he even seemed taken aback by his own words, speaking in an unusually kind and courteous manner. Since Harold's father was raising his cherished son himself, he asked the girl right away if she liked Harold. Erika forced a smile and admitted that she was attracted to the young man. Harold, however, was aware that her eyes were dead and that she was doing everything in her power to hide the fact that she was lying. The only thing left to do was to persuade her to express her true feelings. Since they would be together in the future, Koyomi advised her husband that they leave Erika and Harold alone after they first met so that they could talk openly and get to know one another better. Harold made the decision to seize the chance after Lord Hayden endorsed this brilliant idea. Erika was to give Harold a brief tour at her father's request, and then they were to have dinner together. Harold accepted the girl's gracious invitation to follow her and thanked her for the honor. Naturally, though, that was a component of his strategy. Once the youths were outside, an ecstatic Erika made the decision to formally reintroduce herself to her future husband by providing her full name. Following the girl's lead, Harold pointed to a massive tree, which Erika described as a cherry blossom, whose blossoms had long been associated with the Sumeragi family. The girl claims that this tree does not grow in these areas and that the previous ruler brought several seedlings of this magnificent tree from far-off places when he first arrived here 500 years ago. In fact, Harold saw that this lovely tree was not like the sakura he had previously encountered. This response surprised Erika because she didn't think the boy would have ever seen a sakura. After admitting his error, Harold clarified that he had indeed seen something resembling a sakura. In any case, he had no interest in silly flowers. Outraged by Harold's impolite response, Erika questioned whether Harold was truly interested in the Sumeragi family, its history, and of course, its future. Harold claimed that he couldn't care less in an attempt to convey his lack of concern. However, he was taken aback at the time by how perfectly and incredibly politely this young woman attempted to communicate. In that case, Erika figured Harold was just interested in the noble name of her family. The guy wanted the girl to despise him as much as possible, and that was precisely what he was aiming for. He thus declared that the Sumeragi family did not seem noble to him. Harold described his family as being far more noble because, at least, they don't go around asking for help from other families in the hopes of becoming financially stable. The girl was upset because she hadn't anticipated her disgusting fiancé would react so rudely. Given that it sounded like a blood insult, and that his actions might conflict with their initial plans, Harold realized he might have gone too far. The young man from the Stokes family then told the girl to stop talking and take the letter so she could give it to her father when she got back. However, Erika lost control of her emotions and defied orders. Harold chuckled and told the girl that she could leave without looking back and only thinking about the personal insult if she wanted to watch her people suffer horribly. Erika hesitated at these words, questioning whether the letter actually described a way to save her people. Harold, however, persisted in being the jerk and said that even though Erika had nothing to lose, she wouldn't find out until she opened the envelope. In the end, Erika agreed to the letter, but she stated that this did not imply that she trusted him. Harold told her not to believe anything she heard and assured her that Erika would only believe it if she witnessed it firsthand. When Harold got home from the meeting, his butler, Norman, was waiting for him. After his journey, the young lord was advised to rest and recover by this courteous old man. Harold, however, responded that he needed to take a break at this time and asked the butler to update him on the progress of his technology's application in the agricultural industry, and whether any outcomes had been observed. According to Norman, everything is going smoothly at this point. The farmers were fully informed, and they had no trouble protecting their fields. As a result, the trial can start in 10 days. This was great news, and the young man requested that Jake's reports be regularly listened to and that he be kept informed of any developments, while maintaining confidentiality. Norman committed to doing everything as needed. Harold was happy with the outcome, and Norman seemed perfect for the part because he was good at working in the background. Furthermore, his parents didn't appear to have any suspicious suspicions. Harold also wanted to know how things were going in the Sumeragi family as soon as possible because, despite her anger over Erika's suffering, she knew she would not pass up the opportunity to help those who were suffering from miasma. so she would undoubtedly forward the letter to her father. Harold only noted the range of miasma infections he estimated from the map and a recipe for an effective antibiotic, but this obviously won't address the issue of an epidemic. However, all of his actions ought to eventually lead to Erika joining the heroes so that they can collaborate to solve the problem and get rid of the threat. Harold was unsure if Tasuka would accept a letter from an unidentified 10-year-old boy and if this wise man would have the courage to make medicine using his recipe. In any event, when the medication becomes widely used and helps people with their health issues, the head of the Sumeragi family will need to keep this letter in mind. The fact that Erika has chosen to accept the letter and will probably give it to her father, however, is sufficient for the time being and indicates that the plot is off to a strong start. After training with Zen for a few days, the young lord referred to him as a dumb fool who was incapable of defending himself, and made no attempt to do so. However, Zen was unable to handle Harold's attacks, and was terrified of hurting him. Harold said he should immediately stand up and fight for his life because he would feel the full force of his opponent's attack if he didn't fight back with all his strength, and didn't even try to hit him. However, Zen was obviously not a good fit for training. Harold beat his opponent a few minutes later and concluded that the soldiers probably shouldn't be hired as instructors because they were too scared of him because of his father's rage. However, learning actual combat techniques is extremely challenging in such circumstances. Gareth concluded that it might be worthwhile to request that his father supply him with a swordsman from the opposing side. An experienced swordsman wouldn't hold back during lessons, so it was unlikely that his father would want to put his son in danger. The young master was taken aback when the servant announced the arrival of a guest because he had not anticipated seeing anyone and wanted to know who it might be right away. After their talk, young Lord Harold was shocked to learn that the visitor was Erika Sumeragi and was completely perplexed as to why the girl had come to see him. Harold was upset by Erika's sudden arrival because it happened at a very bad time, just before the farm's tests began, and nobody should have bothered him. Nevertheless, the Lord made an effort to cool down, comprehend the girl's motivation, and determine whether or not she had actually responded to his letter. If so, Erika didn't need to be sent as a messenger. Erika was asked in for a conversation, but he was unable to decline her invitation. Harold wanted to know exactly what this enigmatic girl had in mind during their tea date. What had brought Erika to his house? The young lord asked. Harold, trying to keep his feelings in check. What had brought Erika to his house? The young lord asked. Harold, trying to keep his feelings in. He began by saying that she should be appreciative of his attention because, in contrast to Erika, he had no free time. Erika expressed regret for showing up without invitation. After dismissing the maid, the young lord advised the girl to save his time and give an explanation for her visit. Everyone would gain if she did it as soon as possible. After bowed courteously and expressing gratitude on behalf of her entire family, Erika went on to say that the recipe for a miraculous medicine had actually allowed them to save many of their residents. The fact that Tasuka was able to produce antibiotics that worked and acted considerably more quickly than anticipated made Harold happy. Harold declared with confidence that if the Sumeragi family weren't clinging so desperately to every last straw, they were probably really cornered. Erika confirmed her family's dire situation without arguing. Harold said he hoped he would be given some benefits for his assistance, but he clarified that all of his suggestions were only short-term fixes that wouldn't address the underlying issue, and that long-term use of the medication could have negative side effects. Erika was taken aback and inquired as to whether this medication actually did not fully cure the awful illness, as neither she nor her father were prepared for this. Harold clarified that only mild symptoms could be completely cured, severe cases could not. He didn't intend to show much concern for such pitiful people, so this cure was only a prototype. Despite his rudeness, Erika didn't argue. Naturally, the girl realized that their engagement was political in nature, and that the primary driving force behind this union was material support in the form of cash and merchandise in return for prestige. Erika, however, was still baffled as to why and when this obnoxious man had developed the remedy. Given that it's impossible to create such a special remedy in a matter of days, it was unclear if this had occurred prior to or following their engagement. A similar outbreak might have occurred elsewhere. The girl couldn't think of a reason. As Erika wondered what Harold was up to, the young lord grew impatient. When Erika saw this, she explained that she was meant to deliver another letter from her father, but Harold grabbed it out of her hands right away. Erika had indeed arrived as an envoy, and it seems her father felt it would be more respectful to send his daughter, confirming his suspicions. In addition to offering a prescription, the letter thanked Tasuka for his assistance in curing the illness. Based on the letter's contents, it appears that Erika's father sincerely appreciated his people's salvation and hoped that this incident would strengthen their trust and mutual support. Tasuka shared his findings, which had enabled him to identify no adverse effects at this point in the course of treatment. However, he pledged to keep a close eye on patients who were taking large dosages of the drug for extended periods of time. Harold was shocked by the letter's contents. Tasuka attempted to include all of his requests and the specifics of the medication treatment in the letter, but it ended up having a second page as well, and Harold was taken aback by Tasuka's elegance. On the second page, Erika's father discussed the challenging circumstances facing his estate. He hoped Harold would take his request seriously because he anticipated some unanticipated events in the future. In the hopes that she would be permitted to reside at the Stokes estate, Tasuka wanted to ask Harold to look after his cherished daughter. Tasuka clarified that he was unable to behave differently in this circumstance since, as a devoted father, he only had his daughter's best interests in mind. Tasuka's words startled Harold, and the girl saw the young master's condition. Erika understood the trouble she would cause Harold if she shared a home with him. The girl could only now rely on Harold's assistance because, as it turned out, she had already sent the carriage home. The young lord was so enraged by this that he hardly controlled his impulse to strike Erika. After calming down a little, Harold praised his future wife's bravery. Erika then burst out laughing and thanked him for his understanding, since she had undoubtedly put her fiancé in a dire situation. Harold then yelled angrily that he would not comply with such a blatantly biased demand. Unsurprised, Erika reminded him of Harold's role in saving the lives of innumerable people, but for some reason, he now treated his fiancé coldly. Harold described the substantial payment he received for saving lives, but he didn't anticipate that this compensation would bring him to the same table. Although her father had made many of the choices, Erika acknowledged that this hadn't been her plan either. The girl then got to her feet, apologized for taking up his time, and vowed never to bother Mr. Harold with her issues and wants ever again. The man was taken aback by this. He hadn't anticipated it. The girl quickly left the Stokes estate and apologized again for bothering him as she said goodbye. Harold was only voicing his disapproval, so he hadn't anticipated her choice. After considering everything that had transpired, the young lord had a bad feeling and realized that he had to make a crucial choice that would impact the course of the original plot as a whole. Harold ultimately made the decision to see his father in order to stay out of a number of potentially dangerous situations. He could have been talking to Erika, after all, and someone could have overheard. The young lord was already in his father's office a few hours after Erika left his estate, where he was informed that Tasek had also sent him a letter stating that his reign would now reside in his home. Harold didn't agree with the plan because it all seemed so dubious. However, Lord Hayden told his son that there was no issue because their families had already stated that they wanted to come together. Lord Hayden told his son that since Erika was expected to arrive at the estate's eastern gate, it was imperative to take a carriage right away and meet her in person as a sign of respect. Since Erika's journey home would take a full week, Harold realized right away that she had prepared a contingency plan and was aware that he would turn her down before they even met. And like a total moron, his father chose to grant this request. It was possible, after all, that Erika had come here as a spy or for some other covert reason that no one was aware of. The worst part, though, was that the letter he had sent with the prescription was the reason this development occurred and wasn't part of the game's original plot. Harold would have to monitor Erika's actions as a result. He soon ran into Erika again, who thanked him for her assistance and pretended that their earlier chat had never taken place. Harold, however, asked who had come with her and told her not to smile because he had seen right through her. It turned out that Erika had come with her friend, Juno, who had been by her side since she was a child. Like her owner, Juno grinned and thanked Harold for his assistance. The young lord, however, was not pleased with any of this. He already had enough issues with Erika, and now he would have to deal with two girls. Particularly since he had forgotten about Juno from the original storyline of the game. Thus, in addition to characters who are entirely unknown to him, it's highly probable that a new plot development involving Erika will take place. Harold made the decision to avoid them at all costs in order to protect his life. Finally, he said he didn't plan to take care of them all the time because he didn't have much time. Anyway, as long as they remained out of the way, they could stay as long as they wanted. The girls pledged not to bother the young master, and thanked him once more for his assistance. But if they had gone home now, Harold would have been better off. As he worked to arrange his son's wedding as soon as possible, Lord Hayden was much more upbeat about the arrival of the young girls and prepared to give them the best living conditions. Lord Hayden commanded all servants to treat the girls with the highest hospitality or face imprisonment. Harold was prepared to attack his father after being shocked by his actions, but that was obviously not an option. Her father, however, did not discourage her and suggested that Harold arrange a tour of their city to demonstrate his concern for his future wife. After all, one of a nobleman's essential skills was being able to accompany a woman. In response to the Lord's words, Erica expressed gratitude and thanked him for the exciting tour. Erica asked Harold to look after her, and Harold did so as though they had never argued. Harold was shocked because it was only now that he realized he had been left with no other option from the start. The head of the family and Kiryu were reading a letter that Harold had sent them at the Sumeragi estate just before Erica got to Harold's house. The message's contents were extremely dubious because the young lord discussed important topics in an overly candid manner. Tasuka was still aware that the Stokes family could not gain anything from the letter, even if everything it said was accurate, but it was clear that the letter alluded to their family's impending decline. Kiryu continued to question whether a very young boy could have written such a letter, and he thought maybe someone else was responsible. Harold was a messenger, and Tasuka did not rule out the possibility. If they truly wanted to assist the Sumeragi family, it would be wise to find out who wrote this letter and why they took such a complicated route. After all, it is obvious that the person who wrote it wanted to hurt the Stokes family. This man may have a close relationship with their family and influence young Lord Harold. Or maybe he's just deftly controlling everyone around him to suit his purposes. However, it appears that Heir Harold is totally at the mercy of someone else in this whole situation. However, it is not impossible that a clever provocation could be used to put the Sumeragi family to the test in a dire circumstance. Therefore, if they attempt a thorough investigation, they run a very high risk of losing everything. After all, they are in a situation right now where they could just vanish on their own without assistance. And whoever wrote the letter would have just needed to keep out of the matter if they really wanted this. Ultimately, the two men came to the conclusion that since the real author of this message did not want their family to perish, everything it contained was probably the truth and should not be shared. Tasuka finally made the decision to take action and gave Kiryu instructions to get everything ready right away and to only use the medication with the patient's permission after fully informing them of all the risks. Lord Hayden advised them not to cut corners on the food, and the head of the Stokes family threw a splendid reception for the visitors. He went on to say that the best ingredients, which were carefully cultivated and foraged on the Stokes lands, were used to make it. Erica and Juno thanked their host for the delicious meal and appeared to be very happy girls. Harold attempted to comprehend Erica's intentions, and she did a fantastic job as the foolish bride. Lady Jessica inquired about her son's depression after noticing it. The boy simply responded that he was fine, obviously not wanting to divulge all of his concerns. Lady Jessica, a loving mother despite her extreme cruelty, started to check on Harold because she thought he might be sick. Harold, however, detested such occasions and begged his mother to spare him from humiliation in front of the guests. Since Harold had always been a very shy child, his parents apologized for treating him like a child in front of his future bride and laughed at their own foolishness. In actuality, though, Harold was more concerned with his parents' appearance than his own. They now appeared to be much more stupid than he was. Erica could see it in the eyes of the servants, who were purposefully trying to give their guests the impression that they were kind and loving parents. Even as Harold, mentally cursing his relatives, tried to finish his portion as soon as possible and leave this room, Erica and Juno remained composed and unable to express everything they were thinking. Erica and Juno, alone in the room, talked about Harold's behavior, which had indeed shown him to be a very mischievous child. However, Erica recalled her father's remarks, in which he implied that Harold was being manipulated and that someone could have fixed him entirely. However, based on his personality, Harold wasn't the kind to hear what other people had to say. However, Erica was reminded by Juno that she had attempted to test him, but it had failed. Erica continued to think that whether Harold was attempting to mislead them or not was irrelevant at this point. After all, They would be powerless to avoid the danger that hung over the Sumeragi family until they discovered his true motivations. Juno's companion shared Erika's viewpoint, as it was precisely for this reason that they had traveled so far and found themselves in this place, which was rife with cruelty and deceit. Erika was aware of this as well and advised Juno to exercise caution, but there was no need to worry because her companion assured her that she would try her hardest. After all, her favorite thing to do as an agent is to solve secret cases. Finding the enigmatic puppeteer was crucial if Harold's actions were merely a game, and Juno realized that it would be foolish to just sit back and take it all in stride. This is exactly what Tasuku thought, so he sent his daughter here to serve as bait and divert their attention during the day. Juno was, of course, the driving force. Harold's mother would have to take the initiative to approach him while his father was preoccupied with his everyday tasks. However, Juno realized that all of this might be for nothing, since the other side had yet to appear, even though there were many reasons to do so. This implied that there would be no benefit to getting rid of the puppet. Furthermore, based on the young Stokes family heir's actions, it is highly likely that his consciousness is fully controlled and that he is not even aware of what he is doing. This is exactly what the sage Tasuku said, but it will be determined by the process of observation and covert investigation within the Stokes family whether or not this is true. If this was the case, Juno concluded she would need to use all of her skills and abilities to resolve this challenging circumstance and identify the appropriate character. Juno quickly learned the following day that there were rules in the Stokes domain. One had to put up with anything they didn't like or face the consequences. Except for the aristocrats, everyone in this place was trash, after all. The average person struggles to make ends meet and pays high taxes. Ordinary people are unable to rebel against the Stokes because of their obsession with weapons and sizable army. In order to better understand what people were thinking, Juno wanted to know what the city's rumors were, but she also ran into people who were scared to speak with her and discuss the situation. In the end, it was found that a lot of people thought Harold, Lord Hayden's son, was involved in something. But because of Lord Hayden's unending cruelty, nobody dared to bring up the subject for fear of dying. The girl persisted in her research and talked to a lot of people, who hesitantly divulged some crucial information that allowed the whole picture to be pieced together in the end. All of this was merely a rumor, of course, but there is always truth in rumors. Ultimately, that was the responsibility of an experienced agent with information analysis skills. In the meantime, Lord Hayden arranged for Harold and Erika to take a tour of the city. However, they immediately hid in their houses and whispered behind his back as soon as the young Stokes family heir showed up. Harold's presence caused the streets to immediately empty, and Erika found the experience so disagreeable that she did not enjoy this outing because even the merchants closed their stores. Since the city was hardly mentioned in the game and there were no thorough maps, Harold didn't know much about it. As a result, he had to first ask Norman about all the fascinating locations. He eventually discovered one open store with a merchant who appeared terrified. Harold insisted that the merchant give Erika some merchandise, for free of course. The terrified merchant obeyed right away and didn't even consider protesting. Erika thanked the merchant for the gift despite being horrified by his harsh treatment. Harold recognized the girl's feelings and realized that people were afraid of his reputation. Harold never realized that his rumors about Clara's vicious murder would have such a detrimental impact on the populace, as he is now more despised than his father. The safety of Clara and Colette was more important than who informed others about the maid's passing. There was no other option, and they couldn't let their parents begin searching for them. Harold said he was sick of walking and that it was time they went back to the estate after a disagreeable visit to the trading post. Even though she wasn't very excited about the trip, Erika accepted the suggestion. Harold met with Jake after the walk to inquire about the farm's progress. Everything worked out perfectly, and Jake was happy with the outcomes in each of the 6 areas where a healthy harvest was anticipated. Harold realized that he could not stop at what had been accomplished, so he declared his intention to increase food production. However, Jake clarified that even if he picked up a shovel himself, it wouldn't help because they were short-staffed. Norman also warned that if they were unable to control the farmers, market prices would plummet. Although Harold accepted, he questioned whether it was actually feasible to include even more people in this process given the vast number of servants on the estate that could be employed. Given that the boys were being held accountable for their involvement in a delicate matter, Butler Norman thought it would be wise to appoint Ario and Maxon as overseers. Harold, however, thought it would be improper to take 2 soldiers off duty in order to go to a far-off village. Recruiting total strangers from other estates might be a better option. Harold decided he could somehow persuade his father that he needed to hire workers from other estates after Norman was taken aback. However, preventing their escape in some way would be crucial. Jake decided to complete his report after agreeing. He claimed that 7 harvests with a rich red color, 6 with a supersaturated color, and 11 with a blue tint had already been harvested, and that no instances of soil depletion following fertilizer use had been found to date. There was no difference observed by the cooks who frequently used vegetables. Although Harold was happy with the information, he concluded that issues might still exist. Jake should thus keep an eye on things and report back. Since the city is so large and you can walk around it all day, Juno was taken aback when she saw Erica on her way back to the room and inquired as to why she had returned from the excursion so soon. According to Erica, she had previously heard about the Stokes family's poor public support but was unaware of how severe it was. That was amply demonstrated by the terrified expressions on the faces of the servants. It was all quite depressing, and Erica found it hard to comprehend why she had selected a groom from such a bad family. After hearing innumerable rumors, Juno came to the conclusion that the Stokes family was anything but honorable. Erica was confident in Juno's skills, and her companion clarified that it was normal for many more mysteries to emerge right away after learning a few secrets about people. However, there are so many horrible secrets in this family's closet that she feels uneasy discussing them with Mrs. Erica for fear of upsetting her sound sleep and damaging her mental health. However, Juno eventually revealed a horrible incident that had occurred not long before. She discovered that Harold, the young heir, used his magic to personally burn a servant and her family to death. An innocent woman and her daughter, aged 9, perished that terrible night. Declaring it stupid to believe rumors, Erica was so shocked that she couldn't believe it. However, Juno was certain because this was verified by court employees who knew the murdered maid personally in addition to by rumors from the streets, proving that it was more than just idle rumors. However, Erica was unable to comprehend how this could be. Harold, in spite of his impoliteness, had personally provided a successful remedy and saved lives. This boy was hoped to be different from his parents. Juno warned Erica not to be alone with Harold because she had no idea what he would do, and she promised to keep a careful watch on Harold. Although Erica was trembling from emotion and fear, Juno assured her that she would be safe. Juno assured Erica that everything would work out because she was sure of her skills. But the girls didn't know Harold's true identity, or his current mission to address the food issues facing the average person. Erica hadn't left her room since her walk with Harold, which the maids noticed was odd. Yes, the girl had been refusing to see anyone for the past 2 weeks. In order to avoid drawing attention from strangers, Harold continued his fencing training throughout this time and picked a location distant from the scene of his alleged burning of Clara. In order to learn how to defend himself in the future, the young Stokes family heir aimed to maximize his blade and magic skills. Developments over time made it possible to employ thunder and lightning spells as effective combat tactics. This was a lethal and effective way to deal with adversaries. In addition to the destructive thrusts of the blade, Harold was reassured by magical lightning strikes and even succeeded in destroying dense trees. Even though all of this was obviously a big step up from those pitiful training sessions at the start, Harold knew it would not be sufficient. Even after learning the fundamentals of fencing, the boy realized he was still a long way from being Harold and that he had to keep going. Since his strength and skill allowed him to do everything much better and protect himself as much as possible in this world, all that remained was to keep trying to become as good as the original Harold. Harold was training nearby in Juno in the meantime. She saw the ease with which the young master wielded a blade and added magical spells to his blows. All of it was a skillful display by a skilled swordsman. Although Juno had other pressing issues right now, she hoped to speak with him and find out for herself whether this guy posed a threat to them. Erica's companion was terrified to tell Harold something he would not like after witnessing his abilities. She was unsure if she would have a chance to survive if this occurred because Harold was dangerous. However, the girl still wished that she could blend into the darkness, so that she could always vanish without a trace and escape death if something went wrong during the conversation. However, just as Juno was hiding behind the tree, a blade pierced it, and the girl stepped on a dry branch, exposing herself. Harold gave the order to leave right away, and my companion concluded that I was doomed. The young companion's first thought was to just flee, but she was still terrified and unsure of her ability to do so in such a circumstance. Juno guessed that Harold had likely seen all her hidden movements from the very beginning. He was only 10 years old, but he already had such amazing skills that he could fool her with ease. There was no question about it because he knew where she was and threw his sword as soon as she became distracted. And you would already be dead if she hadn't been behind the tree. Actually, though, it was all an accident, and Harold's blade just fell out of his hand as he made another lunge. He was as terrified as Juno at that moment, and had no idea who was in the bushes. Harold pretended to be challenging his opponent to a fight, even though he was well aware that he was worn out from training. Then surprise replaced the fear. Juno started apologizing for spying on the young man, but Harold didn't understand what she was doing there. Many questions were raised by the entire situation. The young man concluded that it was excellent that the girl was unharmed and that she seemed to find it fascinating to watch the child play with the blade. Harold, preserving his persona as a furious aristocrat, said that Juno should be aware of her position and that it was impudence for her to watch herself. He assured her that she would immediately bid her life farewell if something similar occurred again. Juno also had exceptional acting abilities, portraying a naive and troubled girl who was sincerely sorry for her error. Nevertheless, she was happy with how things worked out at the time. Juno was thankful he didn't kill her then, but she saw the young aristocrat as a warning and knew she wouldn't have another chance to live if she made the same mistake again. She must now give thanks to God for the sturdy tree that stood in the way of the blade, as the seasoned secret agent could not have predicted how easily this young boy would expose her. Juno pondered how she could keep Lady Erica safe, since Harold had so easily outshone her at hiding in the background. She wouldn't have a chance in combat because of the huge disparity in their skills. Since the young aristocrat proved to be both a formidable swordsman and an exceptionally resourceful individual, it is unlikely that he will be able to match him. The only option left is to concede defeat. Harold changed the topic and asked how the dejected Mrs. Erica was doing. Juno explained her poor health right away, blaming it on the exhausting journey and the strange environment, to which Erica was struggling to adapt. Harold purposefully avoided displaying any affection for his bride and advised the guests to return home if they were experiencing severe homesickness. Harold was described by Juno as being extremely cold toward his lovely bride. Juno suggested that Harold find at least a little warmth in his heart because, in this situation, he would not lose anything but could discover something new. Naturally, Harold was aware of his rudeness, but he was powerless to stop himself from calling Juno a gullible idiot. He went on to say that he had no intention of marrying Erica and that their relationship was doomed from the beginning. In a brilliant move, Juno asked him to clarify his true motivations. Harold became aware that he had hurried things and said too much at that precise moment. He really couldn't let anyone know that he was going to end this stupid engagement, after all. Harold therefore made the only sensible decision in this case and pretended it was time to go by ending the conversation. Although Erica wasn't ill or depressed in the original game, he was still worried about her health. This game world had long since changed because the game didn't even have a parameter like illness. However, the current state of affairs could very well be a plot twist that would result in Erica's death and other unanticipated outcomes. The young girl was in a very bad state of mind and just cried while staring up at the sky. She had no desire to talk or do anything else. After Harold returned to the estate, he realized he'd forgotten his sword in the forest and rushed to retrieve it. Throwing away a weapon that was so expensive was a stupid move. However, the young aristocrat saw Erica as he was about to head back into the forest. Harold couldn't understand why his fiancée was out at night and was shocked to see her alone. Erica was also quite anxious and hadn't anticipated meeting anyone. Harold was aware of Erica's illness and that it was not advisable for her to breathe the chilly night air while wearing such light clothing. In any event, the young nobleman realized that he couldn't assist Erica in any way without tarnishing his reputation as the evil groom. And he had no choice but to accompany the girl to her room in this circumstance. Before calling her a fool for choosing to wander alone on a chilly night and exacerbating her illness, he inquired as to why Erica was out there. So she had to go back to her room right away. The man was just trying to find out how she was feeling, of course, but his speech was uncontrollable. Harold was annoyed by Erica's silence and insisted that she respond right away, stating that it was rude to keep quiet while others were speaking to her. Even so, it was understandable that Erica was upset because persistent rudeness could drive someone to stop talking to them. Harold ultimately made the decision to have Erica escorted out by a servant. Harold, meanwhile, declared that he didn't give a damn about Erica's health and that she was free to stay outside and freeze if she so desired. However, the girl interrupted to ask him to wait because she had a crucial question. Harold persisted in being impolite and told him to talk more quickly because he was pressed for time. The girl plucked up the courage to say that she wanted to hear directly from Harold about his personal burning of his maid because she had heard about it. The young aristocrat understood then why Erica was ill, and it was clear that the rumors had eventually found their way to her. He started to wonder how this miscommunication could be resolved. After giving it some thought, the Stokes family acknowledged that this was undoubtedly untrue. At that moment, optimism filled the girl's face, banishing all negative thoughts. Harold's accomplishments should not be undervalued though, as he later claimed to have burned not just one servant but also her daughter while donning the mask of a ruthless aristocrat. Startled, Erica tried to understand why he had acted in such a cruel manner. Harold, however, accused the women of being too foolish and ineffective. He can kill them at his whim and desire because, to him, all these little people are just talking animals. Startled, Erica urged him to stop right away. Harold, however, kept playing his part, stating that the deceased women should be thankful that they traveled to the other world together since it would prevent them from feeling alone. Furthermore, these are the lowest beings on the planet, existing solely to cook, clean, and fulfill the orders of true aristocrats. After losing control of her emotions, Erica finally mustered the strength to slap the disgusting man, for whom human life had no value at all. Anger took the place of the momentary hope for the best. Erica broke down in tears and referred to Harold as the worst person she had ever encountered. When Erica concluded the conversation, the young aristocrat acted as though he didn't care about anything she said and thanked her for the brilliant idea. Harold truly wanted to tell the whole truth at that moment, and Erica felt the harshness of this world once more. Since Harold had to lie and purposefully cause trouble for people in order to keep them safe, the burning feeling on his face from the hard slap caused him to reflect for a while on everything that had been going on. Harold was so depressed when he got back to his room that he didn't even notice the boisterous Zen who wanted to play with the young master and asked a lot of questions as usual. However, even this loud and dim-witted boy saw Harold's distress and volunteered to assist. Zen should leave his room, however, as the young aristocrat complained of exhaustion and requested not to be bothered. Zen didn't want to do this. He started to resist, but Harold, like many times before, simply pushed the guy out of his room, accompanying him with insults and kicks. Even though Zen had no idea what was going on, he could feel how hard it was for the young nobleman right then. Alone with his thoughts, Harold sank into melancholy. A man from a different planet who had been made to pretend to be a cruel aristocrat found it hard to see everything as a reward and felt oppressed by it. He was clearly trying to get Erica to leave him by saying things that were too harsh. But in the end, the young woman couldn't stand his rudeness because it was so disgusting. Harold, however, realized that he could not afford to make mistakes or let himself grow accustomed to someone in this world. Thus, he was forced to keep acting like a ruthless aristocrat. Harold felt a great deal of moral pain and regret for what he had done yesterday, even though he slept for a very long time and was shocked to discover that half a day had already gone by. To enjoy the moment, he would probably just play the scene again a few times if he were still a player. However, he didn't want to accept the new role that he was in. Even so, the sensation of extreme hunger compelled me to get out of bed and head to the dining room to find food because the stomach ache only made me feel worse. Harold had called for a conversation with the butler beforehand, and he showed up in the dining room. Norman was worried about the young nobleman's health and speculated that he might have slept so long because of accumulated exhaustion. Harold, however, claimed that he was fine and that he was simply having trouble sleeping for a while. He then suggested that they talk about the issues on the farms again, and reminded them that they had already covered the general secrecy and the labor shortage. Norman, of course, recalled all of this, and he had not forgotten the offer to hire total strangers from other domains, provided they were totally loyal. Harold wanted to talk about exactly this. The young aristocrat proposed forming a merchant guild to compel them to purchase the rights to a unique food-growing technique in exchange for a sizable commission. In this manner, they could blame the guild for all of the issues involving the farmers. The butler had not even anticipated such a drastic shift in the young master's plans, so he was taken aback by this proposal. Harold, however, told him to believe what he was saying. The man believed that the plan should be very straightforward because they would only need to sell the cultivation method to traders, who would then use it for farmers and eventually get their share of this amazing invention without having to worry about confidentiality. Of course, everything was ideal in theory, but the only issue was that it would be hard to locate a trustworthy trading guild that wouldn't eventually trick him and fall under the authority of another feudal lord. Given that the guild was typically staffed by shrewd and avaricious individuals, Norman shared these worries. Harold, however, reminded him that he wanted to talk to Norman and Jake about the matter because he was the one making the inquiries here. Despite the Stokes family's considerable authority, the butler warned right away that the major merchant guilds would not be intimidated by the lack of trustworthy connections in this area. Furthermore, such a significant task would obviously be beyond the capabilities of small-time merchants. Harold concurred with Norman and recognized that his parents probably had good connections, but he was unable to share the details of his special technique with them. The butler praised the young master's brilliance despite all the challenges, saying that it would be a great way to make the merchants do all the work and only benefit themselves. Harold, however, said right away that it would be better to explain everything to Jake right away in the hopes that he would come up with a solution because there was no use in having a great idea if they couldn't use it. Zen repeatedly knocked on the young aristocrat's door when he hadn't yet gone back to his room, promising to go in even if he didn't have permission. When he did, he was disappointed to see Harold not there. After deciding that Harold had probably gone off to practice fencing once more, Zen discovered Lady Erica, whom he had hardly ever seen before, while strolling around the house. After giving the girl a warm greeting and explaining that everyone knew him here, Zen asked where Juno's companion was now. Erica graciously explained that her assistant had come to the city for personal reasons. Zen nevertheless made the decision to keep in touch with the lovely girl, telling her that since Mr. Harold had already checked and was free to go wherever he pleased, he was not in the room if she was looking for him. The outgoing young man informed her that Harold had been too preoccupied with significant issues recently, which was causing her to worry that he might become weaker due to overwork. Erica was shocked by Zen's peculiar behavior toward the disgusting aristocrat. The man then asked how Lady Erica was feeling, and she replied that she was still depressed and affected by what had happened the night before, even though she was trying to look good. Zen offered to help, saying he could talk about anything and that he knew more than anyone else about what was happening in the estate. Erica acknowledged that she was extremely disturbed by Master Harold's unrepentant use of magic to murder servants. However, Zen quickly brushed it all off as mere idle gossip because the family had such a dark reputation that common people would start making up all kinds of frightful tales. Erica shouldn't take it as fact, just as he didn't personally believe it. However, the girl clarified that Harold had personally told her this, and since Zen worked at the estate, and it was doubtful that such a thing could be kept a secret, she must have known the murdered woman. Naturally, Zen was taken aback by this response, and was at a loss for what to do. Erica remained outraged and went on to say that she could not fathom how she could possibly follow Mr. Harold after this because he was a truly vicious monster. Zen lost his confidence right away, and Lady Erica acknowledged that she would never forgive Harold for killing an innocent person and that she could not accept him for who he truly was. And even though she is his fiancée and truly hopes that this marriage will save her people, she finds it extremely difficult to put all she has learned behind her and simply be by Harold's side. The girl broke down in tears as she talked about how she would never be able to control her emotions and how no amount of goodwill could make her marry Harold. That's all she can think about right now. However, the girl was able to calm down and apologize to the man she hardly knew for her condition a few minutes after she had vented her feelings. After that, Erica rushed to her room, but Zen regretted how deeply this distressed girl had fallen into delusion because Mr. Harold was actually a very good man. Naturally, Zen was aware of the young aristocrat's heroic transformation into a man in order to save a woman and child. But now, the girl, who is attempting to put her family and people before herself, is regrettably unable to know the whole truth. These two individuals are actually fairly similar, and they uphold their values in spite of their youth. If they ended up splitting up due to a simple miscommunication, that would be a very bad idea. All of this, in Zen's opinion, should never have happened because these two young people are so strong and kind that they ought to be together and open up to one another. Zen chose to act independently in spite of all the rules and asked Lady Erica to go with him to a fascinating location. Naturally, Zen was aware that he was defying his master's commands, but he was powerless to change his behavior at this point. Harold's anger frightened the good-natured boy, but he could not let his soul finally fall apart. Consequently, he needed to step in and stop that. Zen saw this as a pivotal moment in which he could make all the difference in the world, and he realized that he would live to regret the missed chance if he now turned away from the ray of light that could melt the awfully cold ice. If he didn't have the guts to save Harold and convince this lovely girl of his good intentions right away, he would never be able to forgive himself. Zen chose to take a chance even though he thought of himself as a straightforward, rather dim, and incompetent individual who might not be able to communicate with Harold in the future. He asked the young woman to give Harold some time because he knew he would be the best option for her. Erica accepted the young man's proposal after observing his resolve. After a few minutes, they had already approached Harold's room, and the girl was truly perplexed as to why they had come here, particularly since they had entered without the owner's consent. Since Harold was probably already on his way here and shouldn't be aware of her presence, Zen, who already realized he had no way back, asked Erica to act very quietly. Zen made a hasty attempt to conceal Lady Erica in Harold's room, and he was successful by the time Harold went in. When the young nobleman saw Zen, he was taken aback, but the rambunctious man immediately went back to his act of utter stupidity. When no one responded, Zen started to defend himself, much to the ire of his master, by claiming that he had just chosen to see how Harold was doing. Harold, however, referred to Zen as a total moron for not realizing that he needed permission to enter the room. Erica was in the closet at the time, wondering why she had even accepted this guy she hardly knew. Silently listening to someone else's conversation put her in a very foolish and dangerous situation. Zen, meanwhile, stated that he had prepared a report and had not simply shown up at his master's door. Harold was still furious and recommended that the idiot present his report as soon as possible. As soon as he realized what was happening, Zen started to voice his worries about the rapidly spreading rumors about Clara. Additionally, people's and different merchants' interest in this issue is only increasing. Zen described how he tried to remain silent despite being pressed for every detail of the maid's murder. Harold's reputation is being harmed by these rumors, though, as common people are starting to greatly exaggerate what happened that evening. Harold, however, didn't give a damn about what people thought of him, so he called Zen a worthless fool who squandered his valuable time talking about imaginary issues. However, Zen proved to be more intelligent than Harold had assumed, and he eventually succeeded in persuading the young nobleman to state that he had no plans to go out to the populace and inform them of Clara and her daughter's safe escape to a secluded village. The girl was still hiding in the closet, but these words made her feel the most amazing emotions, and she now realized why Zen had taken her there. As this was going on, the loud guy kept talking to Harold and apologized for his ignorance. The young aristocrat clarified that everyone should continue to view him as a vicious killer because if his parents somehow found out how he had lied to them, Clara and her daughter's lives would be in jeopardy once more. However, Zen chose to capitalize on his achievements and volunteered to tell Lady Erica the truth. Harold's doubt was spotted by Zen, who reminded him of Lady Erica's deep depression over all these rumors. The young aristocrat, however, refused to accept this stupid suggestion because he was not going to back down. When someone wanted to believe in Harold, Zen honestly didn't understand why he had to keep the truth from them. However, the other-world alien was aware that telling Erica the truth was vital because doing so would change the game's original plot and might result in death. Although Zen's generosity was obviously respected and had been helpful to Harold during some trying times, all of his good intentions could result in death and were obviously unacceptable. In order to prevent Zen from ever considering telling Erica again, the young aristocrat made the decision to think of a strong excuse for his rejection. Harold declared that he would not engage in conversation with a foolish girl who wept over everything. Maybe the girl felt sorry for the innocent women who perished in the magical flame, Harold suggested, or maybe her tears had nothing to do with him. However, it made no difference because Erica could have been crying for someone else anyway. Thus, she continues to be a simpleton who has no understanding of this world. Harold said that Erica was too kind, but that's the weakness's kindness, and it won't make a difference in this world. Therefore, He would only endure endless suffering if he were to walk hand in hand with such a person throughout life. Zen started to see his master's point of view and figured Harold was somehow looking after Erica. However, the young aristocrat retorted that he had no intention of marrying some whiny, foolish girl who cried over everything and that he only considered himself first, even if it meant helping Erica. Zen was still surprised to learn that Harold was reluctant to wed Erica, a stunning woman, and asked him to explain why this was not possible because it went against his parents' wishes. However, the young aristocrat claimed that even Zen, who is such a dumb fool, ought to have understood that his parents' engagement was merely a ploy to gain power and money. Harold then described how a miasma had caused the Sumeragi lands to rapidly decline a number of years ago. Despite the fact that this catastrophe was unprecedented for the continent, none of the nearby feudal lords hurried to Erica's father's aid. Only his father made the decision to set up this charade in order to secure a marriage that their lineage desired. Zen suspected that ending this engagement would be disastrous for the Sumeragi family, even though he hadn't taken the severity of the situation into account. Harold, however, told him not to worry because he had already taken all the required precautions. Harold then described how he had asked Erica to bring a letter with crucial information for Tasuka to use to his father while he was in Sumeragi's domain. Harold, who cursed Zen for his foolish curiosity, admitted that he had written a letter outlining ways to prevent the horrible illness, but he had also taken note of the forecast regarding the infection's likely spread. Therefore, Erica's father could restore his forest and attract people back to it with the aid of the medication if the area was only mildly polluted. He also intends to share his special food-growing technique with Tasuka in the future. However, the letter only alluded to the potential introduction of revolutionary technologies and provided little information about the method, which had not yet undergone all the necessary testing. He immediately recommended taking all necessary steps to end the engagement. There is no need to marry Erica because the Sumeragi family will be able to survive this horrible chapter in their history because of the cure and the new technique for growing vegetables. Additionally, they won't require outside assistance once they have restored the forestry sector. Naturally, Tasuka is aware of this, so convincing him to call off the engagement will be simple because, aside from Lord Hayden, nobody will be negatively impacted and everyone will be happy. Zen expressed gratitude for the transparency and acknowledged that he was surprised by how much. Everything was masterfully organized. After this talk, Harold felt a little better and was taken aback by Zen's intelligence. The young aristocrat made the decision to warn the inquisitive man about his enviable future if he did anything wrong for that exact reason. Harold asked Zen to approach, but he pretended not to understand. Zen ran the risk of becoming a destitute vagrant after the young aristocrat quietly informed his friend that he should begin considering finding a new master because the Stokes family would soon be extinct. The inquisitive boy was genuinely taken aback this time since he was certain Harold was attempting to save his family from ruin with his miracle farms. The young aristocrat clarified that while he might be able to postpone his family's fateful moment for a while, the issue of crippling taxes and unnecessary spending would still persist. In addition, he was already sick of doing everything by himself. Despite the Stokes family's brutality, Zen still didn't want to see them destroyed because he didn't know what would happen to the residents of their land. Harold, however, was at least satisfied that Tasuki Sumeragi's family would be alright and was unsure of the answer to that question. This time, Zen saw no connection to Erica's family and lost his understanding of his master. Harold, however, who was once again persuaded that the man before him was a fool, explained how he had asked Erica's father in that letter to look after all the refugees in the event that the Stokes family fell. Ordinary people always require care and assistance, or else they will all starve to death. Erica's loving father must provide this, and he will naturally act noble and accept everyone who is in pain. Harold had to have faith in Mr. Sumeragi because, although he still allowed for the possibility that Tasuka would be a scoundrel and refused to comply with his request, the likelihood was too remote. Harold gave his inquisitive interlocutor a disdainful look and explained that he had put him in a very tough situation and that he was unsure of how to handle a man who had gained too much knowledge. In a moment of terror, Zen started to swear to Harold that he would never discuss this conversation with anyone else. In the closet, Erica was attempting to make sense of what she had heard because everything she had previously understood had completely vanished. Harold told him to leave the room right away after he had finished speaking with his friend, and Zen, still acting like the fool, said he would. However, Zen offered to practice fencing with his master and asked him about his future plans before departing. Harold was astonished by this, since Zen was a worthless foe. However, Zen went on to explain that he had always thought of fencing as his hidden passion, which is why he had only ever dreamed of seeing Mr. Harold's renowned artwork and distinctive style. In order to witness the magnificent blade movements, the inquisitive boy started pleading with the young nobleman to accompany him. Harold instantly thought of Juno observing him and concluded Zen wanted to emulate her. However, at last, the youthful nobleman considered the prospect of honing his fencing skills and introducing this foolish chatterbox to his magical lightning. Since Harold was eager to test out his new, unique technique on someone and thought Zen would be a good fit for the job, he accepted Zen's offer and thanked him for the request. However, when he found himself in possession of two blades, the inquisitive boy did not immediately comprehend his master's intentions. Since Harold himself was extremely hesitant to engage in combat, Zen assumed he was going to demonstrate a unique dual sword fighting technique. Already though, Harold felt compelled to hone his sword skills and discipline the naive boy for his curiosity. Simultaneously, the youthful nobleman counseled his opponent to act swiftly to avoid death. The idea of working for his master made Zen frightened, but since he had made this decision for himself, all he could do was obey. In the meantime, Erica made the decision to come out of hiding when the room's doors slammed shut. The girl carefully left the dusty closet and started to move across the creaking floor, trying to blend in as best she could. But she was plagued by the memories of all she had heard, and Harold seemed different to her now. The maid Clara and her daughter Colette were actually doing well and living in safety in a secluded village, and that was the only thing the stunned Erica could think about at this point. Since her father's secret agent needed to know the whole truth so that she wouldn't have time to do anything irreparable, the young lady rushed to her room and told Juno's companion everything. In an attempt to catch her breath, Erica informed Juno right away that they had a crucial task to complete, learning every detail about the maid Clara's situation. At one point, Erica went into great detail about his companion, describing how Harold had purposefully painted himself as a vicious murderer in order to save Clara, the maid, and her daughter. The young aristocrat was concerned about his parents' response because Harold would be seen as a traitor to them if they discovered the whole truth and went after the maid, killing her. Erica added that the young lord made the decision to assist her father in reclaiming the lands so that the Sumeragi family would no longer require outside assistance. Erica wanted proof of Harold's statements, and Juno was taken aback by the news because it was so convincing, particularly in regards to the medication. Since people were afflicted with an unidentified illness that had received little research, it was unclear how precisely a new medication could be developed in a matter of days. Erica was asked by Juno if she meant that this young man had a supernatural gift of foresight. However, there were undoubtedly many questions about how he was able to foresee the Sumeragi family's crisis. Erica concurred that there were a lot of unknowns in this tale, but they could be certain that Harold had somehow created a medication that worked for people. Ultimately, the entire procedure must have been extremely time-consuming. Juno recalled Harold's extraordinary skills from his fencing training and was perplexed by his inability to see Erica hiding in his room. This calculating man could not have consciously wished to make sure that innocent Erica would hear what he had to say. It would have been very challenging to come up with such a clever plan at such a young age, and if that is the case, it is horrifying to think of the kind of person Harold will become. After deciding that this young man was not meant to be Erica's husband, Juno had already planned her course of action. Ultimately, adversaries who instill unending fear in children ought to stay children forever. After some time, young Lord Harold came to the realization that it had been a full month since they had arrived and 3 weeks since he had been slapped on the Tarek. It was becoming tedious, and all of it seemed too suspicious. In any event, Harold was attempting to locate a suitable merchant guild that could be used later for his plan, so he didn't have time to send the girls home as soon as possible. When the door knocked a few minutes later, it was Norman, the butler, who chose to tell the young master that his father had suggested that they meet right away to talk. Lord Hayden, who had a large office, reminded them right away of Lady Erica's ill health. He had to grant their request and permit them to visit Sumeragi's realm because of this. Harold was happy to hear this, but he still apologized to his father, as though it had been really hard for him to say goodbye to his lovely bride. However, Lord Hayden made the decision to support his cherished son and gave him the order to accompany the girls. "You didn't even think your father, the mountain, would be so giving," The offer to live with Mr. Tasik for a while startled you. Harold made an attempt to protest, but it was obviously ineffective. The father clarified that since Lady Erica was the most valuable pearl in the Sumeragi realm, his cherished son was required to possess it and to treat his future wife and the mother of his future children with care. Harold was unable to control his annoyance because he had no desire to become closer to the girl he was doing everything in his power to get rid of. He also knew, of course, that his father was a cunning scoundrel who was attempting to increase his family's power. Harold was having so much trouble that he was unable to follow his plan and avoid Erica as much as possible. Going to the same location with her and staying there the entire time felt like closing your eyes and navigating a minefield. Harold, however, saw this trip as a great chance to share his special food-growing technique. On behalf of his family, he would be able to personally negotiate with Tasuka and sell him the technology. After all, he had planned to do just that after finishing all the experiments. Naturally, this was not the ideal moment because the experiments were not yet complete, but since the situation had evolved in this manner, it was necessary to respond appropriately. In the end, Harold was thrilled about the chance, and was sure that Erica's father would accept his conditions. He would also appease Lord Hayden, his avaricious father. When his son consented to travel abroad for his bride, the father was genuinely delighted because he was sure that the young people would have a perfect relationship. Harold assured his father that he would fulfill his destiny as an heir by playing the role of the world's best child. In actuality, though, he detested this avaricious and vicious lord and wished to never see him again. In the meantime, a mysterious stranger decided to ask the residents of the isolated village of Blush a number of significant questions and made every effort to communicate politely. The tall, blonde man explained that he was there to look for a woman named Clara Emerald and asked the first villager he encountered for assistance, hoping that his smile would be helpful. Clara, the former maid, lived with her daughter not far from where the enigmatic stranger first appeared. She was hanging out the wash laundry with care at the time. Even after 5 months, the woman was still enjoying her new life and was unable to accept that it was more than a dream because the village was situated in such a beautiful and picturesque area. Naturally, though, there were moments when Clara thought back to that awful day when Lord Hayden was going to put her to death, and she would have died forever without seeing her cherished daughter grow up. A young boy who was only a year older than her daughter Colette, however, unexpectedly offered to help her at that crucial time. What was even more shocking was that the boy was actually the son of a lord. Clara often thought about Mr. Harold, wondering what had happened to him and how he was doing. She even thought about calling him, but she quickly reminded herself that doing so would be fatal. Clara was never to speak to the Stokes family again because Mr. Harold would be in serious trouble if he found out that she and her daughter had survived. She also couldn't be so cruel to her savior. After being distracted from her recollections for a few minutes, Clara greeted her neighbor Leona, who had been searching for her son Rainer since the early hours of the morning without success. Clara told her neighbor to calm down and explained that Rainer and Colette had left early that morning to fetch milk from the farm and would be returning shortly. Already weary of looking around the village for her son, Leona thanked Clara. Clara expressed regret to Leona for her son's constant assistance to Colette and milk bringing. Leona, however, was unconcerned and clarified that her cherished son would benefit from training now since he intended to join a knightly order in the future. Leona let her neighbor occupy Rainer as they parted ways, but she cautioned him. When the kids came back, Clara, who had been left alone, made cookies for them. However, a mysterious stranger who had already identified his primary target suddenly materialized. The woman cautiously verified her name when the tall, blonde man asked if it was really Clara Emerald standing in front of him. He decided to cut right to the chase and ask Clara what she knew about a boy named Harold Stokes after the blonde's magnificent smile vanished after a few seconds. The enigmatic stranger merely asked to confirm or deny rumors that the young heir of the Stokes family had cruelly treated a maid, leaving Clara speechless and terrified. Clara thought about her safety as the tall, blonde man appeared and asked odd questions. Nevertheless, she concluded that this man would have already killed her if he had intended to do so. Clara, however, made the decision to keep her word and responded that they had no idea what they were discussing before requesting that he leave her alone. The young, fair-haired man consented, but vowed to return. Clara thought about how the feudal lord had grown suspicious at that point and that Mr. Harold might suffer a horrible fate, but she really did not want that to happen, so she started to pray. Harold, Erica, and her friend Juno arrived at the Sumeragi domain, while a distressed Clara prayed for the young aristocrat's health in a faraway village. After a long journey, the head of the Tezuka family, who was thrilled to see his daughter, respected Harold and offered to use any room to rest. Harold, however, chose to cut right to the chase. The adult Tezuka was viewed with contempt by the young aristocrat, who referred to him as a loser and recommended that they discuss significant matters as soon as possible. Harold, however, became aware of how impolitely he was speaking to the head of the household where he had come after a few seconds, and it seemed that he could only communicate politely in front of his awful parents. The head of the family proposed that they meet tomorrow for a crucial discussion, as he still had pressing issues to handle. The young aristocrat had anticipated seeing anger on Tasic's face, but this did not occur. Harold was genuinely impressed by the astute Tasic's response, as he demonstrated the same level of composure as a leader in the game's original narrative. Juno, however, was not amused by the young visitor's impudence. Taking action, the family's secret agent requested that Tezuka give her more time before the crucial discussion. Despite being taken aback by the girl's perseverance, the family's head chose to inquire about the reason behind her request. After expressing gratitude to the girl for her efforts, Tezuka asked Juno to put the discussion on hold while he looked into her report on the Stokes holdings. Since she was unable to learn all of the Stokes family's secrets, and the three close associates kept any crucial information to themselves, Juno was not entirely happy with the work that had been done. The chatty Zen was the only one who was helpful, gladly sharing a few fascinating anecdotes. All of this pointed to the same conclusion: young Harold had outstanding command of both his people and information. However, Juno's spies were also able to surreptitiously discover that Zen, Harold's confidant, frequently visits fields and businesses, indicating that something significant is taking place there. Unfortunately, the farmers turned out to be extremely suspicious and distrustful of all strangers. This implied that it would be extremely challenging to enter their habitat and learn all of their secrets. However, since Juno is not accustomed to giving up on challenging tasks and consistently completes her missions, this will have to be done, even if it takes a lot more time and resources. Sadly, things would become considerably more challenging now that they were in Sumeragi's home. Just then, the mysterious young blonde man appeared, revealing himself to be a spy working for Juno. When her best worker returned, the girl was ecstatic and thanked him for finishing the assignment so fast. She then asked him what specific lessons he had taken away from his visit to the far-off village. The enigmatic man clarified that the woman identifying herself as Clara Emerald is, in fact, a resident of Blush village. However, Juno wanted to know more information and if the spy had been able to meet her face-to-face. The blonde man told him about his meeting with Clara, but unfortunately, the woman didn't want to talk to him. But he was certain that she was undoubtedly acquainted with Harold Stokes. Juno considered the facts. She went on to say that Harold's fate would depend on what this enigmatic woman said, so there was no other option but to travel to the village of Blush and speak with her directly. The following day, as he waited for a meeting with Tezuka, the young nobleman sipped fragrant green tea and thought about his novel approach to food cultivation. After all, he had other plans after first wanting to save the Stokes family. Harold proposed that the Sumeragi family might have benefited greatly from such technology if they had acquired it long before the game's major plot points took place. After all, according to the game's original plot, Rainer, the protagonist, and others will only be saved from the horrible miasma that is eradicating the population a year after the adventures begin. However, everything has changed drastically since then, and if Tezuka joins Harold's side, they will have more chances to help the group of heroes and Harold will have an easier time surviving. The young aristocrat wrote that initial letter to Mr. Tezuka for this reason. Harold concluded that the risk in deviating from the game's original plot were worthwhile. However, that wasn't the only difference. In order to sell life potions to Tezuka, they would need to create more prototypes and raise the caliber of their production technology because they didn't function the same way in the standard game. Everything had been going well until now, but Harold is currently having trouble finding workers, which is keeping them from sharing their special way of producing food. Additionally, Tezuka's assistance will end when the main scenario of the game starts. Solving this production issue now and putting your own strategy for producing food as soon as possible into practice is the only way to prevent premature death from an unforeseen circumstance. Mr. Tezuka quickly showed up and expressed regret for the lengthy wait, as his work had been somewhat delayed. Ignoring the host's smile, Harold thought he was dealing with a lot of issues. Tasuka acknowledged this fact, but he also acknowledged that, as a result of Harold's generous donation of medicine, he had recently found it easier to handle his worries. The owner acknowledged his genuine admiration, bowed, and thanked the man for his assistance once more. Harold, however, told him right away not to bow his head because he was attempting to assist, not out of petty gratitude. However, Tasuka clarified that he was unable to act in any other way and that, of course, he had no idea Harold's motivations for offering assistance. Nevertheless, it is indisputable that the young aristocrat was responsible for the improvement in the situation. Harold, however, once again acting in accordance with his character, referred to the master of the house as a worthless jerk. How could a man of distinction be so naive as to express such gratitude to a child? The statement was so provocative that Tasuka was unsure of how to react. However, even though Harold was not happy about it, the head of the household said that he was glad to meet a young man with such high expectations for the future. The young nobleman offered to help Tasuka with a crucial issue and commended him for his capacity for gratitude. Harold wanted to talk to him for this very reason, Tasuka asked, but it all seemed too hurried. Harold, however, invited the home's owner to read some documents after declaring that he had neither the time nor the desire to engage in lengthy, respectful conversations, even with a wise man like Tasuka. When Tasuka realized that he was holding a report on crop prototypes grown with the aid of life potions, he was taken aback. Every step of the experiments was meticulously detailed. A well-designed graph comparing yields with varying fertilizer dosages was also included in the documents. When compared to conventional farming methods, Tasuka was shocked to discover that the yield doubled. Finally, putting the papers aside, the home's owner acknowledged that the contents were too amazing to be real. Harold, on the other hand, suggested that the esteemed Tasuka should publicly accuse someone of lying if he wished to accept everything that was written in the documents as true. However, the sage old man clarified that it would be too stupid to just make a categorical declaration and stop the negotiations there, so he was willing to hear all of the young man's points of contention. He was the one who had, after all, given us an effective medication and taught us how to make it. Harold declared right away that Tasuka's opinion was irrelevant because the information was freely available. When Harold showed him the document about the massive food harvests, the old man agreed and asked him to explain what Harold was attempting to accomplish. Harold advised Tasuka to take the documents and give them a closer look because they were just copies made just for him. The young man then took a long sip of fragrant tea, and the room became quiet, giving him time to reflect. The Sumeragi family's wise leader suddenly recalled what he had read in June's report, in which she asserted that this young master was not a puppet and was probably acting of his own free will. Tasuka had already succeeded in persuading himself of this since it was impossible to exert such intense control over someone and make them carry out such intricate and meticulously planned tasks. All of this is a clever ploy by Harold, though, and Tasuka understood that he could immediately declare that he has no faith in the man and end the talks. Then, using the hints from the manuscript, he could independently start a novel approach. The oddest part, though, is that Harold is aware of all of this as well and takes the initiative to start talks. This suggests that this is probably just the first act, or a prelude to the main action. Although Tasuka had the chance to independently confirm all of the research findings, he nevertheless concluded that it would be extremely risky to reject negotiations in these conditions. And maybe this would help his family figure out a complicated issue. Since such a crafty man must be pursuing some personal objectives, the astute Tasuka made the decision to wait for Harold's most significant proposal and attempt to better understand his true motivations during the conversation. Breaking the silence, Tasuka requested authorization to listen to Harold's suggestions. The young aristocrat concurred, pointing out that without it, the talks would never have begun. Tasuka experienced a wave of intense curiosity at that moment. Harold was curious about Tasuka's reaction in that situation and, after observing the emotions on his interlocutor's face, suggested that he should presume that all of the information in the documents was accurate. The wise old man hailed this discovery as amazing right away, and if there are no issues after it is put into practice, it might be possible to move all farms to use the new technique. Tasuka proposed to personally disseminate this approach across the nation once he had attained a certain level of dominance. Harold listened carefully and inquired as to whether the elderly man, who was so superior, would not monopolize it. Without hesitation, Tasuka replied that future conflicts would arise if a small group of people monopolized resources. Furthermore, he he wasn't so stupid as to surround himself with adversaries in order to make quick money. Harold agreed with this response, so it was a perfect fit. Nevertheless, there is nothing wrong with using this strategy to become wealthy. However, it is an unpleasant consequence to be an enemy to everyone around you. Harold then made the decision to proceed with his main suggestion and inquired as to Tezuka's willingness to hear it. The head of the household was gradually growing weary of this cunning way of speaking, and it was only his poise that enabled him to respectfully request his proposal. Smiling, Harold offered Tezuka the position of co-developer, calling the elderly man a loser who was fortunate to have met such a brilliant man. Tezuka had never been involved in such developments, so he asked what this idea meant. Harold clarified, however, that it was only a stopgap measure because Tezuka would be held accountable for the outcomes because they were now using the Sumeragi name everywhere. The elderly man was perplexed as to why his name was being used to create a novel technique, but Harold's behavior changed dramatically when speaking in private, indicating that he was concealing his skills from his parents. After all, if the head of the Stokes, Lord Hayden, and his wife had known about the skill of their only son, then when concluding the engagement they would not have failed to boast about it, or at least indicated it in a letter. As Harold himself stated in the letter he sent through Erica, there is also ample proof of the Stokes family's imminent disintegration. Thus, the questions continued to grow. Tezuka asked the young aristocrat if he was actually purposefully keeping his special food production technique a secret from his parents because he wanted to know everything at once. Harold clarified that in order to accomplish this, one must comprehend his parents' personalities. If they are aware of it, they will fully monopolize this technique and make money off of it. He doesn't have enough people to carry out all of his plans. They will lose control and their method will belong to others if he is successful in growing the number of farmers. Tezuka acknowledged these worries, but he could not understand why the young nobleman approached him, given that anyone could accept such an offer given the potential profit. However, Harold clarified that Tezuka was the most amenable to negotiation and handling out of all the losers he observed in his immediate vicinity. However, he would obviously have to find other people if he refused, like a fool. Most likely, though, this won't be required because nobody can turn down such generous offers, particularly when it comes to their own people's welfare. Tezuka questioned the young aristocrat about the source of his confidence after being impressed by it. Harold reminded the elderly man that there was nothing else he could do. Tezuka understood that he was in a tough situation and didn't think Harold had taken such a bold stance without any justification, presumably having planned everything out long ago. Harold appears to have used logic to block off all of his opponent's escape routes beforehand, but Tezuka himself didn't even notice, which makes his method both admirable and perplexing. The head of the Sumeragi family started to narrate everything, remembering that initial letter in which Harold offered help in acquiring medication and cautioned about the extent of the epidemic's spread. Harold also informed Tezuka in the letter that the father would suffer more from this engagement with Erica since he would have to give up his daughter in order to provide financial support for his domains. The young aristocrat also described how his parents taxed their subjects excessively to allow them to live lavishly and enjoy all the luxuries. Thus, the possibility of a rebellion in the near future is very real. And if that happens, Tezuka will have the only chance to rescue his precious daughter from her doomed family. Harold even described how to make a cure that works and how to apply it to miasmas. Then, using a map of the epidemic's greatest spread, a line of defense had to be developed. Third, in order to revive his economy, Tezuka needed to be ready to use technology that he had never seen before in the near future. Following these guidelines will enable Tezuka to reclaim his belongings without the Stokes family's assistance. However, meeting all three requirements is crucial for future success. And it was precisely on these conditions that the breakup of the engagement with Erica depended. It was only now that Tezuka recognized the technology to which the letter alluded, and he asked Harold to verify his suspicion. Although the young aristocrat's foresight surprised the old man, what did all of this mean? Harold, however, cautioned him against overanalyzing the situation because Tezuka was not going to alter his response anyhow. Harold was deeply concerned about the Sumeragi family, and the old man agreed, although he was very tempted to have the chance to save his people and his family. Harold considered his response before saying that they would be wasting their time and feelings if he attempted to explain everything to Tezuka because he would not be able to comprehend it. Then, in an attempt to get back to the main topic, Harold asked Tezuka what his response would be. If the old fool could not trust him in this matter, then their conversation was over, and he went in search of other people. Even in this circumstance, Tezuka questioned why the young aristocrat still gave him the freedom to choose and made him make all of the decisions himself. But the old man understood that if he agreed, he could save not only his family and the people around him, but also his daughter's future. He will have to accept his daughter's engagement if he declines the offer, and the Stokes family will support his family. Harold will lose in that scenario, though, and all of his hard work in spreading the new technique will have been in vain. But even understanding the danger of refusal, Harold continues to adhere to his negotiating style and gives his opponent a choice, understanding all the benefits that Tezuka will receive. Harold's proposal was ultimately accepted by the head of the Sumeragi family, but the young aristocrat was not surprised by this and even commended the elderly man for making such a swift decision. Harold then suggested that Tezuka get the fields and the required personnel ready as soon as possible because he would soon start sharing his food-growing technique with everyone, and this would be sufficient for the first stage. But in the future, a trading company or even an entire guild with vast reach and complete control will be needed. However, Tezuka must deal with these matters directly. The wise old man realized that with the help of the trading company they would be able to capture markets and promote their technology throughout the country, and in the promising future they would spread their influence across the entire continent. Harold, continuing to communicate insolently, praised the old man for having a good brain, which turned out to be much larger than that of the rest of his subordinates, which meant that he was able to cope with problems. Tezuka expressed his satisfaction with the negotiation's conclusion, told the young nobleman to get in touch with him if he had any questions, and then pledged to give him unrestricted access to everything he required. Harold made the decision to accept this offer and requested that the elderly man assign him the most skilled martial arts instructor so that he could practice fighting and advance his abilities. The young aristocrat chose to unwind in the hot water after the negotiations were over because it was the most effective way to feel happy, particularly considering that the Sumeragi domain was the only place where such conditions existed. Harold enjoyed the hot water and watched the sakura petals floating nearby, pondering the events. He was happy with how the negotiations turned out and how fast he had found a suitable partner. Since the competent girl promised to provide them with crucial information regarding Harold, Tezuka and her whole family made the decision to speak with the covert agent Juno. Juno instantly recalled how she had spent a considerable amount of time personally observing Mr. Harold at Ms. Erica's request, and as a result, had developed a particular perception of his personality and skills. Erica quickly expressed regret to her father for using his spies without his consent, but she had good reason to complete a crucial mission. Tezuka inquired about specifics. The young woman asked her father if he was aware of the reports that Master Harold had used his magical powers to personally murder his maid and her child. Tezuka is still inclined to think that all of this was the result of foolish rumors spreading throughout the populace, even though he was obviously aware of this because it was mentioned in the report. "I wanted to see for myself and make sure it wasn't just rumors," Erica explained. Intrigued, the father inquired as to whether he had correctly concluded that the woman was indeed alive with her child. With the help of Juno and her team, Erica explained her intention to discover the truth, and the secret agent at that precise moment verified that the rumors were untrue. Since no one is aware of it, the maid Clara and her daughter Colette, who currently reside in the tiny village of Blush outside the Stokes estate, are safe. Since Clara didn't even change her name, she was easily located. However, this woman flatly refused to discuss the incident, so Juno went to speak with her directly. The Sumeragi family's secret agent quickly located the required residence that day and knocked on the door, asking Clara to give him a few minutes of her time so they could talk. Juno introduced herself as a representative of the Juno family and made an effort to explain the reason for her unexpected visit as politely as possible. She then asked for clarification on a few crucial points. However, Clara had clearly already deduced the reason for the enigmatic stranger's appearance and recognized the tall, blonde man as the Sumeragi family's first envoy. If her subordinate's actions had caused her any offense, Juno expressed regret. Next, Juno described the wedding preparations of Mr. Harold and Erica. However, Mr. Harold was disliked by many members of the Sumeragi family because he may have been involved in the ruthless killing of innocent people. Clara betrayed her word and defended her savior at that precise moment. Juno clarified right away that she didn't think Mr. Harold was particularly cruel because Clara was the primary source of support for her claim. But the problem was that Mr. Harold himself was spreading these rumors. Feeling the disdain of the peasants and townspeople, the young aristocrat consciously adopted the image of a vicious killer and confessed his guilt for this crime. And despite his efforts to maintain composure, he still endures a great deal of suffering. Juna clarified that she had no intention of telling anyone the whole truth, but that Mr. Harold could gain a useful ally in Clara if she told her everything about that incident. And in this case, Clara will be able to assist Mr. Harold in lessening his guilt and gaining acceptance from kind people with whom he will eventually need to work together. Clara was apprehensive because she had vowed to keep the awful day she nearly died a secret, but the young master helped the woman escape. The woman was consumed by guilt because she was the reason the young man was in pain, and she had overreacted to the stranger's visit. She needed to calm down, Juno said, adding that she wanted to know some of the facts even if Clara couldn't bring herself to tell the truth. Juno promised to do everything possible to help Master Harold and Miss Erica, even if Clara didn't want to help her with this difficult matter. Clara, however, did not wish to be excluded. The woman then asked her visitor to follow her since she felt it would be better for them to talk about the information in the house rather than having it heard by strangers. Clara owed Mr. Harold not just her life but also the life of her only daughter and her beloved, so she vowed to do everything in her power to assist him. Juno learned that it all started when Master Harold was almost hurt by Clara. They then intended to punish her, but the young man offered to kill Clara himself in order to spare her from her father's wrath and use her as a test subject for magical experiments. Harold then purposefully imprisoned the terrified woman in a dungeon while he, having acquired the requisite time, meticulously planned an escape and then surreptitiously removed Clara and her daughter from the Stokes domain. Mr. Harold generously gave the fugitives money for the first time, along with all the necessities, including household items. In order to continue caring about Clara and her daughter Colette's future, the young aristocrat willfully bears the stigma of murder. And from the start, the only goal of all these measures was to keep them safe. The head of the Sumeragi family was completely taken aback by this information, and Tezuka then questioned why Erica was leaving the room so quickly without waiting for the discussion to conclude. The girl explained that she was ashamed of the night she had lost her temper and struck Mr. Harold because she had to apologize to him right away and hadn't even tried to work things out earlier. Erica had to apologize even though she thought her actions were so disgusting that they could not be forgiven. However, Tezuka told his daughter to stop right away. Since they now know the whole truth, they must keep it to themselves and not share it, the head of the Sumeragi family reminded them, pointing out the enormous risk Mr. Harold was taking to protect the women. After all, Mr. Harold would become even more wary and further alienate Erica if he found out that his secret was being shared. Despite his understanding of his daughter's feelings, Tezuka encouraged her to exercise more patience. To comfort herself, Tezuka asked Erica to explain why she wanted to apologize and if she could guarantee she wasn't asking for forgiveness. Erica, however, was unsure of how to react and inquired as to what she should do. What should she do next if she can't even own up to her error and bow her head in apology to the person she hurt? Concerned for his only daughter, Tezuka stroked Erica's head tenderly and counseled her to become someone who would stand by Mr. Harold no matter what. Erica needs to get closer to Harold if she truly wants to make amends for her actions because he is such a remarkable person that his extraordinary strength repels one. Since Erica was to be the young aristocrat's ally in everything and knew him better than anyone else, Tezuka counseled her to keep a close eye on his endeavors. After giving this some thought, the girl chose to heed her father's counsel. This would be a very tough task, Tezuka explained, and Harold would probably have no time or space for friends, even though he would undoubtedly need allies. And Erica would find it hard to fit in with a man like that. Erica needs to realize that Harold will not make an exception for her despite all of her efforts and attention, and he will disregard her attempts to become closer. It's possible that their hearts will never meet. As a result, Erica must first ask herself if she truly has the will to believe in someone like that and stick with Mr. Harold no matter what. Since his beloved daughter might make a decision while keeping an eye on Harold, Tezuka asked her not to respond to this question just yet. Erica's apology for holding out her hand to her fiancé would suffice for the time being, though. Although these remarks caused Erica to consider many options, she was unable to decide at this time whether or not she would continue to support Harold, so she simply walked out of the room without saying anything. According to Tezuka, Erica was feeling much worse now than when she first found out she was engaged. This time, his wife pointed out, the reason was the complete opposite. Tasuke described all of this as an essential aspect of children's development, but his wife cautiously retorted that he spoke as though they were witnessing their child's first maturation. After giving it some thought, Tasuke responded that he felt these emotions much more strongly than before when he looked at his cherished daughter, and was happy that he could support her through such a trying time. Following a lengthy journey, the young aristocrat eventually arrived at the location Tasuke suggested he visit in order to learn new martial arts techniques. The site of the Sumeragi domain's largest martial arts temple delighted Harold. Archery, fencing, magic, and many other practical fighting skills were taught here to both adults and children. Harold, however, was still baffled as to why Tasuke had brought his dejected daughter on this journey. But the old man wasn't going to argue, so he just explained that Erika was there because the martial arts master wanted her there. The young aristocrat chose not to think about it because he couldn't care less and didn't understand what Tasuke was attempting to convey. The boy came here primarily to learn practical fighting skills. Tasuke questioned how Harold knew how to change into the special clothes after he had already done so. However, the boy only described it as a simple task, not disclosing the truth. After that, Tasuke turned to face Itsuki, a young martial artist who gave Erika, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, a fierce hug. Itsuki continued to ask Erika about her health and promised to give her a number of mementos he had prepared for this meeting, never letting go of her for a moment. However, the girl attempted to break free from her brother's hold at that precise moment. Since it was impossible for a regular guy to be his opponent, Harold called the entire situation a dumb joke and accused Tasuke of being dishonest. However, Tasuke cautioned against making snap judgments because Itsuki's power was actually unquestionable. Harold, however, desired an exceptional teacher, and how could a regular kid develop into such a master? Hearing the criticism, Itsuki, however, counseled Harold to remember his youth. However, Itsuki first gave his name, stating that he was Erika's older brother, and was prepared to show off his abilities. Garrett eyed him suspiciously, not expecting to see another of Tasuke's kids. An important detail was revealed when Itsuki asked his rival if he was indeed Erika's fiancé as the two men started to get closer. Harold was seized by the robes by the master's powerful hand a few seconds later. Harold's concerns about Itsuki's aggression, however, proved to be unjustified. This happy young man started to shake his beloved sister's fiancé and celebrate. Harold was only confused by this behavior and concluded that he was dealing with another fool. When Master Itsuki appeared beside Erika's fiancé, all of the students in the enormous training hall recognized that this was a great opportunity to witness the renowned art of fencing performed by the greatest of the best. In the meantime, Erika's brother, who had already heard about the young aristocrat and was looking forward to a training session, kept shaking him violently. But Harold was shocked by Itsuki's behavior and demanded his immediate release. Naturally, sensing his opponent's rage, the best fencing master advised him to seize the moment and swiftly draw his weapon while he was feeling so ecstatic. Erika assisted her older brother as Itsuki rushed to locate the bamboo swords. Harold observed carefully how this odd boy cared for his sister. Since he was only mentioned in passing by other characters in the original game, the young aristocrat actually knew very little about this fencing master and essentially forgot about him. It was unexpected to discover how much he loved his younger sister though, as there was not a single word about his character in the game. Itsuki asked his opponent if he knew how to wield a bamboo sword and threw one at him. Garrick used the bamboo blade in a few dramatic motions before realizing it was merely a pathetic stick. A weapon like that, however, was too light. Perhaps his in-game character stats played a role, but he had been used to training with a real steel sword for a long time. Many students, meanwhile, had already seated themselves in the stands and were excitedly anticipating the start of the practice match. Harold was very uncomfortable and didn't like being the center of attention. Itsuki Sumeragi is a part of this world of swords and magic, even though he does not appear in the original story. Tasuke picked him as Harold's sparring partner out of all the applicants, indicating his strength. Nevertheless, the young aristocrat's memory of his altercation with the original Harold gave him courage. He thought that this body he was meant to incarnate into would have all the best aspects of speed and the incredible miracle of fencing technique. Harold had a chance to defeat Master Itsuki because, in addition to all of this, he had been training hard lately and was sure that he could control his body completely in any circumstance. Tasuke chose to explain the rules as he watched the opponents get ready for battle, emphasizing that only bamboo blades were permitted in combat. It was also forbidden to attack vital organs, such as the face and head, and it was strictly forbidden to use magic. During the fight, there was no time limit, and the winner was declared when the other fighter could no longer fight. Otherwise, it was just like a real fight, and we could start if nobody had any questions. Harold, in contrast to his opponent, complained about the format of the match. However, Tasuka clarified that he would not have placed such limitations if they had been wearing protective gear because he wanted to avoid serious injury. This time, Harold didn't argue. Yu accepted the rules, which he thought were foolish, and Itsuki was more sympathetic to his father's wishes because he was aware that even bamboo sticks could hurt you in a fight. Itsuki believed he was strong enough to outshine all of his peers with his skill after fighting against seasoned adults numerous times. However, Erika's older brother was a little let down because he had hoped to enjoy himself, but his rival was merely a young aristocrat's son, and he could not let him suffer because it might cause his father to have issues. Itsuki chose to give his opponent some advantage in this battle because he was probably much weaker and couldn't actually fight. Harold should launch his best attack in this duel by striking first, according to Erika's older brother, assuming he knew anything about fencing. Everything was prepared for the duel, which was made even more tense by the silence in the large hall. Old Tasuka waved his hand as everyone in the audience eagerly awaited the start. Harold, the young nobleman, charged forward, attempting to strike as hard and precisely as he could, but he quickly recognized his opponent's speed. Harold lost his weapon so fast, for some reason, that nobody there could even understand how it happened. Itsuki told his opponent that he would have been long dead if this had been a real fight. Harold, however, refused to back down and display his fear, telling his older brother Erika not to get too excited because this was only a prelude to the actual, powerful blows. Naturally, though, the young aristocrat did not anticipate facing such a formidable foe, as he was unable to even glance at him to see his movements. Harold assured himself, however, that all of this was due to the excitement and surprises, and that he just did not have time to protect himself from Itsuki's quick blow. But somehow, Erika's older brother was able to anticipate every move he would make and, at the last second, change the direction of his blow so that, rather than striking him with a forceful blow to the body, he would only knock the weapon out of his hands. He seemed to be implying that they actually carry on with the duel. Harold realized that he was facing the exact same opponent who desired to engage in full-force combat and push his fighting skills to the limit. In order to validate these rumors, Itsuki expressed regret for his transient conceit and invited the young nobleman to engage in a serious duel with him this time, free from foolish limitations. Harold was only enraged by this and referred to his opponent as a fool for only now understanding why he had come to this arena and traveled so far. Itsuki simply nodded in agreement without responding to the rudeness. Harold became extremely excited at that moment, and was ready to punish the self-assured master and discover his true speed when Erika's older brother declared that he should have taken the first blow this time. Tasuka forewarned his son, but Itsuki was determined not to let his father down and made the decision to keep his word while also going above and beyond and being extremely serious in the duel with the young aristocrat. Itsuki launched an immediate attack to start the second round of the training fight. Harold was astonished by his opponent's speed because he was much more agile. Harold successfully repelled this attack despite his opponent's overwhelming speed advantage, and he declared with confidence that he could now resist and understood Itsuki's methods. However, the blows persisted, getting faster by the second. Observing his opponent's tense expression, Itsuki wished to see how strong Harold was and how long he could sustain the attack. Observing the fight with interest, the spectators saw that Harold was also very fast, but he had not yet shown any other attributes, and was only containing Itsuki's pressure. Therefore, Itsuki's moves will all be too predictable and his blows will lose power, making them too easy to parry if he prevents his opponent from using speed. Harold also has no actual fighting abilities and will leap at any opportunity the Itsuki master presents. Harold's swordsmanship was no better than an amateur's, according to one of the masters, so he would be unable to read his opponent's best moves and would unavoidably lose. Additionally, even though the young aristocrat makes an effort to make up for his lack of speed, this cannot last for very long. Master Itsuki's experience will allow him to gradually take the initiative and gain the upper hand. Thus, the fight's outcome is predetermined from the start, and Harold will eventually run out of energy and be unable to fight any longer. Itsuki was genuinely controlling the battle right now, and everyone had faith in his abilities. Harold was questioned about his defensiveness. However, the youthful nobleman merely grinned malevolently and observed his opponent's labored breathing. However, Harold's skill was far inferior to Erika's older brothers, and this greatly affected how the duel turned out. The young nobleman persisted in trying to win the battle in spite of this. Gradually, the fight gained momentum and now it looked more like a real fight, as the opponents tried to land the strongest blows without thinking about the consequences. To everyone's astonishment, Harold lost his blade once more as Itsuki struck, which surprised the master greatly. The young nobleman then stepped forward a few times. He then struck Itsuki's chest with a powerful palm blow. Unprepared for such fierce opposition, he momentarily lost his focus and chose not to strike an unarmed opponent. Itsuki saw his opponent quickly pick up his blade after he had fallen hard to the ground, then touch it to his head. However, Tsuka gave the order to halt the fight at that precise moment. The fact that he lost to a boy who was 3 years younger than him shocked Erika's older brother. This indicates that Harold is the type of opponent who gains experience in a single friendly match and picks up on mistakes quickly. Itsuki, however, was unfazed by his loss and offered to refight this incredible duel with Harold. However, the young aristocrat simply responded that the outcome would be the same the following time. Harold responded to Itsuki's request for an explanation by saying that he was so incredibly dim-witted that he couldn't even recall his father's statement that the bamboo sword was a weapon. It's difficult to think that the next Sumeragi family head will be a man with such a small brain that he won't even be able to understand the duel's rules, and didn't even comprehend how he got to the ground. Harold was unable to comprehend his opponent's laughter, but these words only made Erika's older brother laugh. Itsuki then requested that his opponent refrain from using harsh language as they started to argue. The younger's future husband turned out to be a worthy opponent who would be able to defend Erika in the future, so Itsuki was quite happy with the way their first meeting went. Harold, still enraged by Itsuki's jokes, rushed out of the training room. Harold was referred to as Erika's brother-in-law by her older brother, who was genuinely happy. Despite his personal dislike of Itsuki, Harold did not like this sudden friendliness. He didn't need a brother, and everything about it seemed dubious and improper. Naturally, Harold was aware that his opponent was far more powerful and that his attacks were essentially making things difficult for him. He still needed to train more because losing to a child because he was disqualified was worse than losing in a regular manner. The young aristocrat was delighted by the natural surroundings when he found himself outside. There was not a single cacophonous merchant in sight, and the place was serene and lovely. Harold thought of his native Japan, his beloved. The original plot of the game stated that he was supposed to die 8 years later, but this only made things more uncertain. Of course, this was not Japan, and it had been 5 months since he had arrived here as the local antagonist. Harold feared that death would discover him before the hero had completed his tale. However, it was unclear if he would have a chance to go home even if he vanquished the last boss and saved the world. But he could also forget who he was in his previous life and stay in this fantasy world as Harold forever. Since the original Harold never cries, the boy tried not to cry and didn't want to give up. Erika suddenly showed up beside him, which was unexpected because Harold had not anticipated speaking to his future wife at that time. The young aristocrat thought about a lot of things while he was by himself, and enjoying nature just before he met Erika. He came to the conclusion that he had no chance to display weakness because the real Harold would never cry or feel regret. Itsuki, meanwhile, was apologizing to his father in the training hall for prematurely referring to Harold as his younger brother. However, Tsuka blamed the young nobleman's annoyance on his son's excessive taunting. Erika thought it would be a good time to apologize. Harold was a little upset, so Itsuka asked if she could go after him so that, as his fiancée, she could show him some sympathy. This would demonstrate Erika's love and bring them closer. The girl agreed with her older brother, but she wasn't sure if Harold needed her sympathy because he had never seemed like someone who needed it before. Erika couldn't give up on her wish to be near Harold, so she eventually went outside to find him and made the decision to speak with him. The young girl recalled what her wise father had said about Harold being an exceptional person and how strangers are turned off by his strength and individuality. Erika approached the boy with caution, knowing that he was always in a tough situation, but he always kept his face open. And his conceit. Maybe it was just a show of assurance. Even so, it is not the case that people are only strong, so Harold, who was lonely, never had someone with whom he could be vulnerable and completely himself. After all, Harold purposefully fostered pride and arrogance, and totally cut himself off from the feelings of strangers, even for the benefit of those whom this young man felt compelled to defend. Her father likely mentioned her desire to become the one who comprehends Harold, and she needs to make every effort to achieve this goal. Even though she couldn't get close to Harold right now, and even though she didn't have much, Erica had to act and didn't want to second-guess herself. After all, she must undoubtedly grow to be Harold's close ally in the future, supporting him through all of life's challenges and giving him only the best advice. Even for me, who knew nothing about fencing, it was evident how formidable an opponent Harold had proven to be for her brother, Erica said, expressing her admiration for the duel. One way to characterize his clever strategy would be losing the battle to win the war. Harold, however, saw the girl's appearance as an attempt to make fun of him because he was well aware that he had lost this battle. After laughing, Erica apologized for saying too much and possibly upsetting the young aristocrat, but she truly wanted a duel because she was so foolish. When Erica showed up, Harold was dubious, wondering what the girl was doing. How could she talk to someone she detested in such a kind and courteous way? All of this was too suspicious, and Harold didn't want to interact with Erica because he wanted to avoid dying young, which was the one thing he tried to avoid above all else. The young aristocrat didn't want to talk, so he told them to leave right away. Erica persisted, however, and asked him to clarify the reason behind her inability to speak with her future husband. It would be much more convenient for him, the young man said. Harold had to treat Erica with disdain and spend some time with her because she was unable to pay for her to comply with the young aristocrat's demands. The man finally gave in and advised that they quickly inform him of Erica's desires. She expressed her sincere regret for what she had done the night they first met and thanked him for his time. After all, she was not only emotionally unstable, but she also insulted Harold in a nasty way and even put her hand up to him. The worst error was that one. She is therefore prepared to extend her heartfelt apologies. The young aristocrat laughed at these foolish remarks and didn't even anticipate the girl approaching him for such a pointless apology. In fact, of course, Harold knew that he had intentionally irritated Erica that night, and her feelings were perfectly understandable. Her greatest strength, however, was her capacity for self-reflection and apologies. The reason why players always adored Erica was because of these attributes. Harold thought that Erica now wanted to show him all of her otherworldly kindness, but this only made him very irritated, and he didn't want to experience this kindness because he was aware of the horrible plot that would unfold. Thus, Erica's words are meaningless to the young aristocrat, and when she attempts to express regret in this circumstance, she comes across as a stupid fool. Therefore, no one can benefit from her false kindness. Harold said that her ostentatious friendliness was making him feel very ill, and that the best gift she could give him would be for Erica to go play with her maid and stop bothering him. She should also never again see him. The young aristocrat fully expressed his cruel feelings by calling the distressed girl a repulsive being who merely attempts to pass as kind when she is not. Harold didn't intend to carry on this useless conversation and hurried away, but Erica was shocked by such a cruel response and wasn't even sure how to respond. In actuality, though, he was upset with himself for venting all of his repressed annoyance on the girl. Harold didn't need the girl's kindness, but he still recognized how correct she was. Erica decided then that she was not strong enough to bear the blows of fate. The girl chose to try her hardest to understand Harold, despite the fact that she knew how hard it was for him to turn down kindness, regardless of the number of insults she would have to take in the process. Though she was aware of how challenging the path ahead would be, Erica hoped to eventually get close to Harold. But it was obvious that he required assistance. The young girl remained motionless for a while, refusing to ask him to wait for her, but she made a self-promise to catch up with Harold and walk beside him in the future. After all, she should not abandon this enigmatic man since she senses the resolve emanating from her heart, and this is her primary goal. In the vast stretches of the Bina Plateau, a group of armed soldiers engaged a massive monster, but the formidable creature proved too strong for them. Harold ordered everyone to stand aside and joined the fight as well. The young aristocrat believed the fierce beast only growled viciously and wasn't as dangerous as the soldiers had thought, so he made the decision to personally destroy it. As the monster came at him at breakneck speed, the boy watched calmly. Harold managed to leap to the side and use his blade to precisely cut off the horn of the angry monster just before it struck. The blacksmiths will now be pleased to receive this horn as a valuable material, whereas previously the aristocrat was satisfied with the outcome of his attack because he could accomplish the task more effectively than a large number of soldiers. However, the monster remained alien and roared horribly even without its most dangerous body part. Then it was discovered that this creature was somehow enchantment. The monster used its magical powers to cast the Earth Executioner spell a few seconds later. It struck so forcefully that the whole earth literally trembled and broke. Harold was unprepared for this sudden assault and remained motionless while a great mass of dust and stones rose up in front of him. The young man chose to finish the job in spite of this and showed no signs of fear. He leaped high, trying to get as close to the monster as he could and hit it. This was the ideal moment to use a magical lightning strike, and Harold had picked a good spot and was about to use a precise blow to destroy his formidable opponent. The Storm Petrel's spell was so powerful that it literally reduced the giant monster to ashes in a matter of seconds after it was cast. The young master's ability to defeat a mid-class monster by himself astounded the soldiers in the squad. Harold, however, gave the soldiers the order to move quickly and make room. The commander gave the order for the remaining soldiers to drag the monster's dying soul aside while the first squad immediately retrieved the horn. The commander, who referred to the soldiers as incompetent fools, accompanied all of this with profanities and insults. However, the soldiers kept talking about Master Harold's amazing strength, and some of them explained to the newcomers how Master Harold had started his conquest campaign nearly 3 years prior. He was already a very strong man even back then, and he was even more powerful now. In actuality, however, the young aristocrat's strength was irrelevant because he was the Stokes family's heir, even though his parents were vehemently opposed to their son's plan. But when Master Harold proved his mettle, they were compelled to concur. Harold was injured at the start of the conquest, despite his great strength and skill, and a number of other captains would have already died if his parents had known. The young, inexperienced soldier was horrified by the threat, but reassured him that he would soon comprehend everything and that he would never experience Harold's parents' wrath. Harold was brought to the Sumeragi estate 3 years ago by terrified soldiers who requested immediate help because he had lost too much blood. The first person to rush to learn what had happened to the young aristocrat was Juno, who was shocked. Harold had been hurt by a strong monster during a subjugation campaign, the guard captain explained. However, the girl was unable to comprehend Harold's decision to engage in such a risky endeavor at such a young age. Nevertheless, the captain urged them to save time and show her the room where the man could be placed right away. He also requested that a doctor or other expert in healing magic be summoned right away. The captain, who took full responsibility for the incident, was now very concerned for the young master's life and well-being. He also felt bad about not shielding Harold from the monster attack. Harold, however, remained impolite despite this condition and referred to the captain as an ungrateful jerk who wished to express that saving his miserable life was not worth it. The boy told the captain that they weren't soldiers at all, but rather damned losers who fought worse than the dead, and the captain immediately apologized to Harold. And they ought to try swinging their blades more skillfully the next time if they didn't like such a low rating. Juno and the captain were both taken aback by these remarks, and the stunned soldier then expressed regret for his subpar performance during the monster attack. Harold asked them to leave him alone, refusing to listen. Harold then went out on his own and told the captain to keep quiet about his injury because if his parents found out, he would not be allowed to go on any more missions, so it was important to make sure that everyone in the army kept their mouths shut. The captain vowed to follow the order, but he also felt awful because he was embarrassed that the man he had sworn to protect with his life had done so for him. However, at that precise moment, the young master saved the soldiers from the punishment that his father, the ruthless Lord Hayden, would have invariably meted out to them. 3 years later, the captain still remembered that moment and thanked Harold for it. The captain was making every effort to get stronger because he also wanted to get much stronger. As the captain contemplated his mission, Harold concluded that he had gained sufficient combat experience against every monster he could come across and was now much more powerful. The king would undoubtedly like to face many more monsters, but doing so would require him to venture into uncharted territory and endanger human life, and his soldiers are not likely to be able to handle such hardships. The young aristocrat then thought of Tezuka and wanted to know if the wise old man had succeeded in their shared goal and had completely mastered the special technique of food cultivation. For this reason, Harold made the quick decision to quit hunting monsters and head to the Sumeragi estate, where he could rest well and learn about the most recent events. Tezuka and the young master soon met at his estate. The young man asked how the talks with his father had gone, and the wise old man had heard of Harold's superb fighting during the taming campaign. It turned out that the negotiations went well, and the farms received a reimbursement of some crop taxes, reduced fees for using a special growing method, and contract fees. Now that the new farming technique is more affordable for the Stokes family, it can be widely used. Harold, however, concluded that a full merger and joint management would be far more advantageous. Nevertheless, Tezuka advised exercising some patience until Harold and Erika were legally wed. The young nobleman, however, simply laughed and remarked that he would be curious to see how his father would react when he eventually found out that the engagement would be cancelled. In an attempt to shift the conversation, Tezuka asked how the most recent conflict with the monster had gone. They always wanted to know the same thing from Harold, who explained that he was already sick of the repetitive questions. Reminding him that Harold had frequently returned to his home with severe wounds and that he would always be concerned when the boy went to battle monsters, Tezuka urged him to relax. Harold, however, asked him not to think so highly of him because he didn't intend to let some dumb monster harm him once more. Tezuka clarified that he was just shocked to hear Harold say such things at such a young age. As usual, Harold's response was impolite, telling the old man to watch his son more closely. Tezuka was only amused by this rudeness and wrote that he hoped to see them duel again. The young master was then invited to participate in the combat tournament in Delphi by Tezuka, who recalled another crucial message. That is, if he felt confident enough. Harold won't be able to meet Itsuki because the tournament's participants are split up by age, but the young aristocrat will still benefit greatly from the encounter. Harold was intrigued by this proposal because he was eager to test his strength and engage in combat with others, particularly since these encounters would not be life or death. The young aristocrat agreed and said, "Of course I would participate in this tournament," after pausing to consider his options and glanced at the elderly man who was waiting. After thanking him for his cooperation and pledging to notify Itsuki right away, Tezuka made the decision to go back to work. In actuality, Harold had no malicious intent when he said goodbye to the elderly man and wished him a lifetime of hard work. Alone with his thoughts, he considered the forthcoming tournament, where he might encounter formidable opponents such as Itsuki, whom he had not even suspected. In any event, he made the right choice by entering the tournament, which would enable him to strengthen his bond with the Sumeragi family, even though it would have been nice to know about them beforehand. Harold made an effort to avoid contact with Erika for 3 years, and they only spoke when it was absolutely essential. He was happy that he had not been able to get a better impression of her during this whole period. But he couldn't afford to relax until the heroes group had found a solution because the epidemic was getting worse. 5 years before the game's main plot begins, Harold had to fully protect himself from unintentional death and anticipate every possibility, so he was aware that a great deal of trouble lay ahead of him. A ship carrying the main character, Rainer, and his close friend, Colette, docked at the port of Delhit in the meantime. The young country boy was excited for the trip and was thrilled to see the huge city. The massive bronze statue of the ship particularly impressed Rainer, who loved everything around him. However, his father referred to him as a blockhead who lacked social skills. Colette asked her friend to quickly register for the tournament and keep quiet. But Rainer was too happy a young man to pass up the chance to explore this vast city, as he was leaving the village for the first time in his life and would now be walking. Rainer's father couldn't do anything to change his son's behavior and was extremely concerned about it. Colette assured Mr. Orbel that Rainer would be returned right away. Orbel met the girl by the large fountain with the ship statue, apologized for the trouble he had caused, and agreed to apply for the tournament on his son's behalf. Colette couldn't tell which way her friend was going, so she tried to catch up with him as soon as she could. Then she fell, letting her guard down. The locals told her to be careful with her steps. However, just then, Erica showed up close by and offered to assist after noticing Colette's bleeding knee. Colette was bashful when Erica suggested that the girl go to a more peaceful location so that she could assist her. However, Erica reassured her that she was prepared to assist anyone in need and wasn't the type to ignore the suffering of others. The stranger's words delighted Colette, who thanked her and gave her name. Nadia located a good spot. The village girl was shocked to witness healing magic in action as Erica promptly bandaged Colette's wound. However, Erica clarified that she had little experience and was still learning. Colette thought that her new friend had traveled to this big city to take part in the tournament as well. However, Erica had no intention of fighting anyone. She was merely there to support them. Then Erica asked Colette why she had come to this city. She chose to go with a friend who wanted to join a knightly order after hearing about it from the village girl. Since Reiner was able to defeat even the adult men in his village, Erica thought it was fantastic for a young man, and Colette told him about her friend's extraordinary strength. Erica implied that Colette had traveled from the village of Blush to the city, and the blonde described how she and her mother had been compelled to relocate 3 years prior. Colette was just the girl Erica had envisioned when she suddenly realized everything and recalled Harold. Naturally, the blonde was oblivious to the situation and kept on grinning charmingly. Colette thanked the brunette for her assistance, but Erica asked that her thoughtfulness be disregarded. Regardless, she had to locate her friend as quickly as possible. Erica stated as they were leaving that if they had bonded well during their meeting, they would undoubtedly cross paths again and be lifelong friends. Erica questioned whether Colette truly didn't want the proposal after she expressed surprise at it. However, the country girl was just shy and didn't think she was good enough to be friends with a real city lady. However, Erica referred to all of these stereotypes as foolish since, should they reunite, it will demonstrate that their bond is genuine, and it will then be quite normal for them to become close friends. Colette concurred, and Erica requested that she hold on to these lovely emotions until their next meeting, as feeling good is the most important thing in the world. After saying their goodbyes, the girls parted ways, but Colette took care of the brunette for a while and mutely expressed her excitement for her next encounter with this enigmatic healer. Harold had already finished registering for the tournament, so Itsuki was thrilled to see him that night and invited him to join him for dinner. They also had a great chance to try some of the best seafood if they were in a port city. Harold was surprised to find Erica waiting at the table. The young aristocrat did not want to talk to her at all, especially when her older brother was around, but he was powerless to stop her. Erica appeared unhappy as well, and she had anticipated eating lunch with Itsuki alone, but her older brother advised them to keep their distance. Act as though he had no idea what the girl was upset about if he was bothering her. Harold, however, told Itsuki to stay put because the young aristocrat would suffer from being by himself with Erica. The girl wanted to leave so badly at that moment, too, but she couldn't be disrespectful. Since no one else had time to keep him company, Itsuki reminded him that serious injuries could happen during this tournament and that Erica, who possesses healing magic, would be very helpful. Harold clarified that he didn't intend to cause harm, but Itsuki suggested being cautious. Erica would be going with them, which meant he would be going with them. Erica then stated that unless it was absolutely necessary, she had no intention of becoming involved with Harold. This meeting was vital if they were all present because there wouldn't be time for pointless explanations if assistance was suddenly required. Harold didn't say anything, but he silently agreed with the happy young man at that moment. Erica met her friend Juno after they had finished their meal and were left alone. Her companion was taken aback and inquired as to whether Erica had really eaten dinner with Harold. They talked about how the brunette helped her older brother heal after she revealed that she had been compelled to be there for him. Erica was asked by Juno if she had discussed her meeting with Colette with Harold. Juno didn't understand why they still had to conceal it, but the brunette made the decision to do so. Since they didn't know anything about Clara and her daughter, Erica reminded Harold that she shouldn't tell anyone about this secret until Harold gave her the whole truth. However, Erica remained hopeful that Harold would be unable to conceal the whole truth from Colette at a future meeting in front of Harold, and that the charming village girl might even turn into an ally. Even so, Erica experienced a peculiar sense of jealousy since Colette, a stunning young blonde, might develop feelings for Harold and become attracted to him as a man. Maybe he would feel the same way. However, Erica was still able to control her jealousy to the point where she might accept it and be able to move on if she had a romantic rival. Furthermore, Colette wouldn't have the authority to stop Harold from being happy if she did. When the young aristocrat arrived at the tournament site, he was taken aback by the size of the arena. Harold was walking through the city when he saw two men arguing and preparing to fight. The young nobleman had not anticipated that taverns in this city would be open that morning, so he was taken aback. After being insulted, the boys began fighting because they were so inebriated that they lost control of their emotions. However, based on the locals' response, this was a totally typical occurrence. The young aristocrat chose to push the drunkard away by throwing him onto a jug of cold water after one of the guys flew off to the side and ended up directly next to Harold. The stranger's intervention caught everyone off guard, and the other inebriated men started insulting Harold right away. But since they needed to clear their minds, the aristocrat recommended that they take a cold bath. However, one of the biggest guys, emboldened by his alcohol consumption, made a vow to beat the living daylights out of the stranger without even realizing that he was only a teenager. At that moment, a member of the Royal Order's unit appeared as a city guard. The heavily armored men ordered everyone to immediately step aside and calm down, then called the damned drunk scum. The guard attempting to protect Harold didn't have time because the inebriated man was already running as fast as he could to beat Harold up, and he was shocked by how angrily the young man looked at him. Harold was so sure of his skills that he waited until the inebriated man came close to him, then struck him with a strong elbow to knock him unconscious. The young aristocrat was later cheered by the locals, and Harold's skill was commended by the admiring guard. The older soldier then asked what was going on. They were just congratulating some drunks, Delhit explained, but they had a complaint because he had to push away one of the guys who was flying directly at him. The guard asked the man to stay because he enjoyed this story. The young man claimed that he was fine and that this drunkard was not appropriate for him, even as a warm-up before a good workout. The guard chose to express concern and inquire as to whether the young man was hurt. The man's self-confidence surprised the guard, who was cheerfully waving his arms. Harold cautioned him against making any abrupt movements, as this could cause him to pull some muscles and experience excruciating pain. The young man had no time for conversation and soon became weary of the entire exchange, advising the guard to go interrogate some local outlaws. All this did was make the guard smile. When a fellow soldier inquired about what to do with the unconscious drunkard, the lieutenant made the decision to question him. Then he was taken aback by Harold's rapid disappearance. The only thing the lieutenant regretted was that he had not had time to inquire about the identity of the young man whose fighting prowess had so captivated him. Meanwhile, Harold had already crossed the street. The young aristocrat didn't intend to meet the lieutenant on the city streets, but he recognized him right away. This young man, Cody Liziel, a former knight of the order, was accompanied by a formidable combatant. Cody was supposed to be in charge of the friary, a group of mercenaries consisting of adventurers, drifters, and other riffraff, in the game's main plot. He would occasionally form an alliance with the heroes' group, but more often than not, he would just use them, leave them, and take the spoils. In essence, he was merely a supporting character, and not nearly as dangerous or evil as the others. Harold had not anticipated seeing Cody so soon, though. The young man then thought about how he might be able to make his life easier in the future by getting to know this guy better. Additionally, Cody could more easily monitor the team's progress if he accompanied Reiner and the other heroes. Thus, he would need to see him once more. Harold met with Itsuki and the girls the following day, and it was revealed that he had been registered using a false identity. As usual, Itsuki was full of good vibes and referred to the day as a fantastic tournament day. Itsuki clarified that since the majority of the competitors in this tournament were regular people, he registered Harold using a fictitious name to avoid disappointing his parents if he appeared in public. Harold, however, reasoned that his parents would probably be happy and encourage their cherished son to beat up unworthy people as severely as possible. Despite not being shocked, Itsuki remained silent about the brutality of the Stokes family. The first fight in the 13 and under age group was soon to be revealed. Before revealing the opponents, the presenter urged the competitors to give a fantastic performance. Harold's opponent, the amiable, blonde Malik, was identified in the registration as simply Lord Mr. "Why must I wear a mask?" asked the young aristocrat. Itsuki clarified that it would be wise to hide Harold's face from onlookers because he was going into the arena using a false identity. But the young man was infuriated by such nonsense, and Harold instantly ripped the mask off his face and hurled it with all his strength to the ground. Itsuki simply asked him to be more cautious with his possessions without arguing. There was a lot of noise in the arena as the tournament began, eagerly anticipated by the inebriated spectators. Harold continued to yell at Itsuki as he entered the arena, calling him a dumb fool and expressing distaste for his mask and stage name. Malik couldn't comprehend why his opponent was so cruel, and Harold vowed to himself that he would undoubtedly get revenge for such jokes. However, the young aristocrat just wanted to get out of the noisy arena and put an end to the duel as soon as possible. Somehow, Harold saw a young blonde among the thousands of people in the arena and knew instantly that this was the same Colette whose life he had saved. The young aristocrat quickly averted his eyes from the girl and felt remorse for taking off his mask because masks were prized as artifacts and could be used to conceal one's identity, gain popularity, and create entertainment. Harold realized that if Colette was here, then another important character in this game was also there. At that moment, the fight was declared to begin, and the opponents were urged to prepare. Harold only needed a few quick steps this time to defeat his young and inexperienced opponent, and the enemy, having lost his weapon, started to cry and concede defeat. The audience started to make noise because they didn't like the brief duel. Harold hurried out of the arena as soon as he was proclaimed the winner. The young aristocrat kept thinking about Colette, and realized how important Rainer's presence there was. It is not necessary to meet Rainer Griffith at this time because he is the protagonist of the Bravehearts game, and will be his greatest rival in 5 years. Before he heard the tournament host start introducing the players for the upcoming match, he sincerely hoped that Rainer was just a regular fan in the stands. Rainer, of course, was the next candidate from the village of Blush to compete for the tournament's grand prize, according to the host. With a shining blade in hand, the village boy savored the moment of glory. The reason Harold was most irritated at this point was that, according to the original script, Rainer should have arrived in Delhit at a different time and even given a lengthy monologue there. The young aristocrat thought it would be wise to leave the tournament cautiously before confronting Rainer, but doing so would be a rerun of what had happened in the morning when he had already attempted to avoid encountering the game characters. In the original tale, Rainer's animosity toward Harold was stoked by the aristocrat's haughtiness and the murder of Clara. But now that he had resolved Clara's predicament, he intended to live a modest, quiet life. Rainer shouldn't be angry with him if Clara was still alive, at least not until they began conversing. Harold recalled meeting Cody and how, despite the fact that it would have been better to become friends, he had refused to speak to him. The young aristocrat made the decision to meet him here in order to gauge his present strength, and, if he didn't have to say anything unpleasant again, possibly win his trust. Additionally, he will be able to guide Rainer, give him helpful advice, and control the protagonist so that he goes where he sends him and gets stronger because of his familiarity with the original game. Additionally, saving the world much earlier than in the original game is completely possible. Harold chose not to pass up this fantastic chance to get to the end of this lengthy tale much sooner. The protagonist of the game had already won his first battle and was enjoying the audience's cheers while Harold was thinking about his future plans. Since it happened so fast, Rainer was already a very powerful man. The young mother didn't know how to deal with Rainer, but she felt it was time to implement her plan. This could backfire because his entire vocabulary was full of vulgarities. At last, Harold awaited the game's protagonist and attempted to appreciate his outstanding triumph in a less impolite manner. In the original version, the city first met the man who killed him when Rainer looked at the stranger. Naturally, Rainer was still a normal, gregarious man rather than a hero. He immediately recognized Harold and called him the fastest hand in the tournament, but then started asking him how he'd managed to defeat Malik so quickly. Rainer asked Harold to share the secret after admiring his lightning-fast attack. He would simply inform him of the technique he was working on if he was unable to. The protagonist of the game acknowledged that although he was also quite quick, he was unable to move as Harold did. However, the young nobleman made a defiant gesture after telling Rainer to stop talking. The main character then realized he hadn't yet introduced himself, so he gave the stranger his name, and then held out his hand. Harold then radically changed the original plot of the game. The unremarkable, unsophisticated village boy thanked the young aristocrat for the introduction and pledged his friendship, while the young aristocrat suggested that his new friend call him by his first name, or whatever he felt most comfortable with. Harold then resumed his uncivilized speech pattern and, despite calling Rainer a fool, commended him for his exceptional fighting skills, which far outstripped those of every other competitor. After exchanging handshakes, the young nobleman clarified that he wouldn't readily assist anyone and that Reiner would need to see his methods for himself if he wished to learn them. And they would undoubtedly meet in the arena if he wasn't eliminated in the following round. The boy from the village accepted the challenge with pleasure and told Harold that if he didn't do his best in the next fight, they wouldn't be able to meet and compare their skills. Harold referred to his new acquaintance as a pitiful representative of the lower classes and counseled him against speaking in such a way to an aristocrat, as the only thing he could comprehend was the stark disparity in their social standing. Such impolite remarks did not offend Reiner in the least, and he now eagerly anticipated meeting the confident aristocrat. The protagonist of the game then wished his opponent luck and continued on with his activities. Harold only now realized that everyone else in the room was staring at him because they were all chatting to Reiner, regardless of their faces or other people's thoughts. He would now have to deal with hostility and violence as a result. However, Reiner would undoubtedly have no trouble overcoming such a challenge. After all, the hero's primary function in this tale is to rescue the entire world from imminent peril. Harold therefore looked forward to his encounter with Reiner to see how strong he was. After Harold patiently awaited the chance to face Reiner and easily defeat another opponent, the host proposed that he focus on the competitors amid the commotion. The leaders of this group, the enigmatic man and the amazing fighter Reiner Griffith, are set to square off in the next fight in the under-13 age group. During that moment, a tense Colette was genuinely concerned about her best friend and wished him luck. Reiner kept his word to meet Harold and was prepared for battle. Harold cautioned against celebrating too soon, as Reiner would need to demonstrate his full strength and his ability to talk in order to win this duel. The village boy was the first to charge into a quick attack after the tournament host declared the duel to begin, lifting his massive blade for the final blow. However, this attempt failed, and Harold easily avoided the strong blow. Reiner became enraged, and the country boy started swinging his sword frantically. At this point, Harold was even more disappointed because Reiner appeared to be too weak for the main character, and Harold had successfully repelled every attempt to hit him. Even so, the protagonist needed to be much stronger because he was now just a regular kid. While everyone else was noisily taking in the spectacle, Colette, in contrast, just watched the fight in silence. Reiner was baffled as to why he was unable to strike his opponent at that precise moment. The young aristocrat then announced that he was confronted with a worldwide tragedy and a genuine letdown. The protagonist hesitated at these words because he didn't understand what was being said. Harold angrily declared that the boy himself was incapable of causing significant harm, and that his opponent's attacks were pointless. Reiner questioned why Harold was only defending himself and not attacking. At this point, Harold lost his temper and referred to his opponent as a talentless fool. He then started to move so quickly that the main character in the game didn't even notice his forward dash. Harold, who had found himself near his opponent, said that Reiner should be careful with his words because he could do to him what he had just done to his blade. The young lad from the village was shocked when his adversary sliced his sword in two. Harold later stated that he felt nothing but disdain for those who were unable to respond to such an attack. Reiner, who had trained and practiced so diligently for so many years with his father, a former adventurer, was deeply disappointed at that moment. Although he had only lost to adults before, this was the first time in his life that he had lost to someone his own age. As Reiner continued to reflect on his defeat, he was taken aback by his opponent's actions. He went up to the judge and started threatening him with a sword, something that had never been done before. Harold then referred to the referee as a worthless jerk and questioned why he had broken the rules by stopping the fight before Reiner had acknowledged his defeat. The judge started defending herself, saying that since the opponent had lost his sword, defeat was inevitable. Harold, however, persisted in taunting the terrified boy, asking him if there wasn't a spare sword there. The onlookers were perplexed and started yelling with excitement as the young aristocrat accepted the sword from the first man he encountered. Harold, however, returned with a fresh blade less than a minute later, to applause from the spectators. If he still had the will to fight, the aristocrat challenged his opponent to get up and grab his sword. This was his only opportunity to join the military and become a real hero. Harold questioned his opponent about why the country boy chose to train for combat and build strength when he could have stayed in his village and lived in peace. In order to become a nobleman and protect many people from death, Reiner explained that he had always admired knights and aspired to be one of them. Reiner always tried to help the weak, even as a young child. One day, when some rude locals decided to hurt Colette by stealing her pendant, he chose to step in and save the helpless girl. Colette was made fun of by the village hooligans, who also pledged to sell her pendant to the passing merchants who were scheduled to visit their village today. The proceeds would then be used to purchase delectable food. Colette tried to take the pendant and hit one of the boys because she was so angry at their impudence. Naturally, though, the young girl's strength was not enough to defeat two powerful men. Then Rainer showed up and, fearless of the repercussions, ordered them to stop bullying Colette, who was weaker and much younger. The girl felt happy and safe at that moment. When the village hooligans saw the weak boy, they were ecstatic and started referring to him as a justice hero wearing glittering pants. They then expressed their fatigue at his foolish nightly games. The future protagonist was insulted by the bullies, who called him a weakling who could only pose as a knight before running to his mother to weep and gripe. However, Rainer pledged that he would demonstrate his strength, and that today would be entirely different. The hooligans were already getting ready to beat up the weak and amiable boy once more because they were pursuing this exact goal. The altercation lasted only a few minutes and had a clear conclusion. Rainer grimaced in agony as Colette cleaned his face of blood shortly after he lost. Rainer only cared about how pitiful he appeared while being battered repeatedly, but she apologized for starting the argument. However, the future knight showed bravery by recovering the girl's pendant in spite of his defeat. Colette trusted Rainer's strength and thought he was the greatest hero of the time. Rainer was pleased that he had at last been able to keep the girl he liked safe, despite the hurt and loss. The future hero then pledged to be by Colette's side and to always protect her. Rainer claimed that even though he was weak, he would train hard and get stronger until the day came when he would transform into a knight and save everyone who was in danger. The girl decided to give her best friend her pendant so that he would always remember how brave he was that day because she truly thought he had good intentions and wished him luck. The boy appeared ashamed and perplexed by her actions. Colette therefore declared that the pendant was intended for him, and that this present would strengthen Rainer's vow to defend her and become a knight. Colette vowed to support her friend no matter what and to follow his journey toward his goal of becoming a knight. Rainer appeared to have grown up by then and had a genuine faith in his own abilities. Now, many years later, he faced his life's strongest opponent in the arena and vowed to fight to get stronger and save lives. Harold simply grinned and questioned why Rainer, a loser, believed he was a hero. However, the world's future savior pledged to do everything in his power to become one. Rainer no longer had the innocent country boy's appearance, and he now had a strength that he was eager to share with Harold. For the first time, the future world savior experienced a remarkable sensation of lightness in his body as the blade in his hands flared with magical flame. Rainer's encounter with Harold had enabled him to unleash his amazing hero power, and he now felt a tremendous surge of strength running through his body. Then, furious, he charged forward to avenge the impolite nobleman. The arena's spectators, who had not witnessed anything of this tournament, and were now taking in the fight between two of the strongest opponents, were silenced by powerful sword strikes. Colette witnessed her best friend's strength and fierceness for the first time. Harold was happy with the outcome because the future protagonist had been greatly inspired by his words and was now finding it difficult to resist him. Without pausing for a second, Rainer launched another attack, parrying the aristocrat's blows with ease this time. However, following a strong energy boost, Rainer felt weak and started to see double. The village boy lost his balance and retreated a few paces. After a few seconds, Rainer realized everything because he just went back to his normal state. The future world savior, leaning on his blade, did not understand why his body suddenly became so heavy, as if filled with lead. This indicated that he had reached the limit of his enhancement, which was not shocking as he had not even suspected that he had such a hidden ability in his body until today. The village boy, however, was happy with the outcome despite his renewed weakness because he had fulfilled the expectations Colette had previously placed on him with her pendant. But now he had to acknowledge that Harold was too strong for him. The pendant's chain abruptly broke at that precise moment, causing the jewelry to clink to the ground. Rainier thought of his best friend's smile once more, who had vowed to always be there for him as he followed his dreams years ago. The village boy felt a sense of great strength returning from these memories, and he was now prepared to fight on. The whole arena was illuminated by a magical flash, and Harold should now be terrified. Because he needed to show his beloved girl and himself what he was capable of, Rainer made the decision to do everything in his power to deliver the strongest blow of his life. Rainer now challenged the self-assured aristocrat to try to stop the terrifying fire magic that was flowing from the village boy's blade, if he had the strength. Naturally, Harold refused to back down and attempted to counter his opponent using the Nemesis Blade spell. Now, in addition to the magic he had purchased, the arena was adorned with lightning bolts. The arena trembled from the tremendous pressure as the two dreadful magical forces clashed in a matter of seconds, sending a tremendous surge of magical energy that made everyone in the arena close their eyes. The two competitors remained standing opposite each other after everything was finished and the arena's dust had settled, but this time Rainer had expended too much energy and was unable to stand, so Harold made the decision to help and keep the future hero from falling. The young aristocrat referred to his opponent as a dumb fool and said that if he had the ability, he ought to have used it right away. Rainer, however, only succeeded in calling Harold a ruthless jerk and requesting that he give up his land. Since Harold hadn't anticipated Rainer's ability to use courage mode at his age, he was truly impressed. For 4 turns, a character's attack and defense stats are multiplied multiple times in brave mode, an unstoppable state. Rainer activated this ability twice in a single battle, which surprised Gareth because he didn't meet all the requirements for doing so early. All of this could only indicate that this common village boy had at last achieved the status of a real hero. Harold now acknowledged that he had been too quick to label this man a total letdown. Harold placed a pendant in Rainer's hand and said in a low voice that the outcome of their next mortal battle would determine the fate of the entire world. Kido, who was keeping a close eye on the battle's development, was certain that Harold had surpassed all of his expectations when he was proclaimed the winner of this duel. A nervous Colette attempted to approach her best friend while everyone else was attempting to reach the arena's exit, but she stumbled and met Harold instead. Uncertain of how to respond to this encounter, the girl gazed at the young aristocrat in surprise. The town finally spoke up and inquired as to why she had given Rainer the pendant. The girl was then reminded by the young aristocrat that he had asked her to present this pendant to his future guardian. And now she has chosen the most awkward and foolish village boy to be her protector out of all the potential candidates. Colette, however, wasn't going to give up and said that Rainer wasn't weak at all and that she believed in her best friend. So he would do everything he could to keep her safe. Harold, on the other hand, chose not to argue and proposed that Colette should benefit from such a feeble defense because this cowardly Rainer would be ideal for a coward like her. Infuriated, Colette questioned Harold about why he was accusing her of something and saying such horrible things to her. However, after giving it some thought, the young aristocrat responded that the girl ought to have experienced firsthand what it was like to be helpless and weak in the face of a powerful foe. Harold decided that he didn't care about her issues, so she could keep crying even if, after all of life's hardships, she decided to become a weak and vulnerable girl. Colette was deeply upset by these harsh words, but she wiped her face, tried not to cry, and then went to find her best friend Rainer. Soon after, the girl discovered her guardian in a hospital room, where he had already fully recovered from his heartbreaking loss. Colette started inquiring about Rainer's health right away, but the boy was just tired and hadn't sustained any serious wounds. Since her friend's wishes might have changed, Colette questioned whether he truly meant to keep her safe for the rest of his life. However, Rainer appeared offended by the inquiry and declared that today's loss would not alter his commitment to always be present. Colette was pleased and urged her friend not to feel weak over his loss to Mr. Harold because Rainer would undoubtedly prevail the next time they faced off. Since they had never met before and Mr. Harold's true name was concealed during the tournament by a pseudonym, the future world saver questioned how Colette knew him so well. Colette chose to tell her protector the whole truth, telling him about the time she and her mother were saved from death by the heir of the Stokes family. She also gave Rainer a pendant of Harold's Knight's medal. To the country boy's surprise, he was up against a real aristocrat. Rainer clarified that because Harold was powerful and had magic, he had noticed something odd right away. Rainer described how Harold told him at the end of the battle to either give up his dream of becoming a great knight or to put all his strength into it, and never lose again because the aristocrat also turned out to be a very strict man. Colette was upset and thought this was causing her friend a great deal of distress. However, Rainer ascribed his feelings to other emotions. He felt Harold had spoken harshly to him on purpose, as though he was trying to inspire him. Rainer's condition was unexpected, but the girl honestly didn't understand how it all happened. The future human guardian was resolved to defeat Harold in battle the next time. However, Rainer was still in pain, so Colette called Mr. Orble and the doctor and advised her friend to try to rest and not worry because he had been hit very hard. The girl left the room with a sense of confidence and the knowledge that her best friend was strong and would only get stronger. This implied that he would succeed in his mission and turn into everyone's protector. Kido, meanwhile, met Harold and Itsuki on a city street. With a sly smile, the highly resourceful and crafty young man extended an invitation to join the order to the aristocrat. Feeling culpable for the younger Harold, Itsuki approached the stranger and inquired about his identity. Kido, however, simply grinned and introduced himself as a knight. It was difficult to accept, and Itsuki remained tense. Knowing this, Kido urged them to overlook his less than ideal appearance and instead focus on the fact that he was a genuinely courageous knight. Harold became disinterested and inquired about Kido's objectives. Kido referred to the aristocrat's duel as the greatest spectacle he had witnessed recently, and he said that Harold should become a knight after the crafty man once more offered him a place in the knightly order. Harold was too annoyed by all of this, but he was curious as to how Kido learned about his involvement in the tournament without disclosing his true identity or informing anyone. Kido explained that Harold had given himself away by claiming that the drunks on the street were merely a warm-up for him. Kido was a very crafty and resourceful man. He therefore surmised that this tournament was the only location that needed preparation. Harold urged Kido to remember his true name forever and to refrain from using the name he used to compete in the tournament. Harold also insisted that he not be called by that name. At that moment, Itsuki felt let down because he honestly thought the town liked the fictitious name he had created. Harold became even more enraged by these remarks and vowed to choke the person who came up with the moniker. Kido was just taken aback by the two boys' relationship. The sly man then recommended that everyone settle down and find a comfortable spot to talk and sip on some soothing beverages. If nothing else, it would be preferable to standing in the street. Kido questioned why the boys needed to fabricate a name and lied to their parents in order to compete in this tournament after they had seated themselves at the table. He clarified that although he wished to test his strength, he was only met with weaklings. Kido liked the discussion and disagreed with Harold because his last opponent, the red-haired man brandishing a sword, was invited to join the knightly order and proved to be quite strong. Kido's remarks infuriated the young aristocrat, but the crafty man quickly asked him not to take offense. He had to find someone else to admit to the knightly order after all. Harold himself had vanished somewhere. Kido described how he was thrilled to accept the offer to become a knight after discovering Rainer in the hospital room. Since Rainer was the only one who had resisted Harold with honor, the shrewd young man saw Harold's reaction and understood how much he was interested in him. After witnessing that fight, Kido concluded that Harold was training his opponent, and Rainer did his best to adjust and deliver the same blows. Harold was continuously taking all of the attacks, parrying, or dodging them, even though it initially appeared that he was merely making fun of his opponent. As a result, the young aristocrat managed to corner his opponent and make him show off his latent inner strength. Of course, only Harold knows why this was required. Since the knightly order only accepts members at 16, Itsuki questioned Kido about how he would get Harold to join if he was only 13. Kido claims that in every business, there is always an exception to the rule. He has a close friend named Vincent who became a knight at the age of 14. Itsuki, who always attempted to follow directions, had trouble understanding the rule violation. However, Kido explained that this was a relatively uncommon occurrence, and that exceptional cases were typically saved for gifted people such as Harold. Kido then extended his offer once more, telling Harold that he would be able to fight the forces of evil, defend justice, and accomplish other significant tasks if he became a knight. Harold gave a quick explanation of his position on the absurd objectives of the knightly order. He was willing to accept the offer even though he was genuinely evil. Naturally, the aristocrat only cared about achieving his own objectives and showed no regard for the principles of the knightly order. Given that Harold's parents would probably object, Itsuki was still perplexed as to why Harold had consented to join the knightly order. However, the young aristocrat clarified that the Knights of Fire frequently embarked on much riskier missions, so for him, this was a great opportunity to get stronger. There won't be any issues with his parents because his father is in the army right now and had previously desired to become a knight. Since the king himself serves as the honorary commander, a knightly order is, after all, far more prestigious than a regular army. His parents also wouldn't pass up the chance to raise their family's profile even more. Harold dismissed Itsuki's assumption that he had joined the knightly order for the benefit of his family as stupid. He clarified that he only cared about himself, and would only work toward his own objectives. After returning home, Harold shocked his father by joining the knightly order. He then described how he had to deal with some drunkards he had unintentionally encountered before his skills were recognized and he was asked to become a knight. Harold's parents handled the news quite well, referring to him as the pride of the Stokes family and even going so far as to throw him a lavish celebration, as Harold had anticipated. Harold met with Norman and Jake to discuss his plans after consulting with his parents. He clarified that the entire farming process would be feasible on Tasuka and that he was departing for the capital in just 1 week. Even if nothing major occurred, Norman and Jake were still expected to update him on the situation. Harold resisted Zen's attempts to ask questions. Jake and Norman agreed to stay in touch by letter, but they quickly cautioned that it would take some time because the capital was far away. Harold responded that it wasn't that important, but that they should get in touch with the Sumeragi family if they ever needed to get in touch with him right away. He would also let them know about this possibility beforehand. After learning that knightly order members were going to hazardous and inhospitable locations, Zen eventually managed to escape the city's hold and started to feel resentment toward his master's choice. Harold, however, failed to see the issue. Zen, however, was furious about his master's behavior and referred to him as being too special a man to take such a chance. And if he were killed or injured, what would happen to them? Harold, however, called Zen a fool and questioned why, when he had to take part in the extermination of monsters, he hadn't considered this earlier. He was still alive and only slightly hurt though, in spite of the danger. However, Zen cautioned him against equating working in a knightly order with slaying monsters because the latter was far riskier and could result in death. Harold kicked Zen in the ass right away and told him not to be put away too soon. In order to save his beloved master and avoid witnessing his terrible demise, the young aristocrat then proposed that Zen himself embark on the perilous mission first. Zen declined the offer, of course, and Harold finally made the decision to cut the call short and tell everyone to return to their work. Harold chose to keep quiet while Norman and Jake kept reassuring Zen. Even though Zen was too noisy, he certainly said the right things and Harold mentally agreed with him, but he couldn't destroy his image of an evil aristocrat. Harold had been training for campaigns in perilous regions and slaying monsters for a long time before he was supposed to join the knightly order at 16, according to the original game's script. Harold merely expedited the game's events in this instance, but it's hard to see why a character of that caliber would require a knightly order in the first place. Even though the knightly order is seen as a sign of strength and authority, Harold's original motivation might have been to establish his dominance and win others' admiration. After losing to Reiner twice, the real Harold demanded more, but he never accepted his mistakes and shortcomings in the original plot. Finally, he gave in to the influence of justice and led himself to total self-destruction. The real Harold, in other words, fought all his life and refused to use force for the greater good. In addition, he was a disgusting man who wanted to acquire everything out of jealousy and vanity. Following some time, a servant came in, apologized, declared that the banquet was ready, and asked them to follow him. Harold made the decision to attend the celebration at his parents' house after glancing at the empty room. Harold was bidding farewell to his cruel parents and, as it appeared to him, possibly seeing them for the last time just a few days after the feast celebrating his induction into the knightly order. He arrived in the capital of Amagil after a long journey and was taken aback by the size of the city. As it happened, the capital was perched atop a massive hill, and the more luxurious the homes, the higher you went. It was unlike anything Harold had ever seen, and the skyships soaring overhead particularly astounded him. It was difficult to believe how much money had been spent on all of the opulence. Harold concluded that he should wait to meet Kido here since he had arrived at the location I required, and sure enough, he was met by an old acquaintance a short while later. Harold told Kido not to pretend to be on a date because he had come here to join the knightly order and not to engage in street conversation, even though Kido acknowledged that they had met even earlier than he had anticipated. Still grinning and upbeat, Kido clarified that despite his dumb jokes, he always fulfills his commitments. Harold, however, was well aware of this crafty man's true identity and didn't trust a word he said. Kido continued to compliment Harold on his amazing fighting abilities on the way to the knightly order because he never thought he would see someone with such talent again. The young aristocrat concluded that Kido was once more implying the odd young knight he had previously mentioned, who had succeeded in entering the knightly order at the age of 14. Kido was even taken aback that Harold had never heard of this competent individual, as practically everyone in the capital and beyond knew his well-known name. Vincent van Westerfort, who is currently the acting head of the Holy Order of Knights, was this exceptional person. It was therefore nearly impossible to have heard of him. I asked my assistant Shannon if there would be a group training session today while I was busy with important things in my office. I decided to take a quick walk because I was sick of the same old paperwork. However, the designated representative of the knightly order promptly responded that no such training was planned for today. If so, Vincent was baffled as to why Kido's team had assembled in the courtyard. At that moment, the head of the knightly order was greeted by the loud and always happy Kido as he entered the room. This visit did not surprise Vincent in the least, and he asked what was causing the disturbance downstairs. Kido's whole team assembled in one spot as soon as he announced that he would be holding an entrance exam for a promising newcomer. On the understanding that there would be no issues, Vincent consented to the exam going forward. In response, Kido Ailish chuckled and clarified that he was unable to make any promises in this situation, and that everything would rely on the newcomer. It would still be beneficial for Mr. Vincent to visit the training grounds though, as he might find them interesting. The leader of the knightly order was only perplexed by the boisterous knight's remarks, but Vincent still developed an interest in an unidentified newcomer. But as usual, Shannon referred to Kido as a loud talker. Kido had always been noisy and too independent, so the leader of the knightly order was no longer shocked by his behavior. However, he was unchangeable, and the most important thing was that the locals had not voiced any complaints. Shannon felt that the leader of the knightly order was being too forgiving of this erratic knight, even though she agreed with Vincent. Naturally, Vincent was aware of this, but he chose not to answer his assistant. Then the leader of the knightly order recalled how he had brought Kido to the knightly order, a place he found unbearable. However, Vincent was only able to acknowledge that the knightly order was unfamiliar to him as well. As Harold waited for the exam to start, he considered Vincent, the current captain of the Order of the Royal Knights, and concluded that he shouldn't judge himself against him based solely on the fact that he rose to the position at such a young age. Unlike Harold, this man seemed to be a very serious character, and was the main character in many folk tales. However, the influence of the Knights Order would diminish approximately 4 years following the Battle of Beltus Forest. Kido would resent all law enforcement personnel and resign from his knightly position. The course of events will ultimately lead to Vincent, the fearless leader of all knights, losing to his best friend and dying at the hands of the hypocritical Kido. Harold, however, had grown weary of waiting for Kido, who had yet to return from his wanderings. However, the other knights saw the young man at that point and started to inquire as to why he had come. Harold angrily told him to go by, but the bored knights couldn't pass up the chance to have some fun and started questioning the young man about his anger and whether he was an aristocrat. Kido eventually showed up a few minutes later and stopped the knights' pointless inquiries. Every soldier greeted their commander right away, and Harold complained that Kido wasn't there. Harold speculated that the idiot might have been using the restroom, but Kido didn't disclose his true location, only brushing it off as being too important. In an attempt to quench their curiosity, the knights started questioning their commander about the person he had added to their order. The knights started making fun of Kido despite his position, referring to the young man as their illegitimate son. The commander paused at these words, and Harold, already snarling with rage, asked his knights to quiet down. Then, Kido told his overly happy subordinates that he had brought Harold along, with whom they would fight, and that the boy would make it through the exam and join the knightly order because of him. Like all the knights, Harold was taken aback when he saw that this man was the promising individual Kido had mentioned earlier, but he was still much smaller than anyone had anticipated. However, the commander advised him not to treat the young aristocrat so lightly because he had total faith in his abilities. Harold, on the other hand, didn't anticipate any tests because he thought he had already been admitted into the knightly order. Harold wasn't afraid to beat up a few soldiers, but he didn't see how he could show off his fighting abilities any more after he had already shown them all during the tournament. Kido, on the other hand, counseled his followers to fight harder and treat the young man with more respect. Kido then made his subordinates an offer. Whoever defeated Harold would be rewarded with a letter of recommendation for a promotion and numerous other benefits. Since the knights had never witnessed such generosity from their commander, this naturally aroused their curiosity. Since it was embarrassing for them to be scared of a 13-year-old boy, Kido realized that his subordinates had picked up on some sort of trick and gave them instructions to recall everything they knew and to show off their knightly combat experience. The simple knights were doubted by all of these remarks, but Kido suggested that they demonstrate their strength so that the bright newcomer would cry and collapse on his mother. Harold was still giving the man who had brought him here a fierce look. The commander's inspiring speech was the reason behind the subordinates' decision to administer an exam to the promising newcomer, and Harold saw the dramatic change in their gaze. Since he was unable to demonstrate everything he wanted during the tournament, the young aristocrat, who was fully confident in his abilities, chose to take advantage of this fantastic opportunity to test his skills against more seasoned knights. Kido, who had introduced Harold into the knightly order, wished him luck and counseled him to do his best to keep his reputation intact. In response, however, the youthful nobleman referred to Kido as a fool. Harold's words were ignored by the commander, and the aristocrat ended up expressing his gratitude for the chance in a furious manner. Harold's sarcasm infuriated Kido, who felt proud because he truly thought he was giving the young man a chance. Before the fight, Harold experienced a rush of excitement that he hadn't experienced since he first met Itsuki. It was an unfulfilling feeling to fight monsters, something he only felt when he was up against stronger foes, and it was a real euphoria to defeat them. The man from another world once again felt like an original character, inviting the knights to approach him without hesitation. The original Harold's body yearned for battle in any circumstance. The commander was asked by one of the knights if all of this was accurate. Only after they defeated the newcomer did Kido reaffirm his pledge of privileges and promotion. After thanking him for the chance, the first knight left to engage in combat. The adult man instantly expressed regret to Harold, explaining that he could not pass up the chance to advance and that the novice would just need to accept his loss and realize how cruel the world can be. However, as soon as the knight crawled back to his room to recover his injuries, the young nobleman referred to him as a pitiful idiot and vowed to thank him for his care. Kido then ascended to the balcony and gave the exam takers instructions to start after warning them to exercise caution and not murder one another. Without wasting any time, the seasoned knight swung his massive blade in attack. Harold, however, maintained his composure in the face of his opponent's rage, deflecting the knight's blow at the perfect moment before launching a successful counterattack that knocked down the first adversary. All of the knights, including the commander, were taken aback by the swift victory. Nobody understood how a newcomer could take out a seasoned soldier with a single blow. Harold, meanwhile, relished the occasion and quietly counseled his opponent to show him more deference the next time. Kido made an unsuccessful attempt to bring the fallen knight back to life. The commander was so terrified that he ordered a doctor to be called right away. Meanwhile, Harold proposed that the next adversary come over and take his sedative. The following foe proved to be equally as skilled as the last knight, but he behaved considerably more circumspectly and withstood Harold's initial barrage of blows. Harold not only displayed speed miracles but also dexterity, and despite the veteran soldier's best efforts, his sweeping blows were unable to keep up with the young aristocrat's movements. As he watched the duel, Kido was thrilled by the future knight's skills because his adult knights lacked this agility, and behaved much more slowly and predictably in their bulky armor. Still unflappable, Harold questioned his opponent if this was the extent of the famed knights of the Order's abilities. The soldier's emotions became uncontrollable after this encounter. The knight lost all sense of caution and hurried forward in an attempt to silence the young aristocrat as soon as possible, but this was only a part of a well-planned strategy. As he watched his opponent, Harold recalled how he had never anticipated humans using special moves in his battles with monsters. The movements of this knight appeared to be pre-programmed and easily calculated. This guy was merely an adversary from a typical computer game, but normally people have a wider variety of tactics and attempt to adjust to the circumstances before attacking. His opponent in the Bravehearts game was merely an average A-rank knight, and due to their incessant moves, these characters were unable to stop the protagonist. After fending off a few more of the knight's blows, Harold questioned whether he was truly giving up because a cool knight couldn't be a weakling who couldn't handle a regular boy. Harold kept insulting the regular soldier who was being pressured by his commander and fellow soldiers, knowing full well that his contented smile would make a great provocation. It turned out that this adult knight had magical powers and surrounded himself with a magic circle. The blue magic circle represented water magic skills, but regardless of the magic they possessed, the knights were always ready to use it in the same manner. All of this was predictable, even though Harold was well aware that such knights were limited to using a single water magic spell and that this specific soldier possessed the ability to strike with water. The young nobleman deflected the enemy's water blast in advance by using his magical power to counter the knight's water attack. The seasoned soldier was taken aback because he hadn't anticipated the young man's abilities. Harold applied the exact idea that one can reflect an enemy's spell by using magic of the same element and rank. Naturally, though, not everyone was able to foresee the spell their adversary would employ. The furious knight concluded that everything had happened by accident, and that he should cast another spell at random. This time, too, he was ready and produced a fireball that resembled his opponent's. The soldier did not comprehend what was going on or how such a young man could foresee all of his actions, and the second reflection of the magic spell could no longer be a mere coincidence. Harold, however, simply referred to his opponent as a loser and displayed an unpredictable behavior because it is stupid to repeat what his trainers have said. The knight's anger was heightened by these remarks, and he now desired to murder the boy. However, as in the previous instance, Harold was able to maneuver with ease and land a powerful blow to the opponent's body, knocking him out, while the more seasoned soldier was unable to keep up with the young opponent's movements. Because that was exactly how he had been as a young man, Kido admired the promising newcomer's skills and recognized the Vincent he had known all those years ago in him. The young nobleman, meanwhile, thought it monotonous to defeat the elite group of knights one at a time and proposed that they launch their attack as a group. The head of the knightly order could not believe that the unidentified boy was so flawless, and Vincent and his helper Shannon watched in awe of his skill. In this unequal battle, the young man skillfully repelled all enemy attacks and launched an attack at the right moment, Vincent said. It appeared as though the young man somehow miraculously foresaw the enemy's moves, as if he knew what they were going to do beforehand, and the knight captain was astounded by his lack of errors. Vincent was aware that knights had a unique fighting style, but he couldn't understand how a regular boy could learn it so thoroughly without ever having met a knight. After all, it would be impossible to learn all of the knights of the order's tactics in a single battle, even if this man had previously engaged in combat with them. Vincent had a bad feeling about the newcomer at that moment, and wanted to learn more. This man might be a member of some hostile force and try to infiltrate the knights' ranks to annihilate their order, the captain of the Knights and Holy Order suggested. For what reason did Vincent ask his assistant to compile all the data on the order's conflicts over the previous decade, from the biggest to the smallest skirmishes? Additionally, he urged Shannon to pay attention to even the smallest details or the most trivial disputes. Without hesitation, Shannon cautioned that compiling so much data on every knight would be laborious and time-consuming. However, Vincent clarified that time was irrelevant, and that she could manage the small-scale conflicts while he concentrated on the larger conflicts. The knightly order's captain remained hopeful that his suspicions would be unjustified and that he was wrong about the bright newcomer, who might end up being a deadly danger to the order. Kido welcomed Harold with joy into the friendly walls of the knightly order for a few days. The noisy young man then expressed regret for keeping Harold waiting and clarified that the aristocrat had already paid for Harold's dorm. The kind knight commander then showed the common dining room, where everyone was fed for free. Harold would obviously have to pay for this service if he wanted something special. The training hall and living room were located close to the dining hall, and the assembly hall and the captain and vice captain of the Holy Order's proper quarters were located farther out in the spacious structure. Harold, a new recruit, needed to keep in mind that Kido had shown the enormous barracks during the tour, where the veterans' rooms were located on the second floor, in order to avoid confusion. After a while, the amiable commander led the newcomer to his room, where he introduced him to the other knights right away and requested that they all treat him as a fellow member of the 92nd Company. After presenting himself, Harold urged all of his new allies to avoid upsetting him in upcoming trials and conflicts because he remained solemn and unfazed. The boys, however, were taken aback by the rookie's attitude and just stared at him. Lieutenant Kido was reminded by a boisterous girl that he had neglected to bring the recruit's uniform and was urged to exercise greater caution. The lieutenant apologized to the girl for making her work during her break because of his foolishness. Kido then addressed the veterans, telling them to stop wasting time and go to their floor right away. The veterans of the unit apologized to the lieutenant and explained that they had chosen to personally investigate the situation because they were merely interested in the reason behind the loud noise. The veterans chose to leave the room so as not to disturb anyone else, and Kido was not shocked by the responses of his subordinates. Although they had not met Harold in person, the knights congratulated him on passing the test with flying colors. Harold, however, showed his conceit once more when he proposed that if people really thought he was the best, they should all kneel. The knights were incensed by these remarks and suggested that he express his contempt for the veterans of the unit more. However, the young aristocrat stated that since they had not yet done anything to gain his respect, he had no intention of displaying formal respect if he did not respect his interlocutor at all. Such impudence shocked the girl, and anger immediately flushed her face. Lieutenant Kido urged everyone to settle down right away and clarified that he understood the newcomers, of course, and that everyone had to introduce themselves and go over the local laws first. After the commander's words were heard by the subordinates, the tallest man introduced himself as Robinson, the shorter knight as Shido, and the girl, who showed no reluctance, as Eileen. When Kido asked the newcomer if Harold was struggling, the girl suggested that he consider his actions in front of his elders. However, the youthful nobleman declared that he would not kiss someone's ass simply because they were born a few years before him. The lieutenant responded instantly and drew the girl away, anticipating Eileen's reaction. Robinson and Shido wished the arrogant young man luck in pursuing the girl and agreed not to argue with him. Harold, on the other hand, was considering meeting Robinson, Shido, and Eileen because he was aware that these characters would eventually die needlessly. Kido will depart from the Order of Knights and form his own gang, Friary, a few years later. Following the events in the Beltus forest, where his entire team perishes after falling into a horrible trap, all of this will occur. Additionally, Kido, the sole surviving lieutenant, will never return to the knightly order because he no longer wishes to work for the law enforcement agency. His last resort will be his own gang. The names of Robinson, Shido, and the irritable girl Eileen are among the fallen friends whose names former Lieutenant Kido will mention during one of the game's events. These characters only had this one function in the original game's plot. There were only a few letters on the screen, and no description of the appearance or personalities of the three knights. Since the deadly battle would occur 4 years prior to the events of the game, Harold pondered whether he should spare these knights. Additionally, Lieutenant Kido asserts that the young aristocrat would not have had time to intervene in the battle because he could not have been enlisted into the squad so quickly. Harold made the decision to find another efficient method, but he recognized that it would be extremely challenging to change the destiny of people he essentially didn't know, which meant that they would probably perish. Knowing the precise location of their death was the only information that could save these people. Things were different with Clara, though, and Harold was fully aware of all the circumstances that might have resulted in her demise. Most importantly, though, if these three knights live, Kido will have no reason to break away from the knightly order and start his own gang. Additionally, the Friary gang's involvement is necessary to finish numerous stories in the original game. Harold understood that his Kido was crucial to the main plot, so he knew that influencing the formation of this gang would be the worst thing he could do because it would fundamentally alter the original plot. In order to move on from the original story and save the lives of Robinson, Shido, and Eileen, the young aristocrat simply needs to put the terrible fate of these three young knights behind him. Shannon wrote a comprehensive report on every battle Captain Vincent had asked for a few days later. After thanking his assistant for her help, the knightly order commander proceeded to prepare Harold Stokes's personal file. After a while, Harold offered to help with the cleanup after Vincent showed Kido a list of knights. The lieutenant had no idea why he had shown him the list, or why he needed this information. However, the head of the knightly order said that Harold is in this room because he personally wanted to join Lieutenant Kido's squad, and they now need to go over all the specifics. Harold still needed to complete training and take the Oath of Allegiance before he could be admitted into the Knight's Corps, so Kido was hesitant to deal with the green recruit. However, Vincent proposed that Harold skip the training phase this time and instead enroll in a 2-week accelerated Knight's course, which would grant him access to Kido's corps if he passed. In the end, the lieutenant concurred with the captain, but cautioned about the other knights' unfavorable responses. Harold would still be viewed with surprise because of his youth, but Vincent had anticipated this possibility and put Kido in charge. The young aristocrat's extraordinary strength, the commander of the knightly order explained to his subordinate, meant that they would break the rules and let him become a knight more quickly. In the end, Kido accepted this challenging choice and pledged to make an effort to promote Harold if there was a really strong case for it. The lieutenant agreed so quickly that Vincent was even taken aback. Kido was still furious, though, and didn't see why they had to go to such lengths for a new hire, even one with Harold's level of talent. Vincent, however, had already asked the lieutenant what he thought of Harold's fighting style and had gone through the aristocrat's personal file in detail. After giving it some thought, Kido acknowledged that he had been taken aback from their first encounter because he had not anticipated Harold's ability to fight so skillfully. Vincent shared Harold's thoughts and made the decision to learn more about Harold's origins and the reason for his presence. He was reminded by Kido that the new recruit came from the most prominent aristocracy. They were also unable to ignore the information that Vincent provided, which showed how Harold had been especially cruel to his girlfriend's family. But there was something chivalrous about the garage, so Kido advised being wary of the rumors. Since they need to be convinced of Harold's nobility and humanity, and only the lieutenant can be trusted with this challenging task, the captain gave Kido the order to take Harold under his care so that he would always be in his sight. Kido said he still did not understand why such strictness was necessary toward an ordinary newcomer because, of course, he did not want to complicate his carefree life by taking on the role of a supervisor. Since they had already gone through the painful experience of Nohika's betrayal 10 years prior, Vincent attempted to explain that they shouldn't blindly trust someone based solely on his aristocratic background in their current circumstance. Kido undoubtedly recalled how, as soon as his treachery was exposed, His Majesty's bodyguard, Nohik, had killed himself while serving as a spy for other kingdoms. As a result, neither his employer nor the secrets he had managed to divulge were ever found out. Everyone should therefore be extremely wary of any promising recruits. Vincent told his friend that although he had complete faith in Harold and hoped he would be a good man, they still needed to exercise caution and good judgment. Knowing all of this, the lieutenant pledged to comply with the captain's request. Vincent and Kido were close friends and had no ill will toward one another, despite their official status. The head of the knightly order, however, was still more responsible than the lieutenant, so he counseled Kido to be at least a little more serious this time. However, Kido made an effort to ignore his friend's instructions and started acting like a young child who would rather whine about an earache than listen to his parents in a responsible manner. His best friend Vincent thanked Kido in silence for his assistance after the lieutenant departed. He was the only person he could trust, after all, no matter how frivolous he was. The young aristocrat Harold, in the meantime, spent a great deal of time washing a great deal of clothing and then meticulously hanging everything outside in the open air. At 5 in the morning, Harold's Knight's Order morning started. He then had to train for 2 hours before having breakfast. He started cleaning and doing laundry after breakfast. However, he had to train once more after lunch. Harold had been with this order for a week already, and he didn't dislike working on it for too long, not because the work was wearing him out. He didn't even have a spare minute to engage in personal training, after all. Harold was going about his routine when he suddenly ran into 3 young men who chose to teach him how to talk to senior knights. The 3 confident young men vowed to discipline his conceit. Naturally, however, the young nobleman was unconcerned and referred to the men he encountered as true fools who were squandering his time and making Vincent look foolish. The men were obviously incensed by these remarks, but Harold's leap was so abrupt that nobody even noticed how it occurred. Harold fled at a high speed, and the shocked boys watched in disbelief. The young aristocrat, unable to comprehend how Captain Vincent could allow such uncontrolled behavior, told them to go to hell despite their entreaties to return. Harold sensed that everyone was staring at him with contempt as he found himself in the dining hall with the other knights. However, since it would be much less problematic, the new recruit chose to stay out of the way. Then Robinson, an older man, came up to him and started staring. He was, of course, accompanied by his friends Shido and Isla, and the 3 of them made the decision to join Harold for lunch. The young aristocrat was not pleased with this meeting. In fact, he was somewhat taken aback by the guest's sudden appearance. Robinson explained that since senior knights were in charge of looking after newcomers, they chose to keep Harold company when they noticed him eating by himself. Naturally, Harold gave his predictable response, telling Robinson to look after himself because he only talks to his 2 friends and does he really have no one else around him. The big Robinson was really offended by these remarks because, as Shido explained, he was so large and intimidating that all the other guys avoided him out of sheer fear. Harold was shocked to see how supportive Isla was of her friend, even making a napkin for her. Harold told him not to worry about this because he should be proud of the fact that Robinson so intimidated all the weaklings around him. To his surprise, the aristocrat was able to say something positive this time. Harold's words moved Robinson, who expressed his gratitude for Harold's support. The new recruit became aware that he had another admirer at that very moment, who was most likely even prepared to declare his love for him. But Isla was still upset with the nobleman. Given that Harold lived in the barracks with the other knights and worked non-stop, Robinson found it incomprehensible that he hadn't gotten the other knights' support. However, the young nobleman blamed it on the foolish people in his immediate vicinity, whom he didn't give a damn about. But Shido told him to find friends he could trust when things got tough. Shido clarified that he was aware of Harold's aristocratic upbringing and his familiarity with servants, but that since there were no servants present, he could rely on them as friends for support. Harold, however, cautioned Shido against making too many promises because he and his group were currently making too much noise. Shido was even more amused by this and concluded that they could undoubtedly become close friends. Since he wasn't the most amiable person to be around, Isla also made the decision to explain to the new hire that he shouldn't be so arrogant here. He wouldn't be able to make friends and most definitely wouldn't find a good girlfriend if he kept acting in this way. However, Shido chuckled right away and brought up the girl's hesitancy to socialize. Isla threw a fork at her friend out of instant rage. Harold clarified that since he had no interest in romantic motivations, he could not be intimidated by such behavior. However, the lieutenant came over at that precise moment, and, after overhearing a portion of the conversation, said that the man who was already engaged had no interest in any other girls. The three friends and the young aristocrat were both taken aback by this revelation. Harold yelled at Kido. "Which bastard told you such personal information?" At this point, Shido was still furious and insisted on learning more. Enjoying the occasion, Kido started narrating a tale about a lovely girl who embodied all beauty and grace. Harold told the lieutenant to stop talking right away and even better, to tell him how he found out about Erika. Since everyone was shocked to hear of such a serious relationship, Shido's curiosity just couldn't be contained and, taking the boy by the arm, demanded the whole truth. Robinson comforted Isla, who was distraught and had given up on dating Harold. After completing his task and taking pleasure in Harold's rage, the lieutenant wished everyone a good night and left the dining room. Even though Shido was still holding Kido's hand, the young aristocrat was still trying to deal with him at that moment. Harold was asked to take his final exam 2 weeks after he joined the knightly order, which he thought was too strange. However, the boy was deemed a special case by the head instructor, who said that further training was pointless because he was too strong. The young nobleman laughed and clarified that he had recognized this during the entrance exam, but it was fortunate that the teacher had caught it in time. The chief instructor was unfazed by Harold's impudence and simply pledged to pray for the new knightly order member's success. The aristocrat, however, believed that since he was used to using his own strength, he didn't require prayers. Harold sighed with relief as he left the chief instructor's office. Actually, he had been quite concerned. He had too many enemies because of his forced speech pattern, and one day he might even be strangled while sleeping. His future was now becoming unclear. Harold still didn't understand why he had been abruptly informed that he needed to take the final exam, even though he was strong and had experienced defeating monsters. He would be free to act without oversight though, if he was successful. When Harold was accompanied by a beaming Lieutenant Kido on the day of the final exam, he became a bit too agitated. Everyone had to demonstrate their abilities, and Lieutenant Socrates was given the authority to administer the test. Junior Lieutenant Salim and Knight Lucas also participated. Harold was assigned to accompany Kido's team into the wilderness with a list of monsters and their habitats marked, with the intention of annihilating them all. Harold was told to start getting supplies ready for the trip since he had no more questions. The happy Kido told him to do everything that was required and not to put things off. All of this annoyed the young aristocrat, who was particularly annoyed by Kido's creatine squad's joint hunt because he could have easily finished this task by himself. Harold finally tried to relax and concluded that he was simply thinking about his troubles as he followed the group of knights. Since the new recruit might have trouble walking in his armor, one of the men he was walking with asked how he was feeling. As usual, Harold cheekily requested a doctor in case the heat caused him to feel ill. Kido was always close by and figured the new recruit had been involved in similar operations before. Harold was suspicious of Kido's knowledge, so he asked how he knew about this. The lieutenant, however, pretended not to know. But since he had somehow learned about Eric, the aristocrat asked him not to act foolish. Kido took pleasure in the boy's taunts and persisted in purposefully annoying Harold. However, two enormous ants suddenly materialized in front of them, seemingly moving in this direction. Despite their size, the enormous creatures in the Enraged Trees video moved fairly swiftly, and none of the knights anticipated encountering them here. The commander decided to leave Harold, the new recruit, behind after assessing the situation and ordering all the knights to prepare for battle. This only infuriated the gifted aristocrat. The commander clarified that Harold's exam would have to be postponed until they had a solution to this problem because they hadn't anticipated running into such monsters here. This attitude infuriated the recruit because the exam was supposed to include emergency solutions. Harold announced that he was prepared to continue his investigation and that he could manage the monsters by himself. The commander ordered Lieutenant Kido to battle one of the monsters after deciding not to stop the aristocrat and promising to help. As it turned out, the knights had nothing against sending the young recruit ahead and, while giving him a friendly shoulder pat, told him to try to move carefully and not think about anything in battle and to just flee if something went wrong. This group of knights feigned concern for young Harold, and the aristocrat, surprisingly for himself, felt sincere appreciation for these men. However, the youthful nobleman now felt a sense of duty and a desire to defeat the monstrous beast as soon as possible. Harold could not afford to lose because he could feel the knights' stares behind him. Harold saw how suddenly the monstrous creature started to move its massive branches as he approached it warily. The rookie was only able to jump aside and avoid the blow at the last second. He was cautioned by the knight observing the duel to move and dodge as fast as he could. Harold, however, was aware that everything was proceeding as planned in spite of the perilous circumstances. By carefully timing the monster's attack and using the Phoenix Strike spell, the young aristocrat was able to eliminate the lethal branch. In the meantime, Harold took advantage of his advantage and swiftly climbed up a broken branch to get closer to the monster's body, shocking the seasoned knights with his bravery and resourcefulness. When the gifted recruit got as close as he could to the ant, he wielded a magical flame blade, and in a matter of seconds, the whole hostile tree was ablaze. For the seasoned knights, Harold's remarkable triumph served as more evidence of his strength. The group of knights then proceeded to traverse the empty area, eliminating the creatures that arose. As the knights retired for the night, the boys made the decision to toast to a job well done and Harold's passing his test. However, this only made the new recruit angry because he didn't plan to celebrate his achievement. Like knights, they were always coming up with an excuse and loved to drink. Harold called them fools and explained that even though he had destroyed the monsters, the exam would still go on until they got back to the city. The knights continued to drink despite this, and one of the boys made a vow to throw a true victory celebration when they got back to town. Since everything had already been decided for Harold and all the knights had adhered to tradition, Harold found it difficult to argue. Lieutenant Sakras wrote a report on Harold's examination while the knights relaxed and chatted. The lieutenant noted how well the new recruit had fit into Kido's team and commended his strength and skills. The boy had all the skills necessary to be a knight. In his report, the lieutenant gave particular attention to the instance in which Harold used his agility and a magical spell to destroy a massive ant by himself. Even Sakras, who was writing the report, was impressed by this because he couldn't have done it alone. Harold's haughty demeanor was the product of his self-confidence, and there was no question that he would one day rise to become the most powerful knight in the Order's history. Nevertheless, the lieutenant took Harold's conceit into account. The rookie wouldn't have spent so much time with guys he didn't like if that were the case. That implied that this man was fundamentally different and that he got along well with Kido's team. After noting all these small details about his relationship with the squad in his report, the lieutenant concluded that he had no grounds to penalize this gifted recruit for passing the test. Lieutenant Sakras ordered everyone to be on guard, but he was sure that a detachment of knights would return before sunset when they left for the capital the following day. After a few minutes, Lucas stopped when he noticed something odd. Lucas was among the first to spot an odd, dark cloud in the distance. The rest of the squad started to watch it come closer, but nobody knew what they would find. The knights all started talking about the source of the odd dark smoke, which for some reason seemed to follow a predictable path. It might indicate the presence of a monster, and Harold felt that danger was imminent. The knights continued to feel no threat after a few minutes, but they were intrigued by the strange clouds reddening, and some even speculated that this smoke might be a sign of something significant. Lieutenant Socrates inquired about the city's knowledge of this phenomenon. However, the young aristocrat only cautioned the commander against unwinding because this peculiar cloud might end up destroying everyone. The squad leader therefore made the decision to independently ascertain the type of smoke and gave the order for the other knights to stay put and be cautious. Harold ordered Lieutenant Socrates to lie down on the ground immediately as a dark red cloud suddenly approached, but the commander hesitated. Kido was perplexed at the time, and only observed everything from the sidelines because it was only possible to save the lieutenant's life because of the young recruit's quickness and agility. No one knew exactly what was going on, but it was clear that the red cloud was very hostile to humans, and Harold saved the lieutenant's life. Harold told the commander to ignore the astonished lieutenant's clumsy expression of gratitude and concentrate on the detachment's safety instead. Consequently, the enigmatic cloud broke apart in a matter of seconds, encircling the whole knightly group. Everyone was prepared to battle the unidentified foe, but nobody knew what sort of anomaly they were up against. As it turned out, Harold's opponent's integrity was destroyed, and he effortlessly reverted to his former form after attacking with lightning speed and successfully cutting him with his blade. The unknown enemy's skills astounded everyone because he was unfazed by physical harm. Since the enemy's attack stat was too high, it was clear that using blades to fight would be pointless and would only damage their weapons. Isla, the youthful knight, was terrified and unsure of what to do. Robinson's first suggestion was to flee, but that was a bad idea because traps had already been set. The lieutenant knew that panic was inevitable despite the danger. Harold referred to all of the terrified knights as cowards for wasting their time chatting and standing around rather than coming up with something. The new recruit then cast the Thunder Spear spell and told everyone to move if they didn't want to die. However, it turned out that the enigmatic foe was not entirely destroyed by a strong magic spell, as he promptly launched a fiery counterattack. Even though everyone knew they had faced a formidable foe, the knights decided they could not leave such a challenging task to a single recruit and got ready to fight. To everyone's surprise, Kido's attempt at a water strike on the unidentified enemy was successful in eliminating one of the monsters. Using a wave of magic, Lieutenant Socrates repeated the attack after identifying the enemy's weaknesses. However, this only momentarily slowed the enigmatic foe, which was still capable of recovering. According to Harold's theory, every adversary was susceptible to a distinct aspect of magic. The new recruit's resourcefulness was commended by the lieutenant, but Harold referred to him as a dunce and told him to use magic more frequently and focus on the enemy's weaknesses rather than speaking. While the lieutenant instructed Lucas to provide defensive spells to support everyone in case the monsters suddenly attacked, Kido chose to heed Harold's advice and prepared to attack. Commander Socrates launched a magical column of flame at his opponent, while Kido used an air arrow spell. He used the Thunder Spear spell once more at that precise moment. The enigmatic enemies were scattered by a strong combined attack, but the knights were cautious and did not immediately think they had won. But Harold exhaled a sigh of relief. The lieutenant asked how his subordinates were doing, but no one else saw the enigmatic enemies. Socrates was very happy to learn that everyone was okay and that nobody had even been hurt. Naturally, the lieutenant realized that Harold, the new recruit, was the only one who had saved all the knights, and that the detachment would not have survived without casualties if Harold had not acted so swiftly. The commander was the first to lose his life. The lieutenant remembered everything Harold had said and felt bad about his negligence because he had failed to carry out his responsibilities as a commander when the recruit alerted him to the danger. Lieutenant Socrates paused to reflect, then bowed respectfully, thanked Harold for his assistance, and then expressed regret for the perilous circumstance he had found himself in. In any event, the commander needed to be much more cautious, but the young recruit told him not to worry because it was impossible to predict everything. Harold gained the confidence of another powerful man at that very moment, when the lieutenant pledged to keep these words in mind. Since the commanders had never seen such monsters before, they thought it would be wise for someone to look through the old archives and see if there was anything that could be learned. Harold, the rookie, had to act as though he didn't know anything either, but luckily, everyone adjusted right away. The aristocrat was aware that the squad had come across a cloud of darkness, a dangerous phenomenon. Justice's evil scheme to destroy the entire continent gave rise to this horrifying creature. Harold, however, didn't understand why this occurred at this particular moment, because such clouds of darkness ought to have appeared closer to the game's middle, but instead they occurred in the prologue. Since the monster had always existed in this world and Justice's plans had only made it come to life, it didn't matter when this occurred in the original plot. Harold knew he was running out of time. For some reason, the plot's events started to unfold earlier than expected, and Harold was unable to pinpoint the exact moment when the narrative took an unexpected turn. At this point, everything was becoming unpredictable. The young aristocrat might have missed a pivotal moment because he was so at ease. However, he was aware from the original plot that one of the protagonist's friends had made the elixir against miasma. The Sumeragi family later improved the elixir and made it accessible to all. His ascension into the knightly order and this significant event validated that the game had left out a lot of information. And Harold altered everything if we believe that he was primarily responsible for the events. The young aristocrat, however, made an effort to comfort himself because these were only his presumptions and there was no use in becoming overly alarmed. Firstly, he had to confirm that Justice's scheme had been implemented. Justice Freund, Braveheart's last boss, was a scientist who some even referred to as a genius. But he truly wanted to destroy the world and would stop at nothing to accomplish his crazy experiments. Lieutenant Kido asked the rookie what he was so interested in, just as Harold was wondering how he could figure out how the main villain's plans in the game were developing. The amiable commander conceded that the monsters were amazing, but they had destroyed them because of Harold. Kido then inquired as to whether the young nobleman had previously come across such creatures. Naturally, Harold feigned ignorance, but Kido cautioned him against making light of it since the novice was the one who quickly recognized the weaknesses of the unidentified adversaries. And if you have never faced the enemy before, that is nearly impossible. Harold brushed it off as a mere coincidence, and decided that if he could, he should make the most of it. Particularly since everyone is aware that using a sword alone isn't enough to defeat monsters. Kido acknowledged the new recruit's excellent intuition and couldn't dispute this. Harold simply laughed at this, calling the commander a pitiful jerk once more and telling him to remember who he was speaking to. Every ounce of aristocratic blood, after all, contains more talent than that of a commoner like Kido. The lieutenant, who had been unoffended by these remarks for a while, started to laugh and referred to Harold as a wicked boy who was always trying to offend someone and appeared much older. Harold used numerous insults to try to break out of Kido's embrace, which infuriated the commander. However, Lieutenant Kido clarified that he had only given the boy a quick pat on the ear to get him to relax a little. Harold couldn't comprehend how anyone could act in such a manner, so he silently cursed Kido for his severely chafed ear. Of course, Harold was just a gifted kid to the lieutenant and the rest of the group. Harold had no idea how Kido had so much information about him, but up until now, he had only discussed Erica, which only made the other knights suspicious and worried Harold a lot. Despite his petty demeanor, Lieutenant Kido continued to doubt the new recruit's justification because he could not have fought an unidentified foe by accident. After passing the test, Harold returned to the city, found some spare time for personal training, and made the decision to begin honing his skills right away. Harold's efforts to break his speed and jumping records, however, were fruitless, and he eventually just fell and became upset with himself. Harold decided to take a break after losing a lot of energy because he was unable to complete the game's easy tasks. This was really annoying because he would never be able to catch up to Harold from the original game with this level of success. Time was moving too fast for the young aristocrat, and he still hadn't figured out how to defeat Eustace, the game's primary antagonist, and of course, save his life. According to the original game's plot, Eustace's laboratory was located in the capital, and the mad scientist regularly came to the palace to report on his findings. Harold concluded that the city gates would be a more convenient place to intercept Eustace. However, this idea seemed foolish right away because Harold had no idea what to do after meeting the insane scientist and knew that he would be killed without hesitation if he attempted to attack him. It also seemed foolish to approach the sleeping Eustace, and the only person who could stop the scientist was himself. But it was unlikely that anyone would heed a normal child's warnings. Shido showed up a few minutes later and inquired as to Harold's reason for being there by himself. However, the young nobleman posed the same query to the inquisitive boy. Shido clarified that he could appreciate the desire to train alone, but why pick such an odd place? Harold responded that he didn't want to draw the notice of fools, even though he believed he had already been found. The nobleman then questioned the three knights about their wooden swords and why they had come here. Harold was respectfully bowed to by the three friends a few seconds later, and they requested that Harold teach them how to fence. In any event, the nobleman had no intention of teaching lessons to a mere loser, though he did commend the knights for finally realizing who they were up against. Shido remembered how helpless they had felt when a monster attacked them, and how a knight should never act in such a way. He wanted to learn the art from Harold because of this. As the others valiantly battled the monsters, Isla recalled how she had also been powerless, just standing and observing. Robinson, on the other hand, felt guilty about recommending that everyone leave the battlefield. Harold was asked once more by the three knights to give them some time and teach them how to battle monsters. Since he was only applying his understanding of the original game, he was unsure of what he could teach these seasoned knights, particularly considering that these three friends were bound to pass away within a year anyhow. Harold's inability to inform these friends of their future fate made him feel a great sense of national guilt. Unable to comprehend why he had become so sentimental, the aristocrat concluded that he was appreciative of these people's concern. Harold had never felt anything like gratitude in this game before, and it was an odd feeling. He therefore sought a means of rescuing Lieutenant Kido's team, but he wasn't sure if he ought to. After giving it some thought, Harold made the bold decision to save the three amiable explorers who wanted to accompany him and trusted him. Harold proposed that all three attack him because he needed to do everything he could to make them stronger in order to accomplish this. The young aristocrat cautioned them beforehand that he would not be lenient, and that they needed to be ready to endure hardship if they wished to grow stronger. However, such losers would probably just flee. The three friends were offended by these remarks and made the decision to erode Harold's trust. Meanwhile, the whole leadership had assembled in the meeting room at the Knights' Order headquarters to hear Vincent's special report on the bright new recruit. Vincent clarified right away that Harold, a rookie, was so strong that he could be compared to any seasoned lieutenant, and that this had already been demonstrated. After all, everyone learned about Harold's exceptional leadership abilities during the encounter with the unidentified monster. In order to give him more experience in both training and combat operations, it was decided to include him in the squad. After giving it some thought, Milstrom, the Grand Master of the Order of the Holy Knights, accepted Vincent's plan but acknowledged that he had some reservations about it. After all, Harold is still too young and may be in too much of a rush, and he still struggles to communicate with his coworkers. Therefore, allowing him to continue his training and teaching him manners would be wise. Although Vincent praised Master Milstrom's insight, he still had one unit that was capable of performing this task far more effectively than they could in a normal training session. The Master requested additional information about this plan. Many people had a grudge against Harold because of the way he had handled all of his examiners during the entrance exam, Captain Vincent recalled. As a result, his fellow officers chose to keep their distance from him. Harold is also said to have incited arguments with his classmates. It is therefore unlikely that they will be able to locate knights in this situation who can teach him to be a submissive soldier. The Master believed that Vincent was attempting to assign Harold to a unit where he would not face hostility. The captain proposed that the newcomer be enrolled in the Kido unit, since this was in fact the case. No other commander in the entire order would treat his subordinates with such kindness and make an effort to assist them, according to Vincent, who described Lieutenant Kido as a very open person. Furthermore, Lieutenant Kido ought to handle this matter since he was the one who introduced Harold to the Knights' Order. Members of his squad were also known to have found common ground and to have communicated openly with Harold. Lieutenant Socrates remembered the exam, when he saw firsthand how they interacted, but he said nothing. It was impossible to make fun of the new recruit, but the Master of the Order nevertheless voiced his concern and did not understand why he was acting so haughtily. Accepting responsibility for the Knight's actions, Captain Vincent pledged to discipline the offenders and to forbid hazing among his team members going forward. Following the captain's assurance that he would not personally meddle in these issues, the Master of the Order of Knights proposed that the meeting's primary focus be resumed. The Master then inquired as to whether Harold would actually be able to shed his aristocratic conceit and develop into a disciplined knight by joining the Kido squad. Vincent asked everyone to pay attention to what he had to say, and he was confident that everyone would be happy with the outcome and that this would be a great way to develop the rookie's boundless talent. The captain was so impressed by the newcomer's talent that the Grand Master was taken aback and finally approved Harold's inclusion in the Kido squad. Vincent thanked his superiors for their trust and expressed satisfaction with the negotiations' outcome. Harrison, the Royal Army's observer of the Order's operations and Minister of War, entered the conference room at that very moment. He wanted to know the specifics because he had already heard about the arrival of a promising newcomer. The arrival of such a high-ranking official caught everyone off guard, and Vincent, not expecting much from this visit, asked right away what significant business had brought Mr. Harrison here. The observer from the Knightly Order, however, had already seated himself at the table and was interested in hearing the report on the new recruit. After expressing regret for the disruption, Harrison revealed that he had just been given a very significant task to complete. Nobody knew exactly what the royal family representative wanted, and only Vincent asked Mr. Harrison to explain his crucial mission in greater detail so that they could possibly assist him. Harrison, it turned out, had been put in charge of protecting the borders. The mission wasn't particularly risky or challenging, but it did require a lengthy journey, one that, as everyone knew, took them all the way to the borders. Master Maelstrom proposed sending locals to keep an eye on the borders because he realized that a resident of the capital city would find this task too challenging. Harrison, however, clarified right away that they had requested assistance because they were already overburdened. All of this is taking place as a result of recent disturbances in the Beltus forest and a shortage of border guard personnel to look into the matter. Captain Vincent was taken aback because he had not heard of any challenging circumstances there. Mr. Harrison pretended not to understand and implied that maybe the reports had been misplaced in transit. However, Vincent was aware that a race of star readers lived in the Beltus forest. They were a very ancient race with a small population that developed over centuries of power struggles. These weird individuals tried to protect themselves from the influence of popular culture and cut themselves off from the outside world. It will therefore be difficult to enter their territory. Mr. Harrison clarified that they are attempting to engage in negotiations with these individuals, and naturally, they have no intention of breaking their laws. They are only attempting to satisfy their own small-scale desires. As a result, there ought to be no issues with the readers of the celebrities. Furthermore, it is likely that the local forest dwellers' stubbornness has been overstated, and it would be best to assign this task to the highly qualified recruit who was discussed at the meeting. When Vincent asked why Mr. Harrison needed this, the senior observer listed a number of reasons, including the recruit's inability to be sent on risky missions. Since nobody plans to engage in combat with the forest inhabitants, this mission will be a straightforward reconnaissance walk. The recruit will form bonds with his fellow soldiers, even though a reconnaissance mission may take a long time. This straightforward assignment, according to Mr. Harrison, was the best for the young recruit's growth and would enable him to determine the circumstances on the kingdom's edge. However, Vincent thought that things were more complicated and mistrusted the hypocritical official. In the end, Harrison's actions infuriated all of the Knightly Order's senior members, who were unaware of the true intentions of this crafty and reclusive individual. However, Master Maelstrom ordered such remarks to stop, stating that they were inappropriate for official proceedings, because he did not want to argue with a member of the royal family. Everyone fell silent immediately because nobody wanted to argue with the master. After expressing admiration for the master's moral stance, Harrison reminded everyone in attendance that, as the state's top military official, he had every right to assign such assignments and insist on their completion. Anyone who disagrees with these rules should be careful what they say. After all, careless comments could quickly harm the Knight's Order's reputation, forcing the king to take extreme action. Harrison then asked Captain Vincent if he wanted to offer another solution, or if he had anything to say about the situation. Vincent had to make a tough decision and requested some time to consider it. Harrison ordered the squad to be sent out the same day they were able to come to an agreement with the Star Readers tribe because he couldn't care less what his subordinate thought. Vincent would have time to consider his options because this would take at least a month. Mr. Harrison told Vincent to acknowledge the service he was providing him as he departed the Knightly Order meeting. This was, after all, a great chance to demonstrate the powers of the Knightly Order. Harold, the young aristocrat, didn't know what Erika's father wanted to tell him when he received a letter from Mr. Tasuka Sumeragi a month later. However, it turned out that the letter contained nothing serious, and old Tasuka meticulously created graphs showing the new farming method's efficiency. She also wanted to know Harold's thoughts on how farms should develop going forward. Harold read the letter and realized that he had been unable to communicate with others lately, so he had left all of his issues and concerns to the sage Tasik. Everyone now thinks that the Sumeragi family created the new farming technique, and because of their cordial relationship, they subsequently chose to share the technology with the Stokes family. Before other powerful families hampered the spread of this novel technique, Harold made the decision to write a reply letter to Tasik requesting additional contracts. At that moment, a messenger came in with a notice that might contain Harold's final exam results. The young explorer was intrigued by this and chose to read the letter. Harold, however, first thanked the messenger and said that even such incompetent individuals could be helpful at times. The messenger was displeased, but he was still nervous and made the hasty decision to leave the room. Harold, meanwhile, started excitedly to open the letter he had been anticipating for a month. The young aristocrat was sure he had a commission in the Corps of Knights at his fingertips. This may not have been the case though, as he was viewed by all as a very disagreeable comrade. All that was left was to read the letter, even though Harold was only concerned about being kicked out of the knightly order, and the young recruit, of course, never gave a damn about other knights' relationships. Harold, however, was extremely disappointed and afraid after reading the letter, since he had not anticipated finding himself in the circumstance that was suggested. Since Harold was now a vital member of his squad and would always be with them, the happy Lieutenant Keto sincerely congratulated him on his accomplishment. After hearing this news, Shido, Robinson, and Isla assured him that they would undoubtedly collaborate, but they also cautioned him to remember their greater experience, which meant he should occasionally show them respect. Harold was so agitated that he didn't even want to speak to anyone there when Lieutenant Keto offered to show him his spot in the barracks. Since he would be in mortal danger along with this doomed squad, the young aristocrat felt that his negative exam feelings were now justified. For him, this meant that his life would end. All he needed to do now was figure out how to save Robinson, Shido, and Isla while also trying to live in this unit himself. Naturally, nobody there knew what was going on with the new recruit, and everyone thought he was just anxious. Harold nevertheless made an effort to relax because he and everyone else still had a full year before the events in the Beltus forest, giving them time to get ready for the unknown threat. However, the squad was informed by the jovial Lieutenant Keto that he had some more significant news. He went on to explain that his squad had been given the opportunity to take 5 days off next week, as the knightly order had decided to do. Shido, who was still dubious about the news, questioned the commander about why they were granted such a lengthy leave of absence, as such events typically only occur prior to significant events. After complimenting his subordinate on his intelligence, Keto said they would be going on a long hike after their vacation, which would allow them to get plenty of rest. Startled, Isla made the decision to learn more about the dangers of this mission. Although they would need to spend a lot of time traveling to the remote location, the lieutenant concluded that the mission would not be difficult. Since Keto had never been to Beltus forests before, he then asked his subordinates for information about it. At that moment, Harold felt a shock of electricity. He hadn't anticipated hearing such a thing today. Naturally, he was also clueless as to why the original game's events were occurring so rapidly. Harold caused trouble for his fellow soldiers, who were wary of the gifted new recruit and even feared him after he moved into a common barracks with the other knights. One of the men, trembling with anxiety, confessed that he had lost all confidence and his self-esteem had fallen during the test. However, his friend counseled him to stop worrying and from thinking about his unhappy times. Harold heard everything at that point and, of course, did not sleep. The men kept talking, and one of the knights tried to reassure his friend by telling him to forget his fear. The young nobleman's only concern at the time was traveling into the cursed Beltus forest with his group, where, in accordance with the game's main plot, everyone should perish save Lieutenant Keto. There was still a long way to go before this event, and the battle in the forest between the tribe of Star Readers and the Order of Knights was meant to be the squad's final encounter. There will be conflict between the tribe and the knightly order as a result of Imperial spies' schemes. As a result, there will be disastrous outcomes if both sides choose to attack at the same time. The Minister of War Harrison, who purposefully sent his subordinates to the Beltus forest, was the catalyst for the knightly order, and Justice was the author of this horrific conflict. Eustace, the insane scientist, needs war to conduct new experiments and provide guinea pigs for his sinister plans to wipe out humanity. Both humans and monsters in this fantastical world have a unique ability known as the astral body. If one can learn to use this power, it can lead to great success. Both genetics and hard training affect how strong this energy is. People are able to use special combat skills and magical abilities because of this force. Put differently, it's the equivalent of mana in the game. The mad inventor aims to investigate the phenomenon of the Star Readers tribe, who, in contrast to the general population, possess an abundant supply of magical astral energy. The Beltus forest will see a horrific battle as a result. Lieutenant Keto's entire team will die in this forest as a result of Eustace's ambition to accomplish his objectives, and the insane scientist will carry on with his experiments and eventually acquire superhuman strength. Harold was aware of the challenging circumstances he was in and didn't even anticipate that his spectacular triumph over the monster would have such repercussions. And it was entirely unclear how to handle it. As the battle in Beltus Forest demonstrates, there were a lot of undiscovered details in the original story, and it's possible that Justice's additional research could have also accelerated. Harold was so troubled by these thoughts that he couldn't sleep. The worst part was that Harold felt completely helpless at the moment, and had no free time to consider everything and find a solution. Shido made the decision to go see Harold the following day and asked him to join him for a walk, but it turned out that the young nobleman had left early and disregarded his obligation in the room. Since they had made plans to meet, Shido and Robinson were baffled as to how he could have left. However, this kind of lone wolf behavior was typical, so the friends ultimately made the decision to discover Harold's whereabouts. For the season nights, Harold's departure from the nightly order's location in flagrant violation of their rules was the worst thing that could happen to a soldier. The young nobleman, meanwhile, did not want to die, so he rode his horse as fast as he could in the sincere hope of changing both his own and his fellow soldiers' fates in the detachment. When Harold eventually made it to the Sumeragi family's estates, everyone was taken aback by the aristocrat's appearance because nobody had anticipated his swift return. Harold quickly clarified that he had too little time for all the courteous greetings and that he needed to call Mr. Tasek because he had an extremely urgent matter. In order to allow Mr. Harold to enter the house and rest, Mr. Tasuka's subordinate apologetically explained that his master was not present at the moment and would return in the evening. The young aristocrat was even more incensed by this response, but he chose to wait for Tasek and requested to be led inside. Keeping his cool, the servant asked his visitor to follow him. They were unable to determine who had unexpectedly arrived, but they could already hear noise outside. Erica, who had obviously already heard Harold's voice, was the one who was most worried about it. Being by himself in the room, the aristocrat was in great distress because he was squandering valuable time. He made a mistake by assuming Tasuka would always be at home and not be preoccupied with his job. Furthermore, there was no assurance that this visit to Sumeragi's home would make a difference. Harold felt helpless at the time, like an animal trapped in a corner with no way out. At that moment, a well-known voice called out, requesting entry to the room. Harold knew who he was going to see, and he immediately forgot all of her problems. Naturally, it was the stunning Erica, and she was unable to ignore the way a man she wished to assist looked. And now she just gave Harold a curious glance. Harold had much more pressing issues than his relationship with the daughter of the house's owner, so he was not prepared for this meeting and did not want to speak with Erica. The girl was unlikely to have come just to see him and smile sweetly, so the aristocrat asked her what she wanted. Erica clarified that people don't always act in a certain way without arguing. But the girl still reminded him who she was to Harold, and therefore, since he was her fiancé, he was an honored guest at the Sumeragi estate. While her parents were away, Erica offered to watch him. However, the aristocrat flatly refused, asking Erica to exit the room and shut the door. However, he saw that the girl had not changed at all at that precise moment. However, the girl refused Harold's demands, and she was unable to turn away the visitor because she was the head of the family's daughter. The visitor's arrival had been so sudden that nobody had time to get anything ready, so Erica apologized. Harold, however, disregarded Erica's remarks. After a few minutes, the friendly girl decided to treat her guests by making some fragrant green tea. As she watched Harold, Erica saw that he had changed completely. The man she used to know, after all, would never have sat with his gaze on the ground in front of strangers. In addition, there were a lot of questions about his sudden presence in this house. Erica was positive Harold was eager to meet her father, but he was busy with something important. She then recommended that they unwind and sip tea. Harold didn't notice Erica, though, and he remained silent. It wasn't until a few minutes later that he asked his bride about her life. Erica didn't anticipate this kind of question at all, so she tried to find out Harold's fate without taking the chance of speaking to a man who was so distressed. Erica concluded that the only way she could support this man was to muster the courage to believe in him. And he would definitely not accept it, and would push her away once more if she just chose to offer him assistance. "I never complained to the gods about being born into the Sumeragi family," the girl said, expressing her genuine gratitude for her life. Harold, however, didn't think the girl was telling the truth and thought she couldn't be happy because she was being married against her will. Erica, however, identified herself as a daughter of the Sumeragi family, brought up in a loving home with considerate subjects, and she never experienced unhappiness. She is even prepared to cut out her own heart in return for this kindness. The girl then questioned her fiancé about why he had been so against their engagement since their first day together, and if he was truly that upset about eventually becoming her husband. She wasn't so callous as to ignore Harold's feelings and his intense hatred for her, after all. The aristocrat paused at these words because Erica had never asked such a question before. The girl, however, persisted in her quest to learn why Harold had accepted such a harsh reality with such ease. The aristocrat, however, said nothing but that it was all due to people. After praising her fiancé and expressing her admiration for Harold's strength, Erica revealed that she had frequently envied him and felt honored to be his fiancé. The young aristocrat was furious and urged Erica not to use flattery to bribe him because it was stupid. The girl, however, referred to it as genuine feelings that she had been retaining for a very long time. She also understands Harold's adherence to the chosen course and his use of force to overcome all the risks and challenges, which inspires admiration. Erica went on to say that Harold needed to understand that everyone has their own limitations, regardless of how strong he was. As a result, there are a lot of challenges in the world that are impossible to overcome on your own. The outraged girl counseled her fiancé to alter his perception of people since he needs to learn to depend on those around him, and it will reflect poorly on him if he is unable to do so. In a fit of rage, Harold asked the girl to keep quiet as though she knew him. Although he didn't know much about her, Erica acknowledged that she didn't really know much about her fiancé. The girl mentioned how many people genuinely want to help Harold, but he is blinded by his own arrogance and lack of confidence. In order for Harold to realize that he was not alone in this world and possibly find it easier to deal with issues, Erica asked him to widen his eyes and take a thorough look around. The girl went on to say that Harold should not overlook Clara and many other people, whom he just does not notice, and that her father and her cherished brother are always willing to support him. Therefore, we have to have faith that Harold will eventually find someone he can fully trust and even turn to for assistance when things get tough. After the conversation was over, the girl hurried out of the room to avoid expressing any more feelings because she truly wanted to get to know Harold well and be by his side no matter what. Left alone, the young aristocrat kept reflecting on Eris's remarks and, for the first time in his new life, came to the realization that he was not capable of handling the issue on his own. Harold kept thinking about Erica's advice to trust others and accept help because being by himself all the time was wrong and harmful. He was unable to forget what she had said. Naturally, the girl was entirely correct. The mountain only acquired his powerful physique and worldly knowledge, and it is only as a result of this that he is still able to avoid death. After all, the people of this world cannot access such knowledge, and if anyone finds out his secret, he could be in serious trouble. Harold was always terrified of talking to people because of this, but he has come to the realization that Erica was correct about everyone's limitations and that he is at his breaking point and cannot continue on his own. The aristocrat then recalled that he had previously depended on his helpers, Jake, Zen, and Norman. Of course, without their assistance, he would not have been able to adopt the new farming technique or save Clara and her daughter. These people might know him in secret, so he couldn't put all his trust in them. Harold was particularly concerned that his negligence would cause them to behave differently than they had in the past, which could result in serious issues. But now that Erica had brought these things to his attention, Harold questioned why he had only given it some thought. He had been scared to see it, even though he had known everything she had said. And ever since he came into this world, he has worked to prevent death by saving Clara, assisting others, and developing vaccines. However, Harold was ultimately responsible for all of the original plot's deviations, and as a result, he will eventually find himself in Beltus forest. Harold finally understood that he had discovered the answer to his primary query, and could not comprehend why he had not done this earlier, now that he was able to visit the Sumeragi family estate. Harold came to the conclusion that attempting to avoid death on his own was completely insane, and that the solution he had been seeking all along was the assistance of others. Harold was unsure if he should do this now, though, as he would lose a significant portion of his power and be exposed to uncertainty if he didn't know the game's future plot. This world had changed its course entirely, and Harold feared it might be too late. Reiner and the other heroes wouldn't have time to get stronger because even the main antagonist Justice's research was now surpassing the events of the original story. Harold, however, made the decision that he had to find a practical means of saving his fellow soldiers because he could not stand by and watch them perish in combat with the tribe of Star Readers. Harold felt his strength ebbing away as a result of all these thoughts, which further inspired him to take action. He had to slow down Justice's research and save his fellows. He had to help Reiner get stronger too. Harold knew that death in this world would never leave him alone, and there was no use in being afraid because it was clear that failure would result in death. Consequently, he ought to have realized this from the moment he was born. In contrast to the original plot, the young aristocrat made the decision to risk everything in order to avoid death, and this led to the game's best ending. Harold realized he was not alone in this world and that he could rely on the support of those close to him after hearing Erika's words. That was his only hope of surviving now. Only now did Harold realize that Erika was a very patient and kind girl, who had always attempted to help the man who had pushed her away. He ought not to have treated her so badly right away. As promised, Mr. Tasuka, the family's head, showed up in the evening, apologized to his visitor for the lengthy wait, and then asked Harold why he had come to his home. The young nobleman clarified that he had come to warn Tasuk that he would be departing in a week as a member of a group of knights on a mission that would take him to the Beltus forest. Given how far away the forest was, Tasuka knew right away that the trip would take around a month, but he didn't anticipate that the new knight's first task would be challenging. Harold concurred that it appeared to be a simple stroll to the edge of the kingdom. However, Tasuk was taken aback when the aristocrat revealed to the old man that this simple mission would actually result in a bloody conflict with the Star Reader tribe. The home's owner wanted to know how Harold found out about the mission and what would happen during it. He was informed right away by the young man that a treacherous traitor had entered the ranks of the ministers and was preparing to start a war in the Beltus forest. In order to use them in horrifying experiments, this traitor wants to apprehend as many members of the remote tribe as possible. And anyone caught in the clutches of this traitor will undoubtedly perish. After considering the issue, Tasuka clarified that if all of this information was accurate, the traitor posed a serious threat to the kingdom as a whole. Harold immediately understood that it was extremely risky to involve outsiders in this situation, and that he needed unquestionable proof of this traitor's existence in order to win the Sumeragi family's support. Tasuka asked Harold to explain how he knew such sensitive information about the betrayal, even though he acknowledged that he did not currently have any proof. Tasuka simply paused and pretended to remember when Harold first asked him if he knew the name Jifelt. But Harold was positive Tasuka had heard about the man. The head of the Sumeragi family had only heard a few rumors about the main antagonist, who was revealed to be a fairy with the ability to tell anyone anything. Naturally, however, the aristocrat was not expecting to hear this. Harold referred to the elderly man as a total moron for holding the belief that fairies exist in this world. However, given their abilities, evil people like Jifelt could legitimately be referred to as fairies. However, the information left Tasuka completely perplexed, so he asked the young nobleman if he actually knew the man they referred to as a traitor. Harold confirmed his suspicions and commended the old man for his intelligence. Since Jifelt was a top-tier informant, Tasuka was aware of his extraordinary espionage abilities and that there was no information in the entire universe that this man could not find. However, since many people believe this to be merely an urban legend, nobody knew this secret person personally, and many were unable to determine with certainty whether this person was a woman or a man. Harold has no reason to lie though, if this is the case, and his information is more than trustworthy. Furthermore, he sounds so certain in his remarks about Jifelt, as though he knew him well. The young aristocrat had previously shocked Tasuka with his words and deeds, but now he had exceeded all of his expectations, and it was unsettling to think of what other secrets Harold might be concealing. Harold was happy with the outcome after observing Tasuk's response, as the elderly man's concern only indicated that Jif felt was real and that the only thing left to do was determine if it was a woman or a man. However, because the enigmatic informant was such a secret figure that there were insufficiently detailed descriptions of him, it was challenging to draw firm conclusions from his peculiar appearance. Jif felt played a character in Bravehearts who helped players learn the game's mechanics and where to find different items. His lines typically had nothing to do with the main plot of the game. Additionally, this character could assist in locating high-level, uncommon monsters in forest dungeons, as well as a mysterious island in the middle of the sea and, of course, the last floor of the main boss's dungeon, even though he didn't offer any crucial information regarding the game's progression. Given how frequently Harold encounters this character in the game, it is safe to assume that he is familiar with him. Now, he can keep his greatest secret hidden by disguising himself as a mysterious informant and sharing information he has learned from his understanding of the game's plot. Harold had improvised a story about Jif felt on the spot, but he had no idea how Tasuka would respond. The young aristocrat was now making every effort to keep his composure and refrain from laughing. The most important thing, though, was that Harold could now fully trust Tasuk. In order to get to the main topic, the boy proposed that his interlocutor put off talking about Jif felt for a while. It was so amazing that the head of the Sumeragi family stood in the courtyard for a long time after speaking with Harold, reflecting on all he had heard that night. Harold was already setting out on a lethal mission with a group of knights the following day. When the more seasoned soldiers saw how depressed the new recruit was, they all made jokes about it. Everyone told him that his first mission was nothing to worry about. He had nothing to worry about because Harold had destroyed the monsters so expertly, and Robinson and Shido assured him that they would always be there for him. They were, after all, seasoned knights who had previously participated in such expeditions, so they knew what they were talking about. Harold, however, referred to everyone in his immediate vicinity as naive optimists who annoyed him. He then reminded them that they should pay attention to their surroundings rather than chatting since they had not been able to successfully defend themselves against the new, unidentified monsters. Harold was in a bad mood, and Isla saw it, but Kido told me to listen because that's how he usually acts. Shido even laughed at this and concluded that Harold had just gotten into a quarrel with his fiancée. Since this had nothing to do with his Erika, Harold became enraged and told the knight to stop talking right away. Shido, however, wouldn't back down and told the new recruit not to be ashamed of such subjects because everyone was aware of his previous date with his beloved fiancée. Harold vowed to stab the knight right away if he didn't stop talking gibberish, and Shido suggested that he focus more on his cherished girlfriend going forward. When the commanders noticed the argument, they gave the order to stop talking right away and proceed. Shido and Harold reassured their commanders and professed their apologies to one another. However, the young aristocrat was still concerned because he could not think of a practical way to escape death besides asking Tasuka for assistance. Harold wanted to alert his fellows to the danger they were entering, of course, but he lacked evidence, and it was pointless to attempt to explain anything in the absence of it. His only option at this point was to persuade everyone to exercise caution, but everyone disregarded his requests. And Tasuka was the only person he was able to gain the trust of, believing the tale of the enigmatic Jif felt. Harold told the old man during their talk yesterday that he didn't care if he believed what he was saying. However, he was now prepared to offer him an opportunity to make amends for all that he had done for him and his people. Within a few days, Harold requested that the old man prepare an imperial military uniform for him to pick up at the closest town where his unit would be billeted. Tasuk was taken aback by this request and questioned why. In order to ease tensions between the adversaries, Harold clarified that he intended to wear this uniform as an additional layer beneath his knight's armor and would appear in the Empire uniform in the event of a truly horrible battle. After all, everyone would be perplexed and unable to identify the precise enemy if an Imperial representative unexpectedly shows up during a conflict between the tribe of Star Readers and the Knightly Order. However, Tasuka cautioned him that he could be attacked simultaneously by two opposing sides, which could be fatal. Furthermore, Harold would not be able to handle so many enemies, regardless of how strong he thought he was. But since he wasn't scared of pitiful weaklings, the boy told him not to worry. Harold went on to explain that he wanted to find the masterminds of this whole evil plan and punish him, regardless of how many conspirators they managed to gather because they were all merely pitiful servants. Tasuka asked for some time to think about what he had heard during this conversation without arguing. Harold made the decision to not hold the elderly man in high regard and told him that he could disregard his request or devise a completely different strategy. However, Tasuka pledged to deliver the uniform to the Empire on time, so he couldn't afford to be late. The head of the Sumeragi family said he would start making arrangements right away, but he later clarified that he was obviously unhappy about Harold being sent to his death by hand. Since the old man didn't give a damn until Tasuka chose to obstruct him and begin interfering with his plans, the young aristocrat suggested that he should act and think as he pleased. Harold was referred to by Tasuka as a stupid, unyielding man who, of course, was determined to achieve his objective. A grown man like him was simply enthralled by the brilliance of his youth, but he couldn't help but worry about the man who would eventually become his son-in-law. Harold was taken aback by these remarks because the elderly man addressed him in a fatherly manner. Tasek's generosity and concern were out of the ordinary, and Harold questioned whether the elderly man was truly upset with him because they had already decided to call off their engagement to Erica. However, the sage old man brought up the letter, which said that it was feasible, but only if both parties agreed. Additionally, Tasuka pledged to honor the newlyweds' wishes, but that was a future concern. Harold thought they had long since reached a consensus on everything pertaining to Erica, so he misinterpreted the old man's attitude. Nevertheless, the young man concluded that his fiancée would undoubtedly object to the engagement, that they would split up anyhow, and that everyone would be satisfied in the end. However, Tasuka observed that Harold avoided the different formal titles and instead spoke to Erica informally for the first time since they had met. This indicated that, in light of their relationship, he was at last referring to his daughter by the correct name. This caused Harold to reflect because, although he understood the topic based on his previous life, he found it hard to accept that the real Harold could alter his demeanor and speech pattern. Harold was pretty sure he had always treated Erica rudely and had never even addressed her by her first name. It wasn't surprising that he had avoided her throughout their relationship. Harold could only have positive thoughts about the girl in his mind, but in practice, he always called her names in front of her, adhering to the values of his original personality. He didn't give it much thought, but she was aware that his actions were intolerable. Erica was a very sensitive and kind girl, so it's unlikely that she would ever forgive him for saying such hurtful things. Without even considering a future together, Harold was attempting to accomplish precisely that. Harold nevertheless made the decision to try and make an attempt to change his image in the eyes of those around him after giving some thought to his actions and the attitude he displayed toward Erica. Now that he was far from Erica, Tasuka was unsure of whether the wise man would support him or how much of an influence his beliefs would have on him. Since he was also in a very tough situation, he would initially think about his Sumeragi clan rather than the man who had insulted his daughter. Harold truly wanted to put an end to the impending conflict and the entire expedition, but he was running out of time and needed to make every effort to be ready. To the surprise of the seasoned knight, Harold suggested that Shido get lost right away when he chose to approach him from behind and threaten him. Shido told his comrade to calm down because he was too tense and was actually attempting to divert his attention. Harold, however, was aware of the reality and could not permit that. The young nobleman then started calling all of his fellow soldiers stupid fools who were always looking to unwind and forgot that they might have to engage in combat the next day. Naturally, Shido didn't comprehend and didn't intend to fight anyone. Harold attempted to clarify that the suspicious forest inhabitants described in the report might very well be agents of an adversarial empire, and that their patrol mission was occurring along the royal border. Since the report did state that at least 30 individuals were spotted in the forest, and that they might be Imperial scouts, Shido took his comrade's words seriously even though he had not even imagined such a thing. Nonetheless, Shido reassured his comrade that their squad consisted of about 200 men and told him not to worry. After all, they could easily destroy Imperial scouts even if they came across them. Harold, however, persisted in inflaming the situation by implying that there might be many more adversaries in the forest, and that the information they had been given might not be correct. The entire squad was walking into a long-prepared trap, so of course that was the case. After giving it some thought, Harold suggested that Shido and the other knights think about their future because they needed to be able to handle any challenge if they wanted to survive. They could keep having fun and forget about being careful, even though their lives were worthless. Isla worried about the danger and took Harold's words more seriously than Shido did. Having witnessed the young recruit's skills numerous times, Lieutenant Kido also sensed the truth in his words and concluded that the forthcoming mission might not be as simple as their commanders had claimed.